at on. During this session, we are going to look at three other
Welcome to Top Notch TV, a paragon of excellence. Today with you is Teacher Risper, a teacher from PCA Kikuyu High School, a teacher of English and Literature, an examiner, as well as an author. Today I have the pleasure of having Teacher Emis Njabani, a teacher from Alliance Girls High School. She's an examiner as well as an author, a teacher of English and Literature as well. Today we shall be looking at a new book. We shall be delving into the understanding of the Samaritan, a book by John Lara. Thank you for joining us. First of all, you're going to look at the background information into understanding the book, The Samaritan. When you're understanding The Samaritan, first of all, maybe you start by looking at the cover. When I'll be looking at the cover, first of all, I'll be looking at the picture that is depicted on the cover. On the cover, I can see what looks like the sunset. And by interpretation, you can see that the sunset is symbolic of the end of an era. There's an era that is ending, the era of corruption by the municipal officials. And now we want to get into a new era brought about by the invention of the Samaritan. Still on the cover, I can see what looks like a body of water. The body of water maybe by interpretation, but the cover, you can interpret it in different ways. The body of water can be symbolic of where the book is coming from. Because in terms of setting, we are learning that the book is from one among the countries in the Caribbean. A number of times, it has been mentioned, the word Caribbean has been mentioned several times within the text. Still on the introduction to the text, we are going to look at the author. The author is someone by the name John Lara. Nothing much is known about the author, John Lara, therefore we just leave it at that. Then about the title, The Samaritan. The Samaritan is with reference to a certain application that has been invented by two students. And this application is for the purpose of whistleblowing on the evils that are happening in the fictional state of Maracas. I've mentioned something about the setting, but then now in depth about the setting. The setting is in the Caribbean. As you're reading the book, we are looking at a number of times that the word Caribbean has been mentioned, and then particularly in a fictional state of Maracas, a municipality. In terms of time, setting in terms of time, we are going to say that the book has been set in our contemporary society. We are looking at the kind of corruption, the corruption that has marred the municipality. Therefore, in terms of time, we can talk about the setting is within our contemporary society. After this introduction, I will welcome my colleague to speak about Act 1. In the introduction, we're about to go into the plot analysis. Welcome, Teacher Emis.
Thank you. Hello, viewers. Welcome. So I'm going to look at the plot analysis, and we're going to start with Act 1. Just like you know, every act has 3 scenes. So this session, we are going to look at the first 2 scenes of Act 1. So I look at the events that are taking place in the at the beginning of the story, and most importantly, the first act. So every act, we have been given generally the setting of the play, but every act has its specific setting. And I will learn us to remind you, when we look at the setting, we look at the place and time where the when and where the events in the story are taking place. So Act 1, Scene 1, the events or the setting is in the school, Sagrada Secondary School. It's around 10 a.m. and the students are gathered in the school hall, and because they're actually there for the end of year closing assembly. So we are told that during that closing assembly, there is a special ceremony that is supposed to take place. And the ceremony is the launching of the winning innovation in the Secondary School National Innovation Conference. So the mayor of the municipality, Maracas municipality, Honorable Mayor Mosi, is expected to come and officially launch the Samaritan app, the innovation that is by two students of Sagrada Secondary School, that is Alvita and Montano. So at the beginning, we see the students seated and the teachers, and the deputy principal, Kamona, is telling them that they're expecting the guests to come in anytime. So is Honorable Mayor Mosi comes together with other members or other leaders of the municipality, and he is also accompanied by some local board members of the school, as well as the school principal, Miss Narin. So they come, and Kamona, the deputy principal, welcomes the principal to also introduce the guests of honor and welcome them to the event. So when Miss Narin speaks, she actually introduces the two students, Alvita and Montana, and mentions about their innovation and how good it is, and the fact that it won during the national competition, and also the teacher who midwifed the whole innovation and assisted the students in coming up with the Samaritan. So she invites teacher Nicole, the teacher who is in charge of ethics and innovation in Sagrada Secondary School, to come and see more, or actually introduce the innovation for the mayor and the other guests to understand what the innovation was about, to understand more what the innovation was about. So Nicole says that to make them understand better, they are going to have a skit about what the Samaritan app is about. And she welcomes the two innovators, the two students, Montano and Alvita. So in the skit, the two students see into the future. Montano is the first person to say that he could see into the future, 50 years into the future, and the things that he saw were not so good things. It wasn't a promising future according to his vision, because first of all, he talked about joblessness. He says that in his future, he could see Alvita as a cobbler, mending shoes by the streets, yet he was educated. And Alvita is wondering, with all my education, I'm just a cobbler. So Alvita, Montano tells her that you are actually lucky to have the cobbler job. So many people, graduates, were just loitering the streets with no jobs to do. That is one thing that he saw in the future. The second thing that he mentions is environmental degradation or environmental pollution. He says that while mending the shoes, Alvita had a running nose that didn't stop. His nose was always running, and he says that the reason as to why Alvita's nose was always running is because of the stench in the city. That the city was smelling so bad because there was no enough water to clean, and so the stench used to make people sick. The next thing he saw is diseases. People were sick. Alvita had a running nose that did not stop. People did not have money for medication, and people were sick. Another thing he saw is lack of basic needs like water and food. Montano explains and says that there was no water to clean the city, and as a result, there was that stench. He also says that there was no food, and the food was brought as a result of another problem, which is climate change. So there was no food, and people ended up eating rodents. Now, the rodents were not even enough to sustain the people. So they ended up eating plastics and other synthetic materials that he could actually not explain or make out what they were. So people did not have food as a result of climate change. And he says climate change is because there was no rain. It only rained once per year, and if it rained, it only rained for 10 minutes. 10 minutes once per year. That was not enough rains to support animal and plant life. He also talked about life expectancy. that it had really gone down all the way to 30 or 40 years. People did not live past 40 years. It says that now people are living to 70 and 80, but in the next 50 years from now, people will not go past 40 years. Their life expectancy is going to come down. He also talked about the crime rate in the country or in their municipality, that people were killing each other. People were slaughtering each other like chicken. And the law enforcers were doing nothing about it, because according to them, they wanted to have their palms greased for them to follow the law. That leads to the last evil that is, so that is corruption, that the leaders and the law enforcers had to have their palms greased for them to do the right thing. So when Montano is finished, Alvita says that she also had traveled into the future, but the things that she saw were totally the opposite of what Montano had seen. So according to Alvita, there was, first of all, technological advancement. She says that there were robots that had been created to replace the professionals. Instead of having judges who are corrupt in courts, they would have robots who are not discriminating against anyone, robots that were not corrupt, so justice was served fairly. She also says that there are robots that replaced even accountants, police officers who are corrupt. So there was technological advancement in the next 50 years, according to Alvita's innovation. But she still says that does not mean that people had nothing to do. They were out there, out in the universe, venturing into other innovations, but things were so good. She also mentions that life expectancy had really gone up, and that people would stay for around 700 years because they had developed some medicine that used to regenerate the cells in your body and make you remain beautiful and young for the rest of your life. So people never used to grow old. People never used to fall sick, and they would live for as long as 700 years. And then the last thing that she saw was clean air. They had come up with means of cleaning the emissions from carbon emissions from the air that were as a result, or that were causing the climate change that Montano talked about. And now the air was fresh, there was no stench. Also, the rains were frequent, so they were able to support human and animal life. So, but in the skit, remember, also Teacher Nicole is there. So Teacher Nicole says that Alvita is actually fantasizing a lot. Such things cannot happen. And Alvita assures them that if the municipality uses the public resources for what they were meant for, then they are going to have such a wonderful future where there are no diseases, where there is no joblessness, where people are not, where people have enough food and they're not feeding on plastics and rodents. So it says if only public resources were located fairly and they were used for the purposes they were meant for, then they're going to have a better future for the municipality. So Teacher Nicole asks her, then how are we going to achieve that? And that is now when, in their skit, they introduced the Samaritan. They say that the two of them came up with an application, a mobile application that will ensure that the Maracas municipality achieves some of those things that Alvita saw in her future. So they take time to explain the Samaritan, and just like my colleague Teacher Risper said when explaining the title of the book, that the Samaritan, the name of the Samaritan is a biblical allusion. It's from the biblical story about the Good Samaritan. We'll look at that in depth later on in our another session. So so now Miyamoto is interested. It feels like now this arouses interest in him. So he's asking Alvita questions that who are these good people that are going to share information in this the Samaritan. So Alvita had first taken time to explain how the Samaritan will work. That the Samaritan is a platform that allows members of the public to share photos, text, videos, any information that they gather concerning the misuse of resources, corruption, any ill that they come across in the municipality. And so you can see from that, it touches mostly on the leaders. That is why it arose Mayor Mosi's interest. So she also goes ahead to say that they'll have pigeonholes for every department in the government, such that if you have a concern in the Ministry of Planning, then you channel your concerns to that pigeonhole. If your concern is in the Ministry of Education, you channel the concern to the concerned department. They also say that they had actually they did a trial on the Ministry of Environment. Yes, the Ministry of Environment, and they saw that it was a success. So that does not sit so well with the mayor, because it feels like now he's being his life is going to, or whatever that he does as the mayor of the municipality is going to be exposed. It's like now he's going to be stripped naked, and people can see the kind of a leader that he is. That is why he says, first of all, he pretends and says that he is going to support any innovation that comes up in the municipality. But after the students and other teachers have been released from the hall, then now he voices his true intention. He says that he cannot allow the Samaritan to be launched, and he was not going to launch it until time that he feels was the right time for him to do so. He says that the app will make people spread rumors and lies about the leaders, things that they have no substantial evidence about. So he says it's not a good thing. So the principal and Nicole inform him that the innovation has already been approved by the Ministry of Education, and the president is scheduled to launch it the beginning of the following year. Remember, during this setting, we said it's end of the school year. So the following year, the president is scheduled to launch the application. So the mayor says that Nicole should write letters and express dissatisfaction with the innovation. Say that the innovation had a few maybe miscalculations or errors here and there, and so it should not be launched. Of course, Nicole and the school administration are against that, because they don't understand why such a good thing should be abolished or should be killed at the initial stage, instead of them developing and cultivating it to grow. So mayor says that he's now giving his orders as the mayor of Maracas municipality, and that Nicole should go and write that letter to the Ministry of Education. So Nicole leaves, and after her departure, we learn from the principal and Piro, who is the chair of the board, that Nicole is most likely not going to do what the mayor commanded her to do, because we are told that she does what she believes is always right. So that's where our first scene of Act 1 ends our learners. And so my colleague, Teacher Risper, is going to take us through the events that are in the second scene of Act 1.
Thank you for your in-depth analysis. She has done a good job. We are going further into the analysis of the plot, and we are now getting into Act 1, Scene 2. Act 1, Scene 2 takes place at the municipality, particularly in the mayor's boardroom. The mayor, as my colleague was ending Act 1, Scene 1, we are learning that the mayor is becoming apprehensive about the application, and he has given an order that they should not continue the activities of the Samaritan. Now, what is happening at this mayor's boardroom? The mayor has convened a meeting. Who is in attendance in that meeting? We are looking at the mayor has invited a number of officials within the municipality. One among them, I'll just mention there, people who attended the meeting. One among them, we are seeing the CEO of the municipality, someone by the name of Mr. Harvester. Another person who was in attendance, we have a judge by the name of Justice Ian Jaden. Another person in attendance is Secretary to Health, someone by the name of Ted. Another person in attendance is Secretary to the Ministry of Planning, we are looking at someone by the name of Simo. Others include Mr. Mosi himself. Another one is Mr. Ramdae. Ramdae is the assistant mayor. And finally, we have the IG, the Inspector General of the Police. We have someone by the name of Inspector Bembe. In total, we are having 7 people attending that meeting. What do these people have in common? Why have they been selected, the selected few, to come in to the meeting? What these people have in common is that they have some skeletons in their closet. They are people who have been accused of a number of corrupt deals, and with the Samaritan app in place, they are being exposed. Now these people know that they have a common enemy by the name of the Samaritan. They want to join forces. They want to share ideas on how do they stop this application from taking effect and exposing them. As my colleague had put it earlier, they are being stripped naked in front of people. And as we are looking at this, meeting, we see that the mayor has come. He has 3 phones, and at the same time, he has 4 different newspapers. And his interest in asking the 4 different newspapers be procured, he wants to prove to the people in attendance that the headlines are portraying them in the negative light. What is particular in these headlines that are being carried is the ills that are being propagated by the 7 people in attendance. People are saying things about them. Among the examples, maybe I can talk about, they are being accused of something you're calling supplying air. And the people pointed out particularly for supplying air, we are looking at Secretary Ted, the one who is in charge of health, and the other one who is in charge of planning, Secretary Simo. They're the ones who have been put in the limelight for supplying air. Exactly, what is supplying air? When they're talking about supplying air, they're talking about the municipal is paying a lot of money for services not rendered. You have a friend who has a company, you put it in such a way that your friend is providing a certain service, but then no service is provided, but then the money is being paid. That is what they are being accused of, supplying air. Another accusation that comes their way, we can also give another example. These people all are guilty of something. That is why they are joining the forces. They are talking about another person by the name of Inspector Bembe. Inspector Bembe is also in attendance. And he is being accused of having acquired a certain golf club by the name of Mandingo.
Yes, Mandingo.
Mandingo Golf Club. And he's even apprehensive. He's wondering, how did they come across such information? In the end, they conclude it must have been someone close to him. Betrayal always comes from someone who is close to you. It must have been a friend who gave the information to the media. When you're looking at the Samaritan app, it can be a representation of the media. The media's job is to put people in check. Whenever you're doing something, you have to think twice because you might be put in the limelight for the wrong reason. Other allegations that are being labeled against these people include inflated cost of municipal projects. Let's say a project is supposed to take 3 million, they end up talking about 12 million. That is what you're talking about, inflated cost of municipal projects. Another one is securing tenders through proxies. I want to get my hand on a certain deal. What do? You make sure a company belonging to a friend is the one given that particular tender. Now, the second allegation you're talking about, acquiring tenders through proxies. Another one is drug trafficking. And later on, you shall see that the drug trafficking is particularly labeled on someone by the name of Simo. Another one is the grabbing of public land. Now we are looking at these are the leaders. Yet the leaders are the ones who do not have the best interest of the people. They're the ones who are propagating all these types of corruption. Another one now, these people need to find a way of protecting themselves. What do they come up with? Their idea is that they need to ban the Samaritan The idea is that they need to ban the Samaritan application. But what excuse are they going to use so that they ban the application? They're talking about this application is being used by other spy applications to acquire personal information. Personal information such as other people's bank accounts. Another allegation, and all these are false allegations that will make this application of the Samaritan to be withdrawn. They also accuse it of things such as allegations such as cyberbullying. They're talking apart from the Samaritan being used by other spy applications, they're talking about it as an avenue that advances cyberbullying. At the same time, they accuse it of spreading things such as pornography that is bad for the youth. In the end, they are advocating for hacking that application. They make it function in the wrong way so that it might be rendered useless. We are also looking at, still on Act 1, Scene 2, these people have already seen that they have a common enemy. But then, as they're trying to find a way forward, there is a fallout. The fallout comes from, first of all, Justice Jaden, who feels that his ills have not been highlighted in the limelight. He feels that all that he has done is not under public scrutiny. Mm-hmm. It has not yet been uncovered. That is what he thinks. Now he's blaming these other people and he says, you people, you have not been discreet enough. And he wants to now wash his hands out of this deal and he now wants to excuse himself. He does not want to be a party to this. They're talking about a fallout. Other people still have other ideas. We are looking at someone like Ramdai. Ramdai, out of his ignorance, plans on getting the information out of the application. He says, why don't you get rid of that information from the internet? And how can we access that internet? Now you see, that is some kind of ignorance that maybe a person of his age is not very sure how the internet operates. Another person like Simo is for the idea that they use money. When you're talking about using money, they're talking about bribery. They need to bribe the story away. They bribe people so that the story goes away. But then they're being told people are accessing this information from different corners. Now, when you're going into the bribery way, who exactly are you going to bribe? Now, the last thing they're thinking about is, why don't you get a lot of money from which you can protect ourselves? But what is the source of the money? The source of the money, each one of them is being asked to raise some money, but all of them are in a fix when it comes to their financial needs. Some of them are complaining that we don't have that kind of money. Another one is even saying that, someone like Ramdai, he says he is into a lot of loans. He has procured a lot of loans that he is still servicing. Therefore, asking him for that kind of money, the kind of money that they need to pay lawyers and judges, he is not coming into any amount of money anytime soon. Therefore, he is against that idea. Suddenly, they hatch up a plan. Their plan is that they need to get the money from their municipality funds. They need to maybe misappropriate some funds meant for garbage collection. Their municipality is in a state of how can you put it?
Like environmental pollution.
Yes, there's a lot of there's a state of environmental pollution that needs to be made right. Now they want to propose a budget to right this wrong. But then instead of dealing with this environmental pollution that is in existence, what do? They misappropriate the funds into their own pockets. Now when the law comes for them, they're about to face prosecution, they'll be using that kind of money that was meant for righting the wrong in this environmental pollution. This does not augur well with the Mayor Mosi. The buck stops with Mayor Mosi. If there's any budget to be approved, he'll be blamed for it. But these people are pushing his hand, and they're always sure that they'll be having his support. He has been that kind of a person who is not straightforward. Budget is only approved once a year, but then an avenue has been provided, an avenue from which you can have a supplementary budget. Now what Ted and Seymour, they want the mayor to push the mayor's hand to do is to approve such a budget. But then we know that the money will be ending up in their pockets. The mayor refuses to do this. At the end of it, as you see them fall out, we even see that Seymour is someone who is aggressive. He is almost going for Mayor Mosi physically. He wants to fight him. But then IG Bembe comes between them. Therefore, they don't get to fight. But at the end of it, they're threatening Mayor Mosi. They're saying, we were responsible for putting you in office. In a similar way, we can end up hounding you out of office. They give him an ultimatum. Either you approve the supplementary budget or we hound you out of office. Over there, we now see the lanes have been drawn. Some people will be against Mayor Mosi. Others will be on the side of Mayor Mosi. That is what we are calling the fallout. And it brings to an end our Act 1, Scene 2. And that is it for today. It is a goodbye from us. Until next time we meet as we continue with the plot analysis. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, our viewers.
Welcome to Top Notch TV, a paragon of excellence. Today with you is teacher Risper, a teacher from PCA Kikuyu High School, a teacher of English and Literature, an examiner, as well as an author. Today I have the pleasure of having teacher Emis Njabani, an examiner, an author, and a teacher of English and Literature from Alliance Girls High School. Welcome. Today we are continuing with the plot analysis of the Samaritan, and teacher Emis will take us through Act 1. Teacher Emis will take us through Act 1, Scene 3. Welcome, teacher Emis.
Thank you, teacher Risper. Welcome, our viewers. This session, we are going to do 2 more scenes. And if you watched our last session, we stopped at Act 1, Scene 2. So we begin with Act 1, Scene 3. And then we're also going to do Act 2, Scene 1. So remember our last session ended where we had a fallout among the leaders of the Maracas municipality because they could not agree on the way forward to solve the problems that were caused or were brought about by the Samaritan application. So now this scene begins like it's 2 weeks. The setting of this scene is 2 weeks after the last meeting where there was a fallout among the members of or the leaders of the municipality. And now this is another meeting. After that fallout, we had leaders group themselves into 2 groups. One group was Mosi's group that had Inspector Bembe as well as Mr. Avesta. So on this particular scene, we are going to look at a meeting that was taking place at Jungle Room, still Madingo Golf Club, and it was on a Wednesday in the evening at around 9 p.m. So why are these 3 people meeting? They are meeting because they need to come up with a solution to the problems that are ongoing in the application. So in that duration of 2 weeks from the last time they had a meeting, things happened. And the things that happened is the other team that now is led by Mayor Moses, Deputy Lamdaye, and then we have the opposition leader, Basdeo. We have Honorable Ted, as well as Honorable Seymour. They had actually published things. According to Mayor Mosi, it was Basdeo's doing that they had published so many things, like those skeletons that Mosi and his team had hidden in the closet. They had now exposed them because now they have become rivals. It's like they are competing. But now the funny bit, or what is now humorous or satirical, is that instead of fighting their common problem, the Samaritan, they are now fighting each other. Yeah, it's like they're even giving the Samaritan airtime to actually expose their ills or their problems. So they have met, and Inspector Bembe is saying that his blood sugars are going up because of the so many things that he has been accused of. He says that he has been accused of corruption. He has been accused of extortion, using the police officers to extort motorist money for him. He has been accused of making the police force his own bedroom and making them work for him instead of working for the government. He has been accused of grabbing public lands. There are so many allegations or accusations that are leveled against him. So he is apprehensive or fearful because he really wants to save himself from going to prison. Mosi, on the other hand, also says that the rival team that is led by Basdeo and Ramjaye also trying to vote or to move a vote of no confidence against him. What is a vote of no confidence? It's whereby they are going to have members of the chamber or the members of the council all agree and sign that Mosi is not what? A good leader or fit to lead Maracas municipality, and so they're going to oust him out of his position. So he is apprehensive because he does not want to lose his position as the mayor, and so he is also fearful that these people might do something to jeopardize his position as the mayor. Mr. Avesta, on the other hand, says, remember when in our previous act, Mosi had actually asked Avesta to go and buy all the newspapers from all the vendors. Now, according to the Samaritan, the information of the Samaritan at this time is that Mr. Avesta used money, public funds, to buy newspapers from all the vendors while following Mayor Mosi's directive. So they are all there to go come and see what solution can they come up with for this problem. So I'll look at some of the things that they are being accused of. So the one who has so many cases is Inspector Bembe, because we are told that he has been accused of grabbing public land. We all know that this land belonged to the University of Maracas, and on that land sits his home, his palatial home, as well as the Mandingo Golf Club, where they are now currently holding the meeting. We also learned that he has been accused of being a gang member, that is a member of the Ghetto Boys, a criminal gang that is used to terrorize members of the public, as well as extort money from them. He is also said that he is using the police force to extort money from the motorists, and this is the money that he used to build the club, or the Madigo Golf Club, as well as his palatial home. So Mosi assures, Honorable Mosi assures him that he's going to deal with the issue of the land. You just allocate another parcel of land to the university to solve that problem. If they're saying that the land that Inspector Bembe has built on, it belongs to the university, so the mayor assures him that he'll just allocate another piece of land to the university to solve that problem. So they all agree that they need to come up with ways to solve these problems. They need to sit down and come up with a solution to the problem that is giving them sleepless nights. So they come up with 5 ways in which they can use to end the problems that have been brought by the other rival team as well as the Samaritan. And the first one, they all agree that they're going to hold press conferences. They say as soon as the following day, they're going to hold press conferences, and the press conferences will be on daily basis. What is the need for this press conference? According to them, they are going to stand in front of media and tell the public that all those allegations leveled against them are false. So they are going to deny all these accusations, and try to paint a picture that the municipality is running the right way, that there is nothing wrong with the municipality, and all those allegations and accusations and information on the Samaritan is nothing but lies. So that is one thing they suggest that they are going to do: counter the information that has been posted on the Samaritan concerning them and their way of leadership. So number two, they also say that they're going to look for ways, or rather actually frame, I don't think it's framing, because these people were not actually such good leaders. They had skeletons in the closet. But they're saying they're going to look for reasons to have Honorable Ramdaye, Honorable Ted, as well as Honorable Semo arrested. So they will dig up and expose them, and through use of Justice Jaden, then they are going to take them to court and have them arrested. If they have them arrested, it means then that they have actually stopped the vote of no confidence from happening. That's saving Mayor Mosi and saving his position as the mayor of the Maracas municipality. The third suggestion they come up with is using criminal gangs. Remember that in our act, at the beginning of the act, the Bembe says that he's been accused of being what? A member of the Ghetto Boys criminal gang. And he actually says that he's not. But here, now when they suggest that they're going to use the gangs, criminal gangs, to stop the vote of no confidence from happening, he suggests that he's going to do what? To use his Ghetto Boys. So what is it telling us? He's actually, he's actually confirming that whatever has been posted on the Samaritan, it's not just lies. They're not just allegations. It is actually the truth. So they are trying to fight the truth that has been posted on the Samaritan about them. We also learned that Miyamosi is also connected to some criminal gang. He calls them the Red Eagle Boys. So he says that it is his gang, and he's going to use it to stop the vote of no confidence. So they agree that the Red Eagle, the Ghetto Boys, together with some police officers, are going to team up, and they are going to create chaos in the city or municipality, such that people will not be able, or members of the chamber will not be able to access the municipal headquarters, where they're supposed to hold a meeting and pass a vote of no confidence on mayor. So what do they suggest they're going to do? They are going to buy tires, mattresses, burn them on the roads. The police officers are going to use tear gas to disperse people and ensure that no one gets anywhere near the municipal headquarters, and make sure that no vote of no confidence is passed. Number 4, they also talk about approaching Teacher Nicole. That Mayor Mosi can approach Teacher Nicole in a friendly manner, talk to her and try to convince her to filter the information that gets into the Samaritan. According to them, the person who is working behind the scenes is actually Teacher Nicole. And Teacher Nicole has the ability to filter what is posted by people of the public into the Samaritan. So they want her to check what has been posted by the public, see what if it is for or against these 3 members of this committee or this group, and then filter it and only let what is good appear in the Samaritan. So that is left to Mosi, to Honorable Mosi, to go and talk to Teacher Nicole and try to convince her to filter the information posted on the app. The last thing, they talk about revenge. They are saying that they are going, since Mosi believes that it is Basdeo who posted all this damaging information about them in the Samaritan app, they believe in revenge. So Mosi suggests that they should go dig information, damaging information about Basdeo, as well as damaging information about Justice Jaden, and post it on the Samaritan. It's like a way of revenge. If you did this to us, we can as well do the same thing to you. But why are they looking for information about Justice Jaden? It's because they want to have something that they can use to threaten him. They want him on their side. If they have information to arrest Ramdaya, Seymour, and Ted, then and the case goes to court, then Justice Jaden should rule in their favor, not the favor of Ramdaya, because they will have something that they have against him. So they plan to go dig damaging information about those two in an attempt to save themselves from the problems that are being caused by the Samaritan. So that marks the end of our Act 1. And we're now going to Act 2. Act 2, Scene 1. And at this point, I welcome my colleague, Teacher Risper, to tell us or inform us about what's happening in Act 2, Scene 1, and the events that are taking place there.
Okay. Before I can continue, now we are relating the events in the book. We are looking at, so far, my colleague has dwelt on the fact that there has been a fallout, and now we have two facts. Maybe one of them, we call it the side of Mosi and the other side of Ramdai. The details have already been given. We are now ending Act 1. We are now starting to get into Act 2, and I'll be dealing with Act 2, Scene 1. Act 2, Scene 1 is taking place at Sagrada Secondary School, and we are looking at 3 participants that are engaged in a conversation. The 3 participants you're looking at are Miss Nicole and has 2 students, Montana as well as Alvita, the ones who had invented the Samaritan app with the guidance of their teacher. Majorly, today we are looking at these students are having some kind of apprehension. They are worried about the fate of their teacher. They know that the last time that they were together, their teacher had been given an ultimatum. An ultimatum is whereby you are given a choice. You do this or we do. It's something like you are put in a dilemma situation and you're made to choose. The teacher had been given an ultimatum by the mayor, failure to which, if she does not follow, she will face some dire consequences. Now the 2 students, looking at the way the teacher has always related with them, the teacher is their mentor. Now they're worried about the fate of the mentor. What will happen to our teacher? And that is what they come and they're asking their teacher about. But then the teacher is assuring them that their app is for the greater good. It is for the greater good, therefore, they are not supposed to be cowered into submission, whereby you are threatened in such a way that you even abandon a good cause in order to meet the needs of the mayor. Then she gives them an example, and before I can delve deep into the interpretation of that example, she first of all says that she is very glad that they named their application the Samaritan. The Samaritan application is from a biblical allusion. Maybe first of all you start from the original story that as portrayed by the teacher, a story that is familiar to most of us because it is a story that is found in the Bible. We are told the story about the Good Samaritan. About the Good Samaritan as they are narrating, and then later on we shall compare to the application. How does it come to be named the Samaritan? About the Good Samaritan, some person who was a Jew had been attacked by some robbers and he had been left for dead. Then the first person to come on his way was someone who was a Christian, someone who was a priest. But then the priest did not offer any help to this Jew that had been beaten by robbers. The next person to come was a Levite. A Levite, they are seen as assistants to the priest. But also the Levite, being a Christian, he did not bother to help the Jew that had been injured. Finally, we see that there was the Samaritan. The Samaritan, despite them not seeing eye to eye with the Jews, he decided to be the one to offer the help to this injured man. Now in interpretation, as you're looking at as you're looking at now, what is the relevance of the title? At first we said the Samaritan is biblical allusion. Now we want to understand it in comparison to the story. We are looking at the people who are in Maracas. Let's talk about the people in Maracas. They're the ones who are being considered as the Jew. They have been harassed by the powers that be, the people who are ruling in Maracas country, in Maracas municipality. They've subjected them to a lot of evils. We saw that there was land grabbing, there was drug trafficking. In comparison, these people have been beaten and left for dead. They're looking for a helper. Then they thought their help might be coming from their leaders. Now their leaders are what we shall go ahead and compare them to the priest as well as the Levite. They had that kind of hope that in their leaders they will find a solution to their problems, but it was not to happen like that. And finally, just as I was telling the story about the Good Samaritan, it was finally the Samaritan that came in to save the day. Now, in a similar way, the people have been beaten through very many acts of corruption and oppression. Their leaders, who are now the priest and the Levite, they are not helping. But finally, they will be getting help with the invention of the Samaritan application. If the application, as my colleague had earlier said, is put into good use, it is supposed to bring with it a lot of good. And after that as the scene is ending, we are seeing that Teacher Nicole has to leave because she has been summoned to go, and she has been summoned by the principal, Miss Narine. There's something that Miss Narine needs from her. That brings to our end our Act 2, Scene 1. It was quite a short scene. And that is it that we had for today. Until next time, it is a goodbye from us.
Goodbye. Hello viewers, welcome to Top Notch TV. With you today is teacher Emis Njabani, a teacher of English and Literature, an examiner as well as an author. With me is teacher Risper Okwisa, a teacher of English and Literature as well as an author and an examiner. In our previous sessions concerning this book, we looked at Act 1, the 3 scenes in Act 1 as well as Act 2, Scene 1. So this is a continuation, and during this session we are going to look at plot analysis or the events that are taking place in both Act 2 and in both Scene 2 and Scene 3 of Act 2. So to start us off, I'm going to welcome teacher Risper to take us through Act 2, Scene 2. Welcome.
Thank you for joining us. We are going to tackle Act 2, Scene 2. And as Act 2, Scene 2, I'll connect it to the previous one. The previous one is where Miss Nicole had to leave the 2 students because she had been summoned by the principal. Now we are looking at this scene. It is taking place in the principal's boardroom. She has been summoned by Miss Narine. What are the contents of their conversation? Miss Narine has summoned Miss Nicole for the purpose of preparing her that the mayor was on his way to particularly speak to Madam Nicole. And as being older, we are looking at Miss Narine being older. She is giving pieces of advice to Miss Nicole. Among them, she's telling them that to reconsider her stand. Whenever you're waging war, you need to know which wars are to be left, which wars you can wage, and which ones are to be deferred. And now she's when she's talking to Nicole, she's telling her that the mayor is such a powerful opponent, and it is being compared to competing with an elephant in a wrestling match, which will end up with someone being trampled. At the same time, she is asking Nicole to concentrate on her job as a teacher and avoid being political. In her defense, Miss Nicole says that she is the mentor to these two students, therefore it is just normal for these two people to look up to her. Miss Narine is for the idea that when Mayor Mosi arrives, that she needs to give them their space so that they can talk about whatever his concerns are, because she is avoiding that the school be dragged into this mess. We finally see that the mayor arrives, and when he arrives, after some minutes before Miss Narine can leave, they are talking about, he's asking whether his concerns were considered. You remember that the last time he did not want the launching of the Samaritan app to take place. And in his to his question, Miss Nicole replies that she had taken up his concern to the Ministry of Education, the ministry concerned, but then they had replied through the principal and they had sent a copy to Mayor Mosi, but then Mayor Mosi had not received that copy of the letter because, as he puts it, his tray is full of letters. He is a busy person, therefore it might have escaped his scrutiny. Now, about the letter, the Ministry of Education had indicated that it had taken over the matter of the Samaritan app. It was now beyond the school. Then Mrs. Narine excuses herself and she leaves. When she leaves, now we see there is a conversation that ensues between Mayor Mosi and teacher Nicole. About his concerns, he feels that this can be used as an avenue to tarnish his name. Therefore, he still holds his stand that they need to get rid of this Samaritan application. He feels that it will be an avenue that he'll be defamed, and about that, Miss Nicole is telling him, if at all they defame his name, he has an avenue of taking up the matter with the courts, the court of law. And now the mayor is asking, how will I be taking up the matter yet? People are posting anonymously. Miss Nicole makes him to understand the people are posting anonymously to the public. But then when it comes to the people who are running that application, they can unmask the identity of the posters. And if someone cannot substantiate their concern, they can be taken before a court of law and they can be prosecuted. Upon hearing this, Mayor Mosi is apprehensive of what the application can bring to light. Therefore, he's trying any avenue. The first avenue he was trying is to have a talk with Miss Nicole, because he believes she is wielding the power. She can control this information that comes through the application. Now, the other way he's trying to control the information that comes through the Samaritan, he says, then why don't you portray me in the positive light? In other words, if any information that comes through and the information is damaging, that it should not come to light. But then when it is, the information that portrays him in positive light is the one that he allows, it comes out. After that one also, that attempt also fails, he decides that he will use bribery. He's asking Miss Nicole, could you name your prize? Monetary prize, whatever the amount of money is, I will give you the money. He's attempting at bribery and he is using money. Miss Nicole even threatens him at that point. Do you want me to give this information to the Samaritan app that you've been trying to bribe me? Upon which the mayor is scared and he backs down. But the mayor seems not to be finished. He's still trying other ways. He also goes ahead and says, now that you said you want to commercialize the application, that the people who have come up with the application, there's some money that will come back to them. Why are we looking for these investors far away? Yet I am here. You can just make me the investor. I pump in my money, and all that is in a bid to control the information that comes through the Samaritan app. Once he sees that this one is not working, we are seeing that Mayor Mosi now is resorting to throwing people under the bus. He is resorting to betrayal. He goes ahead betraying his colleagues and portraying them in the negative light. The first one to face his wrath is his assistant mayor by the name of Ramdae. He accuses, now you're trying to portray people in the negative so that you can portray yourself as being the good person. He goes ahead and says, Ramdae, first of all, he is someone who is messing the projects of the municipality. And he gives a case, for instance, the tarmacking of the roads that was done haphazardly. This can be found on page 62. Further than that, to defame Assistant Mayor Ramdae, he goes ahead and talks about the way this person is swindling people off using land. He can sell the same piece of land to about 10 people and he is giving them fake title deeds. Away from Ramdae, now we know they have already picked their positions. Some people are pro-Mosi and other people are against Mosi. Now the people who are against him are the ones who are being portrayed in the negative. He also goes ahead and he's talking about the Secretary to Health. The Secretary of Health by the name of Ted. We are learning that all the information is giving about Ted, among them things such as he ate a whole hospital. That is the use of personification. Now with the use of personification, eating a whole hospital, what was he talking about? He's talking about he gave the tender to relatives and allies and together they squandered the money that had been budgeted for the health centers. Then in place of the health centers, they ended up putting up some sheds, something that looks just bad so that they can justify the usage of that money. We're also learning about Ted, that this man used to be a DJ and he was responsible for a lot of noise pollution. Away from that, now you see every person is being portrayed as someone very negative. This man has eaten a whole hospital. He used to be a DJ who was responsible for noise pollution. And he used to make a living out of pirating other people's music. And then how did such a corrupt person get into office? We are learning that he was voted for unanimously and especially by the youth. He was appealing to the youth. He was appealing to the youth people. They were the ones who voted him in. They were attracted by his style of dressing. For example, he used to wear ripped jeans. But away from that, we are looking at Ted being someone who is not fit to be a role model. He is a drunk and he is usually smelling like a brewery. And apart from that, he is also illiterate. That is just some of the shade that Mosi is throwing to his opponents, the ones who have already skipped camp. They are no longer with him, therefore he's portraying them in the negative light. We still move further to another person who has been portrayed in the negative light. We are looking at Simo. What has been said about Simo? Simo, we are learning that he is someone who has been intimidating people, that he has a law degree, yet he has not stepped a day into a law school. In fact, we are learning that he bought his qualifications from the back street. And about Simo, we are learning that he is associated with outlawed gangs that make people to disappear. And away from that, he has his hand in drug trafficking. And when we are talking about his family has also not been spared. We are learning that his wife is a drunk and the son is constantly in and out of rehab. So even if Simo is into drug dealings, we are seeing that Kama has not spared him because his child is also a drug addict who is in and out of rehab constantly, and the wife is also a drunkard. Then Nicole, upon being given such information, Nicole is insisting, with such evidence, you can bring to account the people in a court of law. These people who are making your municipality's name to be tarnished. Why don't you bring them before a court of law? You have a lot of evidence. But then, Mayor Mosi expresses some kind of lack of confidence in the justice system. He feels that the justice system will not provide the necessary justice that is deserved. And at the same time, now this person is desperate. He is blabbering a lot of information. He goes ahead and says, he's a good person because out of a loaf of bread, he only takes a slice. The other people, the way he portrays them in a comical way, he says, the other people are bad. Him, he only takes a slice of bread. The other people, they are eating a whole loaf, the wrapper, and if possible, they could have eaten the vendor as well.
The bakery.
Yeah, that is the kind of portrayal that he gives of his opponents. About Justice Jaden, the negative is also portrayed. They are saying he hawks justice like cabbages. Apart from that, he is sexually immoral. You learn that the wife had abandoned him. But despite that, he has a lot of mistresses. Then after saying this, Nicole now feels, then you should be supporting me with the application because it can hold to account the corrupt leaders and make them to be prosecuted. When she says that, now we are looking at Mosi loses it. He says he feels that the Samaritan now he is now almost sure that the Samaritan is a political weapon meant to destroy his career. We are moving into the last bit of our scene 2, episode 2, and it is talking about Mosi faulting the application. Now that all his manipulations have not worked, he now starts to fault the application. He says, the teachers are the ones who are solely responsible. They're the ones who are raising, people, they're raising a generation of tomorrow in a negative way. For instance, how can they be saying that the police force can be replaced by some robots? According to him, that will now give people a negative look into the police. They'll be looking at the police and they'll be seeing negativity. And he feels that the app is not out to solve a problem, but it is in fact being used to advance a political agenda. At the end of it, as we are coming to the end of this scene, we are seeing that he orders the deletion of posts in the Samaritan. And what if Miss Nicole does not adhere to this? He says there will be dire consequences. Now we see when he walks out, he is already in a foul mood. That brings an end to that particular scene. My colleague will continue from there.
Thank you, Teacher Risper. So that is the end of scene 2 of Act 2. Now we look at what is happening in the next scene, that is scene 3 of Act 2. Now, our viewers, I want to take you back a few steps into the beginning of this act. That is not actually the scene 3 of Act 1. This is where we mentioned about some of the things that Mosi and his team planned to do in order to fight the Samaritan. We have our whole episode on that scene, and I want to relate what we have now here in this scene with what we discussed in that scene. We said they had 5 things to counter the information that is on the Samaritan app, and one of them was to have Mosi go talk to Teacher Nicole. So this scene that Teacher Risper has talked about, it is now Mosi trying to effect that. Go talk to Teacher Nicole nicely and have her filter the information. But clearly you can see that it did not work as they had expected. Teacher Nicole is not so soft as to be influenced by corrupt leaders because she believes in doing what is right. Now, another thing that they had suggested to do is involve criminal gangs, so that they can go and disrupt any activity near the municipal headquarters to ensure that a vote of no confidence against Mayor Mosi does not happen. Now that takes us to the event in scene 3 of Act 2. So when the scene happens, the setting is still Madingo Golf Club, and it's on a Thursday afternoon, and the characters we have in this scene is remember we said there was a fallout among the leaders. Now we are looking at Lamdaye's team that comprised of Honorable Lamdaye, the Deputy Mayor, then Honorable Seymour, as well as Honorable Ted. And then Honorable Basdale joins them later towards the end of the scene. So when they gather, now they are talking about how they are meeting to pass a vote of no confidence against Mayor was disrupted. So we can see that when they say they are going to involve their criminal gangs as well as the police. That is the Red Eagle, as well as the other one was called
Red Soul. Ghetto Boys.
Yeah, the Ghetto Boys. Thank you for that. The Red Eagle and the Ghetto Boys, as well as the police, actually they followed that to the letter. They were equipped with tires and all that, and tear gas and stones, and they disrupted the meeting. So jokingly, they are talking about how they were able to outrun the gang and how they were able to escape an art. And they're also talking about how they did not actually anticipate that. They had not seen Mayor Mosi from that perspective. They didn't think that he's going to act to stop the vote of no confidence from being passed. So it took them by a surprise. They were surprised. The attack was a surprise, but they were able to outrun that. Now they are convening, having a meeting to see the way forward. Now that they were not able to meet. They were not able to move or to pass a vote of no confidence against the mayor. What is the way forward? So here we learned that Ted had been tasked to go and assess or maybe see the situation on the ground. How many members of the chamber, how many councillors, how many aldermen are ready to support them in passing a vote of no confidence. So when Ted reports after his investigations, he says that the members of the chamber are categorized into 4, and he says the first category is the indecisive category. Those people who can't make a decision. They sit on the fence. They don't know. Actually, there is that one alderman, they say that he does not even know when to eat. He can't even actually make a choice of what to eat, when to eat, and so on. So they just flow with the flow. They say there is another category of the members of the chamber, and that is the headless. The headless are just like the headless chicken. They can't think. They don't have a mind of their own. They blindly follow the leader of their ethnic group. So if their alliance is with Mayor Mosi, they follow everything that Mayor Mosi says. If their alliance is Honorable Basdeo, the opposition leader, they do everything that Basdeo says. You know, in politics, our viewers, people always have allegiance to a certain politician. If it's the current politician, he has his own people. If it's the opposition leader, he has his own people. Now, these headless members of the chamber did not think for themselves. They just did whatever their head said without questioning. Then there is the third category, and that is the entrepreneurial type. Those are the people who want to make money out of every situation. So when they were approached by Honorable Ted and they were requested to support them to pass the vote of no confidence against the mayor, they said that first money has to exchange hands. It means that they are corrupt. For them to side with Honorable Ted, they don't care if Mayor Mosi is fit to run the municipality or not. According to them, how are they going to benefit in terms of money, monetary terms? How are they going to benefit from this whole situation? So they say that they are going to join them the moment money exchanges what? Hands. Meaning they want to be bribed. For them to actually join Ramdaye and Ted and Seymour's team. Then we have the fourth category of the members of the chamber. That is the independent-minded category. These are the people who do what they think is right. They are not influenced by anyone. They are not influenced by any situation. And they don't actually listen to anyone, and they are known to serve no one. So they also give an example of one. There is a Mr. Torch that is not influenced by, and then there is this other Arab guy who actually was very popular, and people thought that he would take the mayor's position. But now, unfortunately, he's so sick, and they actually point out that they suspect the mayor had something to do with his illness because he was gaining popularity. So mayor was afraid that he might take his position. So they assume that he has actually poisoned this person. We don't know how true that is. Maybe it's just them splendid rumors. So with that, they couldn't actually tell where they stand, the position of the councillors and aldermen. They have no idea who is supporting them, and they have no idea what percentage is against them. So at that particular moment, they decide that, or someone suggests that they should team with Basdeo, because if they team with Basdeo, then they are going to win the headless category to their side. Those people who follow Basdeo automatically will fall Basdeo into what? Passing the vote of no confidence. So that's when Namdaya says that actually Basdeo had approached him concerning the issue without him knowing that they had the same thought, and he had invited him to this meeting. So at that particular moment, that's when Honorable Basdeo joins them, and he comes with his own conditions, and the condition is that if they team up or they join hands and they're able to get or throw Mayor Mosi out of office, then they are going to support Honorable Seimo to take up the position of the mayor, and then he, Basdeo, would be appointed, or Seimo would appoint Basdeo as his deputy mayor. So it's like what we call here in our country nusumkate, that it's a win-win situation. We team up, we fight together as a team, and once we win, we divide what? This mkate. Everyone gets half, and the other person gets half. So it's a win-win situation, although it belonged to the opposition team. So he comes up with his own ways that they should actually employ to defeat the Mosi, and he is the leader of the opposition, so he is deep into politics, and some of the suggestions that he voices out actually scares other members, someone like Ted, and they keep on saying that this is what? Bad politics, and he keeps on assuring them that that is how politics is done. So what does he say? He says that they can alienate Mosi from the people. Even those who used to love Mosi to hate him. If that happens, it means most of people will be against Mosi, so it becomes very easy to push him out of office. And he says the best way to do so is by splendid lies that Mosi has been channeling all the municipality resources to the wards occupied by people from his tribe. Yeah, so they want to show that Mosi is tribal and is corrupt. That way, people who don't belong to Mosi's tribe automatically will end up what? Hating him and going against him. He says that they can also further subdivide that by spending more and more rumors, like that rumor about one tribe smelling so badly, about the tribes to keep on subdividing, so that at the end of it all, Mosi is left with no one behind him. And at that particular time, they can strike and easily get him out of office. So they also say they're going to have a rally. I think it's a rally. They're going to have a rally where they're going to publicly address the public and inform them about what Mosi has been doing according to Basdeo. That is being tribal, favoring people from his ward, and channeling all the public resources to people who belong to his ethnicity. So they suggest that they should have a day for this public rally. But Ramdaya says that they can't push it further or far away, because rumor has it that Mayor Mosi is looking for ways to have them arrested. So they need to beat him at his own game. Hold the rally first and portray him as a bad person before he gets them arrested. So they suggest that they would hold the rally the following Wednesday and air all the lies that they have against Mosi. And that marks the end of our Act 2, Scene 3. generally it just marks the end of our second act. Our viewers, we are still not done with the plot. Remember that our play here has 4 acts. We are only halfway. This is the second act that you're done with. So stay tuned in, and you're going to learn more from the Top Notch team. Thank you for watching, and be blessed.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hello viewers, welcome to Top Notch TV. With you today is teacher Emis Njabani, a teacher of English and Literature, an examiner as well as an author. With me is our lovely teacher Risper Okwisa, a teacher of English and Literature, an examiner, and as well as an author. So during this session, our learners, we are going to continue with plot analysis of the play The Samaritan. In our previous sessions, we did plot analysis of the first 2 acts, Act 1 and Act 2. So today we are going to continue, and we are going to look at Act 3, Scene 1 and Scene 2. Welcome, and I hope you learn from this session. So we are going to start with Act 3, Scene 1, and teacher Risper is going to take us through the scene.
Thank you for joining us, viewers. As you continue with the plot analysis, I'll be tackling Act 3, Scene 1. And about Act 3, Scene 1, we are going to talk about the setting of the story. The story is happening at Sagrada Secondary School, and we look at their students in a class that are awaiting their teacher. Their teacher, Miss Nicole, is on her way, and as she comes into the classroom, we see a typical replica of a normal classroom. The teacher comes in and she finds that the class is disorderly. The teacher goes ahead asking the students to arrange their desks better, and as well as appointing one of the students to go ahead and pick the paper. She goes ahead and says that a disorderly place cannot allow for learning. And what is going on over here is a lesson on ethics. As we have been reminded, Teacher Nicole is their teacher who teaches them ethics. The topic that they are dwelling on in that particular lesson, they are looking at the heart, the human heart. And we are learning that according to Miss Nicole, the human heart has 2 parts. One of the parts is the mind, and the other one is described as the spirit. She goes ahead and says that the mind is responsible for things such as making medicine and also cars. Now, as she is coming to this particular lesson, you're learning that previously they had learned about the mind part of the heart. For this particular lesson that captures our scene, they're talking about the spiritual part of the heart. And when they're talking about the spiritual part of the heart, they're also dividing it into 2 categories. They're talking about there is the good and the evil heart. The lesson goes further, and Nicole explains the importance of obeying the rules as spelled out by the maker. When she's talking about the maker, we are able to attribute a character trait to Nicole, that she is someone who is religious. She is encouraging her students that they should obey the rules as stipulated by the maker, and that makes up for the good spirit. What about the evil spirit? When she's talking about the evil spirit, she says it is responsible for destroying, and it can be attributed to the beast that she's also calling Satan. And when you're talking about the evil spirit, the spirit of the beast, and the failure to obey, she compares this one to the traffic lights. That when people do not obey the traffic lights, what happens? There tends to be havoc and causing accidents that in turn cause people to get hurt and suffer sorrow as well as pain. She furthers her explanation citing the biblical story of the fall of Jerusalem. What happened to Jerusalem? Jerusalem, because of the failure to obey the good voice of the Lord, Jerusalem ended up falling after the attack by the Babylonians. This can be, when you talk about style, this you can call biblical allusion. And as you're still talking about the fall of Jerusalem after the attack of the Babylonians, we are learning that Jerusalem fell because of the following. People are engaging in acts such as sexual perversion. We are looking at killing one another, and also we are looking at others such as idolatry. Idolatry can simply be explained as the worship of idols. She then goes ahead and narrows down to the present day society with people engaging in corruption and even others wearing talisman. A talisman is something like a charm that someone wears within them or even carries in their pockets so that they ensure something bad does not happen to them. She gives this one as an example of idolatry. You're no longer being protected by God, but you're being protected by something you believe in, something that you can even be holding in your pocket. She started from the general and then she went down to the society, and now she narrows it down further and she's talking about their society, the Maracas municipality. Within the Maracas municipality, she's attacking the municipality, saying that it is being swayed by the spirit of the devil. That is why people are engaging in corruption. That is why people are engaging in injustice. In other words, you're learning that within that society, there is injustice. And then she calls upon her student not to ignore the justice of God. According to Teacher Nicole, she says that God might take his time, but in the end, God usually makes someone to pay. That is the kind of advice she is advising the students. She's giving the students that they need to heed to the good voice, of the Creator. Then you see that Nicole has to end her class at that juncture. And as they are walking with Madame Narine, the principal warns her that there is impending bad news, but she still requests Nicole that you keep me in the loop. Tell me about what happens. And this brings to a close the end of Act 3, Scene 1. And I'll give the cue back to my co-presenter, Teacher Emis.
Thank you, Teacher Risper, for that explanation of Act 3, Scene 1. And I'll continue the same act, Scene 2. That is Act 3, Scene 2. And this scene, the setting is Nicole's office, and it is on a Friday morning. So it is the setting it is actually the events immediately after the lesson. Mm-hmm. So during the lesson, Inspector Bembe arrives. Mm-hmm. But I'll take you back to our previous lesson when Nicole had a visit from Mayor Mosi. Mm-hmm. And before Mayor Mosi visited her, they had a meeting, Mayor Mosi and Inspector Bembe, where they decided to go and talk to Nicole and try to persuade her to filter whatever that is posted in the Samaritan app. Mm-hmm. So when Mosi went to talk to Nicole, he was not able to convince her. He was not able to change her mind. Now, Inspector Bembe takes it upon himself to go to the school and convince Nicole with whichever means possible. He's a general inspector of the police, and mostly it seems that he believes in taking the tough measures. Instead of talking to Nicole in a nice way like Mosi decided to do, he decides to take the tough measures. So he shows up at Sagrada Secondary School. Mm-hmm. And he wants to see Nicole. So Nicole is informed by Principal Narine that Inspector Bembe wants to see her, and they're led to Nicole's office. Obviously, Principal Narine excuses herself. Remember, earlier on we said that she had said that the school is going to actually not get involved into matters to do with politics. And so Teacher Nicole is on her own if she insists on pursuing this Samaritan issue. So she's left with Inspector Bembe, who had come with 2 of his police officers, and he says that he has come to arrest her and arraign her in court on Monday. Remember, it's Friday. Courts don't hold sessions over the weekend. So his plan was to arrest her on Friday, keep her locked up until Monday, where she would be arraigned in court. So Nicole is wondering, what have I done? Why are you arresting me? What crime have I committed? At the beginning, we see Bembe leveling some accusations against Nicole. And the first thing he says that he that she is actually guilty of disobeying the leaders. He asked her, was Miyamosi here the other day? Yes. Did he try to talk to you about pulling down the Samaritan hub? Nicole says yes. Did you do exactly what Mr. Miyamosi told you to do? Nicole says that she only believes in doing what is right. And she, as much as she follows the leaders, she cannot blindly do what the leaders tell her to do if she doesn't believe it's the right thing to do. So according to her, she does not do what Miyamosi had ordered her to do because she does not believe it's the right thing to do. And that does not sit well with Bembe. It tells her that that's a criminal offense, not obeying your leaders. So that is one accusation. The second one, it tells her that the signal of her phone was picked in a murder scene. So he's trying to tell Nicole that she was involved in murder, a crime. And now Nicole is like, no, stop laying accusations, false accusations against me. I did not do such kind of things. And then the third thing, he says that the school generator was stolen, and he and Nicole know who stole the generator. So he's trying to say that Nicole stole the school generator. So that's the third accusation. He also says that Nicole is so strong-willed and very stubborn to be a teacher. So he's trying to imply that she is also, if she doesn't actually do what they want her to do, they are going to make her lose her job as a school teacher. So Nicole does not actually give in to intimidation. So Bebe goes ahead and asks her where she has kept the Samaritan. That brings about ignorance and from the Inspector Bembe's side. So he thinks the Samaritan is something that is tangible, that can be kept in an office, something that he can just go pick from Nicole's office and maybe destroy it. So he's rummaging through the drawers, the desks to try to see if he can find the Samaritan. So he keeps on asking Nicole, where have you kept it? Where is the Samaritan? And Nicole is puzzled. She's shocked that someone, our Inspector General, does not understand what an application is. So Nicole says, I don't have it. If you want the Samaritan application, go to the internet and upload it. Go to the internet and download it. You need to go to the internet and download the application if you need it. It's not something that I have in my office. So Inspector Bembe tells her, he keeps on threatening her that if you see me personally being involved in an arrest, then you need to know that it is what? A very serious crime or a very serious offense. So if I am arresting you personally, it means that it's a very serious offense that you are going to charge you with. So you would rather cooperate, tell me where the Samaritan is so that we destroy it. But Nicole says that she is only going to do what is right. She actually has Inspector Bembe that the Samaritan is a good thing because it's going to be like a whistleblower to all the ills that are happening in the society. It's even going to help you and your department to actually arrest the wrongdoers in the society. But what does he say? Inspector Bembe says that he is well trained to do his job and he does not need an application to assist him to run his department. He also says that it is not the responsibility of the school to assist in fighting crimes in the municipality. He also continues to say that actually he thinks that Nicole is the one behind the Samaritan, is the mastermind of the Samaritan, but she is hiding behind the students. So claiming that this application is the students' project, but in real sense, it is our own personal project to try and fight the leaders in the municipality. But Nicole argues, no, this is a good thing. It's supposed to be embraced by mostly the leaders because it is assisting them to fight the ills. But of course, we know why the leaders were fighting the Samaritan. It's because they were corrupt and they felt that the Samaritan, just like we said the other time, is stripping them naked. It's exposing them, exposing what they have been doing in their offices. And so they want the Samaritan destroyed so that they can avoid or actually stay away from prison. So when Nicole does not give them the Samaritan, of course, there was nothing to give, and does not agree to all the conditions they were giving her, then Inspector Bembe orders is two police officers to arrest Nicole. So Nicole tries to protest against the arrest, but of course she is overpowered by the two police officers. They handcuff up and they lead her away, and that marks the end of another short scene of Act 3. And we were only doing 2 scenes for this session, our learners. So that marks the end of our session. But stay tuned. We are coming back with another session where we are going to discuss Act 3, Scene 3, and our last act, Act 4, Scene 1. Stay tuned and press that subscribe button. Until next time, bye-bye.
Welcome to Top Notch TV, a paragon of excellence. Today with you is teacher Risper, a teacher from PCA Kikuyu High School teaching English and Literature. And today I also have a guest with me. She's teacher Emis Njabani, a teacher from Alliance High School, an examiner as well as an author, and she also teaches English and Literature. We are further continuing with the discussion on the plot analysis, and we are going into the winding up of Act 3. Therefore, Teacher Emis will be taking us through Act 3, Scene 3. Welcome, Teacher Emis.
Thank you, Teacher Risper. Welcome, our learners. We are going to do Act 3, Scene 3. And the setting for this scene is Madigo Golf Club and Jungle Room, and it's on a Monday afternoon. So at the beginning of this scene, we get to see a meeting between Mosi and Inspector Bembe. So Bembe is brought out as being apprehensive because of the things that have been happening and things to do with the Samaritan app. So he's afraid and he's talking about how his health is going down. He has health issues because of the stress that he's under, because of the things that are being posted in the Samaritan. He also informs the mayor about the arrest that he made for Nicole. That was actually at the end of our last scene, in our last episode, Scene 2, where together with his two police officers, he arrested Nicole. So we learned from Bembe that before Monday, before she was arraigned in court, there were so many protesters. Actually, it's thousands of protesters outside the court protesting against the arrest of teacher Nicole. So he says that the judge dismissed the case and released Nicole because of lack of evidence. So according to Bembe, he had arrested Nicole, and he had also planned. He had planned that he would have some people or logs to go and steal the school generator and pin it on teacher Nicole. But the people that he had entrusted with the task to go and steal the generator were not able to do so. So when Nicole was charged with the stealing of the school generator, it lacked evidence because the generator was not stolen. So the judge had no option but to dismiss the case. And so teacher Nicole was released. So now Bembe is afraid because his bosses are now curious. They want to know what is happening in Maracas municipality. There is these issues or these ills that are coming up in the application. And now on this other side, their police force or the inspector general is arresting the teacher concerning the application. And when the case is tabled in court, there is no evidence because actually it was just a lie. Can you imagine someone being prosecuted or being arraigned in court for stealing something that was not stolen? So it portrays a very bad picture on the General Inspector of Police, Bembe, and that is now why Bembe is afraid. So Mosi also compliments Bembe because earlier on in our earlier episodes, we had seen them organizing how they are going to have criminal gangs to go and stop the vote of no confidence on Mosi. So they had organized Red Eagle. The other one was the Ghetto Boys together with some police officers to go and cause chaos and stop Ramdaye and his team from accessing the municipal headquarters where they had planned to meet and pass a vote of no confidence on Mosi. So Mosi is happy and he compliments Bembe for making it impossible for Ramjaye and his team to actually access the headquarters. So Bembe says that they were able to stop the vote of no confidence, but he has heard that Ramjaye and his team are regrouping. That did not completely deter them from meeting and coming up with other ways to defeat Mosi and his team. So he says that rumor has it that they are regrouping and they have a rally that is scheduled to take place on Wednesday. So you remember there was a meeting with Ramjaye and Basdeo and Honorable Ted and Seymour, where they agree that they are going to hold a rally so that they can expose the ills that Mayor Mosi and his team have been involved in before Mosi gets them arrested. So there is some sort of competition to try and outdo the other team before they bring their downfall. So Mosi says that they should also prevent that from happening. Since they use the criminal gangs to prevent the vote of no confidence from happening, they can still use the same gangs to prevent the rally from happening. He also says that they can use Justice Jaden to prosecute and imprison Ramjaye and his team to have a permanent solution to their meeting to pass a vote of no confidence on Mosi. So they agree that they are going to do that, but Mosi says that he had actually invited Justice Jaden to this meeting. So at this juncture, that's when now Justice Jaden comes in. He comes in and is shocked to see Inspector Bembe because Mosi had actually not mentioned that it's going to be a meeting involving 3 people. He had stated it that it's going to be a meeting between just the 2 of them. So Mosi tells him it's good that Bembe is there because the matter he wants them to discuss involves all the 3 of them. So they start by telling him that they would want him to actually prosecute Ramjaye and his team or company. But Jaden says that he's not going to do that. He's not going to get his name dirty because as far as he knows, he has not been mentioned in the Samaritan. So there is no way he's going to help them cover their skeletons and then in the process expose himself or actually his reputation. But of course, they had a plan up their sleeve. So when he says that he's not going to engage in their plans, he is not going to be part of their plans, now Mosi resorts to blackmail and threats. So when Jaden tries to leave, Mosi tells him there is actually a story that has come up in the Samaritan that mentions you. And now that gets Jaden's attention. So Mosi talks about the grains and rodents scandal. So he says, he tells Inspector Bembe to take a statement so that the police can act on that statement and arrest Jaden. So he talks about last year. Last year, one of the Justice Jaden's mistresses called Ivy goes and approaches the mayor and she wants to be given a contract to eliminate the rodents from the municipality. So mayor tells her there is now such a case. We don't have a situation where the rodents are actually eating the grains in the municipality. We don't have such a problem. And then a few months later, now the rodents are in the municipality. They're eating the rice grains, they're eating all the grains in the stores, in the farms, and so on. So it now becomes a real problem. And Ivy goes back. She goes back now to the mayor to actually ask for the contract again. So, and now she has a company that is called Vertebrator Pest Control Company that is said to be a subsidiary of the Prime Orchard Limited. So she goes back and she wants to be given the contract. When the mayor refuses now, she takes Jaden actually advises her to take the case to court. She says that she had already made plans, acquired some supplies, and so the company cannot wait. And again, it was an emergency. They can't go through the process of bidding because by the time they do through the process of bidding, the rodents will have consumed all the grains in the municipality. Again, she had incurred some expenses in getting some supplies. So Judge Jaden lose in favor of Ivy. So they don't follow the protocol. They don't get the to the bidding process where they choose the best company to be given the tender. So the contract is given directly to the vertebrate pest control company under Ivy. So she goes and now starts to eliminate the pest. So what do? They to show them their rodents, and then they bury them. But now the truth is, according to Mosi, this vertebrate pest control company was rearing rodents. So they were rearing rodents and then releasing them into the farms. To show the public that indeed there was a problem with the rodents, with the municipality that needed to be eliminated. So they would rear the rodents, release them into the farm, go kill a few, parade them for the public to see, and then bury them. So when Ruma heard it, that actually that is what they were doing, and the case was taken to court, still the case fell under Judge Jaden. So what does he say? He says that actually he compares it to the biblical story about the locusts. It is a natural phenomenon. So there is no way Ivy and the team can control this. It is something that is natural. Is now when Basdeo and Ramdaya also came to hear about it. But what does Ivy do? Ivy bribes them and also gives them shares in the company to keep their mouths shut. So Justice Jaden does nothing about it. They are even also talking about the rodents, saying that they have an attitude. And how do they have an attitude? According to Mosi, they are domesticated rodents. So they are used to human beings. That even if you come across them in the stores, they don't even pave way for you, because according to them, human beings are their friends. They are so big, they are so domesticated. That's why he says that Jan Jaden referred to them as having an attitude, because they are not afraid of human beings. So they also came up with cats. They're referring to them as some fluffy something. They are so airy creatures that actually also have an attitude. And according to them, the cats prefer to eat chicken rather than they eat what? The rodents. So they are not actually helpful to the situation. So he also says that as we speak right now, or as they were speaking, the rodents are more than the grains that they have in the municipality. Now, you might be wondering, what was Ivy and his company up to? So we have been told that Vertebrate Pest Control Company that was given the contract or awarded the contract to eliminate the rodents was a subsidiary of Prime Orchard Limited. Now, Prime Orchard Limited was one of the biggest companies, import companies in the municipality, or grain import companies in the municipalities. So they used to import grains from other countries. So they wanted now to kill the domestic production. They wanted to undermine domestic production in the municipality so that they grains into the municipality. So they introduced rodents into the municipality. The rodents, they actually did not intend to do so, because they wanted the rodents to eat the grains that were produced domestically, so that Prime Orchard Limited can get now the job to supply grains in the municipality, which they have imported. So it was like a whole cartel of making money all the way coming from Prime Orchard Limited, and Justice Jaden had shares in the same company. So Mosi knew all this, and so he used that situation to blackmail Justice Jaden. So when it got there, now of course he tries to deny it, but he realizes that Mosi and Bembe have all the details, and there is no way he can run out of the situation. So they he decides to join their team. He has no option anyway. It's either he joins their team and try to save himself, all he digs his own grave by walking out on them. So it says to join them. And now the condition that Mosi gives him is, if you want us to help you, if you want us to keep this from being exposed, all these details from being exposed, if you don't want to be arrested by the inspector here, then it means that you have to do what we want you to do. So prosecute Ramdaye and his team. So Mosi tells him, we want you to prosecute Ramdaye and Basdeo for the grain scandal. So imagine the situation, Ramdaye and Basdeo company, Justice Jaden has shares in, and he was also involved in corruption because he would rule cases in favor of his mistress, Ivy. The same grain scandal. So how exactly was he going to prosecute Ramdaye and Basdeo and keep himself out of jail?
Dilemma.
It was a dilemma. So he was told that's what they want him to do. And then he was also supposed to go prosecute Seymour and Ted for supplying air to the Maracas municipality. And that's when now Mosi and Inspector Bembe leave. So when Jiden is left alone, he's crying. He's talking about asas and all that. So he had actually told himself that he would take part in this grain scandal and then he would enrich himself, make money, and then he's going to retire and live a happily ever after life. But that does not happen. So he starts now even, it's all in his mind. The fear is so much that it's like he's getting depressed. So at the end of the scene, we see him talking about how he can see rodents. He can smell rodents. He can see rodents that are running after him, and he starts running about on the stage and before he runs out of stage. So we can see that this whole thing affects him mentally and it's like depressing to him, but he's left with no choice but to join forces with Mosi and his team because they have something against him that they're using to blackmail him. So that marks the end of Act 3, actually Scene 3. And so I give you the baton back to take us through the next scene.
Thank you, my colleague. My colleague has actually presented the situation of the corruption very well, naming the companies, and now we know what is ailing Justice Jaden. As I take over the cue, I'll be talking about my colleague has finished Act 3, Scene 3, taking us into Act 4, Scene 1. Act 4, Scene 1 is taking place in one of the rooms in the Mandigo Golf Club. Mandigo Golf Club that is being owned by Inspector Bembe. As we are coming into that scene, we are seeing that Justice Jaden has already arrived and he is pacing up and down. He is looking like he is apprehensive about something. Something seems to worry this guy. And by the time we were ending Act 3, we saw that he had been pushed against the wall. He has been presented with a dilemma that he needs to prosecute his own allies that he was involved in corruption with. And we are now later learning that he is waiting for Mr. Harvester. For the ones who have forgotten Mr. Harvester is the CEO to the municipality. And when Mr. Harvester arrives, he goes ahead and welcomes him. After welcoming him, he goes straight to the point. And the point is that he is soliciting the help of Mr. Harvester to prevent an eventuality, an undesirable situation. And he goes ahead and says, I've called you Mr. Harvester because I know that you are a man of God. And now this man of God, let's also try and understand Mr. Harvester, this man of God. And Mr. Harvester goes ahead and says he is in no better position because he also is being accused of a number of discrepancies that are leveled against him. He's also been involved in a number of things that he wouldn't want to come to light. But then he continues, and in his defense, what does he say? He says, I am a Christian, and as a good Christian, I'm always supposed to obey commands from my seniors. In his defense, he is saying, I'm simply carrying out instructions as given by my masters. And he further says that because he's a Christian, the family, even his family, his children and the wife, they are all involved in fasting and prayer to see that the situation gets better. He goes further ahead, and on page 115, he says that, my wife, children, and I is fasting and praying. We trust God to get us out of this mess. I haven't known my God to fail the innocent. That is one example of religious hypocrisy. How is he innocent, yet he has been propagating evils? He has always been used to propagate the corruption that the municipality is being charged with. Justice Jaden continues, and he makes us understand his side of the story. You remember that they are fighting. Now there are two sides that are waging war against each other. There are those that are against Morsi and others are pro-Morsi. Now this guy, he has been compromised in both of the groups. Over here he has been given instructions, as my colleague had earlier said. The instructions are that they want to prosecute the quartet. The quartet, the four people. The four people, including Ramdae being one of them, Basdeo, the opposition leader, being another one, and then the secretaries, Ted, as well as Simo. Those ones have gone and formed an alliance against Morsi. And why is Morsi pushing so hard? Morsi is pushing so hard so that they won't get to pass the vote of no confidence against him. He doesn't want to vacate that office. Therefore, when they bring the war to him, he will also push it back to them. And they're looking forward, Morsi is looking forward to the support of the law. He wants the law to be on his side. Therefore, what threat does he put in place? He says that his lawyers, or let's rather say, the lawyers of the municipality, they intend to bring a case to court, a case against a company, and the company is being sued. And which company are we talking about? You're talking about the same company that had been instrumental in what we are calling the rodent scandal. They wanted to make sure that the maize that is locally grown to look like it is not of the best quality, so that they get their own grains and make money out of the municipality. And then Justice Jaden is in a dilemma. The dilemma is as follows. He's between a rock and a hard place. That how can I be in the long run, we're realizing he is in too deep. He is in bed with the quartet, the same one that wants to be prosecuted. At the same time, we're learning that there's another thing that is bothering Justice Jaden. This guy, his conscience is not clear. Yeah. He is fighting against his conscience. When he's talking about, he's seeing rodents everywhere. Mm-hmm. You know, he had been involved in some wrong. He's seeing the rodents everywhere, even some big ones that are sewer rats. He is seeing them everywhere. It is an indication that his conscience is not clean. And he says that also because of this issue, it is causing him ulcers. And in his admission, he says he has always had the ulcers, but then there's a time he has eaten at that establishment, the same Madingo establishment owned by Inspector Bembe. And you know that already they are not on the same side. And he feels that Inspector Bembe must have had something to do with his increased ulcers. He must have spat in my food. Mm. That is what he concludes. And then after he has narrated his side of the story, we see that Harvester gives him a piece of advice. He says, because you are somehow involved in this case, you won't be able to provide the necessary justice. What do you do then? You just disqualify yourself. Yeah. You give the reasons as to why I have vested interest, therefore I cannot preside over this case. That is the avenue that Mr. Harvester is giving him to get out of this situation. And then we see that at the end of it, Justice Jaden seems to have found a way out. What does he say? He says, he as the person who has been given that mandate to come up with the decision between the two warring facts, he will pick a decision that favors the majority. Mm. And the decision that favors the majority, according to him, is these two facts, these two sides should be brought on the table, and he calls for a ceasefire. When you see that, you're fighting someone, and when you're fighting that person, you're losing. At the same time, the other side is losing. Now that we are both losing, why don't you do this? Why don't you come to the table, both of us, and reach a consensus? Let's stop fighting. We are fighting again. We are fighting amongst ourselves, yet our enemy is the Samaritan. Harvester now is tasked with bringing on the table the warring facts for the purpose of dialogue, and he promises to do exactly that. He's now the person. They'll trust you because you're a man of God. Go ahead, schedule a meeting between Moses' side as well as this other side that you can call the Ramdaya's side. And they already even schedule a time for the meeting, and it is put at the following day at Justice Jaden's chambers. And that brings to a close the end of Act 4, Scene 1. And also, it brings to an end our today's episode. And we hope that the more we are discussing the plot analysis, that you get to further understand the play. That is it for today, but join us in a later episode as we continue. From us now, it is a goodbye.
Right.
Welcome to Top Notch TV, a paragon of excellence. Today with you is Teacher Risper from PCA Kikuyu High School, a teacher of English and Literature, an examiner as well as an author. And I also have the pleasure of having a colleague with me, Teacher Emis Njabani from Alliance Girls High School, a teacher of English and Literature, an examiner as well as an author. We have been having different episodes on the plot analysis. We have covered as far as the first scene of Act 4. As you're getting into today's episode, we shall be going into Scene 2 and Scene 3 as well, bringing to a close our plot analysis. Welcome, Teacher Emis, as she takes us through our plot analysis. Welcome.
Thank you, Teacher Risper. Welcome, our learners. So we are looking at Act 4, Scene 2. And it's a continuation from the previous episode where we looked at a meeting between Jaden as well as Mayor Mosi and Bembe, where they actually gave him it was more like intimidation and a threat on the things that they expect him to do, or else they're going to expose him in the Samaritan. So our previous section, we also learned from Teacher Risper that Jaden actually invited Mr. Harvester so that he can actually assist him in getting a way forward and how to get him out of the dilemma that he was in, because he realized that if we prosecute the Ramdaya's team, then in simple, he's also prosecuting himself. So they agree. In the previous scene, Teacher Risper told us that they agree that they are going to have a meeting with both parties present, the conflicting teams, that is Mayor Mosi's team and Honorable Amdaya's team, to come up with a solution. So this scene is set on the same chambers of Principal Judge Jan Jaden, as well as it's on a morning, on a Wednesday morning, and the meeting is now chaired by Judge Jaden, and the members of the two rival teams are present. We have Mosi and his team, as well as Basdeo and his company. They are all present, and the meeting is being chaired by Jaden. So Jaden calls the meeting to order, and he says that he had actually invited both parties so that they can have a talk and agree on the way forward on how to solve the issues that have been brought about by the Samaritan app. So Moses says that actually everyone has a different view on what the problem is or what the issue is about. So Moses says that the main problem that they are facing is that Ramdaya and his team are trying to pass a vote of no confidence on him, and that is the major team. Semo says that the problem is not the vote of no confidence, but the problem is Moses' refusal to allow the allocation of the budget. Yeah, remember Semo had suggested that they can actually allocate the budget where they can say they need money to clean the municipality because there was a lot of garbage lying in the municipality, but Moses says that he cannot do that. And that is what led to the split between the two now parties. So Semo says that is actually what the problem is. Avesta says that the problem is the Samaritan. So Avesta agrees with Judge Jaden. Remember they had a meeting earlier on and they both agree that the problem is team, not fight each other. Bembe says that the problem is not the Samaritan, but the kids or the students who came up with the Samaritan. So if they want to do the Samaritan, then they should handle the kids and not the application itself. Basdeo says that the problem is that some of the members present there had skeletons hidden in the closet. So he thinks because he has not mentioned anywhere in the Samaritan that he is safe. So he's talking about you people have skeletons in the closet. And that is the way you're talking. That is why you're talking the way you are talking. Until now, he is also reminded that he also has what? A skeleton in the name of the grain scandal. So Semo and Ted are speaking the same language. They say that they need to have a reallocation of the budget so that they can get money to fight corruption, to fight Samaritan. It's actually a corrupt way of fighting the Samaritan because they want to pay off all the people that are involved in the Samaritan, but they want to use public funds. So Mosi refuses to go with the idea. So he had initially refused, but he still refuses, saying that he cannot go with that idea because it's like, as much as he's trying to fight a problem, if he agrees to Semo's idea, he's going to create more problems for himself by misappropriating what? Public funds. So he refuses to do that. So now actually someone points out that the municipality is on the spotlight. From the judiciary itself, as well as the Minister for Local Government, who had suggested that he wants to visit the municipality on matters to do with the Samaritan and find out what is going on in the municipality. So they come up with solutions, and most of these come from Judge Jaden, the solutions to fight now the problem. He says that he has thought of a solution to the problem. So everyone listens to him. He says that they can pretend to prosecute Semo and his team. That is Semo, Ted, Bastel, and Ramdaye. So because he's sitting on the chair of justice, he can pretend. To the public, it will look like a real prosecution, but amongst themselves, it is what? A pretense. So they are going to pretend that they are going to prosecute them, and then they are going to look for crimes to accuse them of, and then also going to look for friendly people whom they are going to pay off so that they can go as witnesses and say whatever they instruct them to say. But it will look on the, according to the public eye, it will look like they are being prosecuted for the accusations that have been leveled against them in the Samaritan. So he says that they're just going to play, it's like a game. So that it can look like they're doing something about the accusations. He also says that he'll be the one to determine the case. He is going to either determine in their favor or keep on postponing or adjourning the case until further notice. So he will keep on saying that, no, we are going to postpone the case until to next year. So it will be in court, but with nothing being done about it. So people are not trusting in this meeting. No one wants to trust the other. So Bebe says that actually he is apprehensive. It doesn't sit so well with him about being taken to court. Ted says that he cannot trust Jaden. What if he dies? What will become of their case? So they don't trust him, and so they all do not agree to the idea. So Jaden says that he has a second idea. He says that he can have someone launch a case and argue that the app is infringing on the right of privacy for other people. And then he says that they can keep on appealing. So someone will say the app is infringing on the rights of these leaders by exposing their personal affairs. And then people can keep on appealing. And so the case will be in court, but nothing is happening or nothing is being done, and they still have their freedom. So they also don't buy that idea. Doesn't look like something that is doable or that can work in one way or the other. No one wants to have their names dragged to court. So they look for an alternative idea. So that's when now Basdeo comes up with an idea. He says, instead of taking all this to court, we can solve it down here amongst ourselves and involve the teacher. He says that he has an idea of going to talk to Nicole. Moses says that we have tried all that. We have tried being nice to her. We have tried talking to her. We have even tried intimidation, but none of that has worked. So Basdeo says, no, we are not just going to talk. We are actually going to get into politics of power. So he says that we can offer Nicole a position in the municipality, a position of a choice in the municipality. That way, she's going to be one of us. So there is no way she can be fighting us if she's one of us. So they plan to go to school, offer Nicole a position in the municipality, a leadership position in the municipality. And then now it's like they're going to pretend or try to lie to her that she's going to have that position to help them man the Samaritan. But the truth is they want to
get rid of it.
Get rid of it by winning her to their side in such a way that she'll be in a dilemma. You can't fight people who are on your side. So they agree that that is actually a good plan, and they should all of them go to school instead of calling Nicole to the headquarters. They should all of them go to school, talk to Nicole, and persuade her to take a position of a choice. So Judge then suggests that they should carry a box of chocolate for Nicole. You see, she's a young girl and girls love chocolate. So a box of chocolate for Nicole. But Moses says that it will actually make the situation worse. I think Moses is talking in reference to the time that he went to see Nicole and he offered her money. And Nicole actually threatened to post it in the Samaritan that Moses was trying to bribe her. So Moses says that it's not a good idea. It's going to make things worse, and Nicole will never accept the box of chocolate coming from them. So Mr. Avesta is also told to call the principal, the school principal, and inform her that they were on their way to go talk to Nicole. So all of them decide to go to school, and Judge Jaden is appointed as the spokesperson once they get to school. So that's the end of the second scene of Act 4. So thank you, back to you so that you can proceed with the last scene.
Yes, thank you. We are coming to a close of the play, and we're now getting into Act 4, Scene 3. That is the last scene we are dealing with. And the last scene, which is Scene 3 of Act 4, it is taking place at the principal's boardroom in Sagrada Secondary School. And as you're meeting the principal, as the scene opens up, we see that the principal is pacing up and down, and she is breathing heavily. It is like something is on her mind. And then as the principal continues with this act of being apprehensive, we hear that, we read that there are some footsteps that can be heard in the corridor. And then who is coming over? We see that it is Nicole who has come to the principal's office. As my colleague was ending, she said that they had called the school and informed the principal that they were coming in to see Miss Nicole. And after she has been welcomed, we see that the principal has made it very clear that she has tried to protect Nicole and also the position of the school, but now she is getting fed up. Nicole's attempt at apologizing, Nicole now feels she has put the principal, Miss Narine, into an unfavorable position. She goes ahead, tries to apologize, but the principal goes ahead and tells her, I am not your secretary, neither am I your maid. I'll not be receiving calls always talking about issues to do with you, Nicole. She goes ahead and she's giving, she's an older woman, she's giving Nicole some piece of advice. She's telling Nicole, why couldn't you conform? Why don't you just join? If you can't beat them, why don't you join them? And she uses the example of a proverb. She tries to reinforce her message using a proverb. She says, the bamboo that bends is stronger than the oak that resists. The bamboo that bends proves to be stronger than the oak that receives the oak tree. In other words, that is what I'm talking about. She's asking Nicole to just agree with what these people are asking of her. And as usual, Miss Narine is not willing to get involved with any discussions to do with this. And now there's something about these people were in different pacts, different sides. The one of Ramdai and the other one of Meamosi. But then we look at the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Mm-hmm. Now they've had the same enemy in the Samaritan. Therefore, they had no option but to join forces. We see Miss Narine ushers them in. After ushering them in, as usual, she excuses herself and she gives the excuse of she needs to go and see to the smooth running of the school. She further advises the guests, together with Madame Nicole, I wish that you people could come to a consensus. I wish you people could settle the matter, because your ever-presence coming into the school time and again is proving to be a disturbance to the smooth running of the school. Then as Miss Narine has left, we are looking at what are the contents of the conversation that takes place. The conversation, first of all, these people, we've already been told they want to compromise Nicole. They want to pull her to their side. First of all, they start by pretending they owe her an apology. For example, we're looking at Inspector Bembe. He apologizes to Nicole for the arrest and attempted prosecution. Meamosi goes ahead and he adds in that it was nothing personal. How can it not be personal yet? You're even making someone spend a day in their cells. At the same time, you are accusing her of something she did not do. Then there was something about a bribery that could have been symbolic of the chocolates. And Ted is the one who attempts the bribery. He offers teacher Nicole, Miss Nicole, golden ring. But Miss Nicole declines. She is incorruptible. She declines, saying she does not put on rings. Therefore, we see that to their plan, it's like they meet a wall with Nicole refusing to conform. Then Basdeo, the opposition leader in the municipality, is the one now who comes up with their real intention. You know, they had already discussed, we are about to compromise her by giving her a position. Therefore, Basdeo, first of all, cites that they need to make the necessary changes for a better running of Maracas municipality. And according to him, they already know Nicole's position. She is for the idea of the Samaritan. Now they're pretending they have realized where they had made a mistake. Samaritan has brought to their attention how much they have messed, and that can be found on page 133. Then Justice Jaden goes ahead and he questions the role that Nicole would love to play in the new changes. And what does Nicole tell him in as a reply? She says, it is my civic duty to enhance transparency. According to her reply, if only you people could run things smoothly with a lot of transparency, I think I'll be okay. But then there's someone, Basdeo. Basdeo is also power hungry. Away from the issues that are on the table, he keeps citing that they need to do something called power sharing. They'll even create something of a new office that he will become the co-mayor. And as he's talking about the co-mayor, he makes it very clear that he'll not be as powerful as Mayor Mosi, but then he will be somewhere. Now they're creating a new position. There is Mosi, there is still co-mayor, and there'll still be the deputy mayor. That is a lot of offices that still burden the taxpayer. They even intend to bribe her, offering her a position within the municipality as the director general, after which she will sign a contract. Once you append your signature, it is now compelling you to even join their side, as they had decided earlier that we are going to offer her a position of her choice. But already they have decided the position will be director general. Yeah. But then Nicole says the satisfaction can only come from intrinsic change. Mm-hmm. If people can change from within, the Maracas municipality will be better. I do not see the need of offering an office. I do not see the need of creating more positions. More position, more offices. This one will only burden the taxpayers. She further advises them to obey the rules as stipulated by the maker. But then you see that Simon is getting critical. He says he didn't know that they were coming for a sermon. Over here, he feels like, why are you preaching to us? And then Nicole, we've always, before we had said, she is someone that you can attribute a character of being religious. Even as she is trying to reinforce her point, she ends up being elusive. She alludes to the biblical story of the dry bones. She's talking about Maracas municipality, the way it is in a mess, can be compared to the dry bones that can be given life again. If they now just embrace accountability, it is similar to the dry bones that can be given life once more. As they reach that juncture, we see that there's some two students in the name of Alvita and Montano. They are people who really appreciate Madame Nicole, and they come bursting into that office, and they are worried for their teacher. When they saw some people that looked like law enforcers, they were very sure the officers had come to school because of the issue with the Samaritan, and it will land our teacher into a lot of problems. Now they're even telling the teacher, let's abandon the activities of the Samaritan so that we can save our teacher. But then what happens is that Miss Narine, the principal, is also behind these law enforcers, and she ushers them into the office. And the name of that person who has come, he introduces himself as Officer Tajo. And Officer Tajo is from the Anti-Corruption Bureau. The activities of the Samaritan, you know what Samaritan is about whistleblowing on the wrongdoing. It has got to the attention of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. And now the Inspector Tajo has come in order to arrest these people who are propagating the corruption and bring them to book. He wished to escort them to the headquarters of the anti-corruption investigations to clarify a number of issues. And what happens when these people hear that they need to clarify a number of issues? They end up trying to escape. Even one of them is hiding under the table. But then, as they try to escape, we see that they are cornered, handcuffed, and led outside. They are being taken to the headquarters of the anti-corruption. They need to answer to charges. As the play is coming to an end, we see that Alvita notes that one cannot escape from the consequences of their action. Whatever you're doing, especially when it is the wrong thing, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but finally you need to pay for your actions. And that brings to a close our play, where we see that good will always win over evil. That is the end of the plot analysis to do with the Samaritan. And from us over here, it is, until next time, it's a goodbye. We meet later on as we shall be tackling themes.
Yes, press that subscribe button. Bye. Hello viewers, welcome to Top Notch TV. With you today is teacher Emis Njabani, a teacher of English and Literature, an examiner as well as an author. With me today is our lovely teacher Risper Okwisa, a teacher of English and Literature as well. She's also an examiner as well as an author. This session, our learners, we are going to discuss the themes or the issues that are brought out in our play, The Samaritan. And without further ado, we are going to start with our first theme, and teacher Risper is going to take us through. Welcome to the session.
Okay, thank you for joining us. And as a reminder from our previous episodes, we are able to say that whenever you're talking about a theme, remember that you use a noun or a noun phrase. The first theme I'm going to talk about is the theme of betrayal. First of all, you need to understand what is betrayal. When you're talking about betrayal, we are talking about going against some people who had their invested trust in you. For betrayal to take place, we are looking at an earlier relationship that was founded on some kind of trust. And then with reference to Samaritan, we are looking at the leaders betraying the people in a number of ways. The first point on betrayal, I'll be talking about the municipal officials betraying their electorate. The electorate had some trust in these people. They had elected them in office in order to address the problems that face the citizens. An example in place, I'll be talking about Simo and Ted that had garnered a lot of votes from the people. As a reminder, you can talk about the way Ted, from the way he presented himself to the youth, can be told from his ripped jeans, the kind of hairstyle he used to sport. He appealed to the youth and then they gave him a lot of votes. Upon going into the office, we see that these people are just out to meet their own interest. For instance, Ted eating up a whole hospital, giving tenders to people who are their relatives, and the people had their trust in them. We see that one is an instance of betrayal. We are looking at another person who is betraying, and my second point will be going to someone by the name of Justice Jaden. Justice Jaden has a sworn duty to protecting the law. He's supposed to be an officer of the law. He had sworn to uphold the justice. But then when you're looking at Justice Jaden, what are we being told about him? We are being told that he is hawking justice like cabbages. It means that to him, justice will only be given to the highest bidder, the one who can pay the stipulated amount of money. Also still on Justice Jaden, it takes us to yet another point. This time, Justice Jaden is no longer betraying the law that he swore to uphold, but he's now betraying his allies. There's an instance where Mayor Mosi had invited Jaden, among other people, believing that they were all on the same side against the Samaritan. And they're looking for ways, how do we deal with the Samaritan? But at that instance, you see that Justice Jaden walks out of their meeting because he feels he's clean. The Samaritan has not yet spotted any blemish on his character. He is yet to be exposed. Therefore, why should he be having a headache for their problems? That becomes a betrayal where Justice Jaden is betraying his allies, walking out of that meeting. Another fourth point when you're talking about betrayal, we are looking at betrayal that is coming from the allies that were formerly on the side of Mosi. Just the same meeting I was talking about, they had been called because they had something in common. They had skeletons in their closet. At the same time, they were all against the Samaritan. But then what happens? Therefore, the idea that they go ahead and, through Mayor Mosi, they pass some kind of supplementary budget. Mayor Mosi not wanting to taint his image because he'll be the one who will be blamed at the end of it. They're talking about the buck stops with him. Therefore, Mayor Mosi refuses to pass that supplementary budget. And then you see that these people who are eating from the same pot, what happens? They're now turning their backs against Mayor Mosi, and even they are threatening him. They're telling him, we had a hand in putting you in office. When I was talking about betrayal, we're supposed to see some kind of earlier relationship that was pegged on trust. We see that they had some kind of trust to an extent that they put him in office. Right now, they're threatening him, telling him that if you don't pass that supplementary budget, you're going to hound you out of office. And then they turn against him and even form their new alliance. You can call it the Basdeo Alliance that is against the Mosi Alliance. Another point, we shall be looking at someone by the name of Basdeo. Basdeo is the opposition leader, and as an opposition leader, you're supposed to put on check. You're supposed to put in check the government of the day. You're not supposed to be on the same side with them. You're supposed to be like watching out on behalf of the people. But then Basdeo, he betrays the people when he decides that he joins the other side. For example, once they realize that the Samaritan is their main enemy, he goes ahead and for the purpose of being given the position of co-mayor, we even see that he accompanies them to go and see Nicole. And every time they're talking about the issue at hand, the Samaritan, we see that his interest is majorly on the fact that he'll be given a position. He goes ahead and he wants to betray. We still go to yet another point on Mayor Mosi. Mayor Mosi looks like he's the main traitor, in fact. About Mayor Mosi, first of all, he is betraying his allies. By the time he got to know the secrets of his allies, it means that they must have had a close relationship. When he goes ahead to persuade Nicole to get rid of any wrong information about him, any negative information about him, and Nicole does not relent. When Nicole does not relent, you see that Mayor Mosi begins to throw his allies under the bus. He goes ahead and gives Nicole even other pieces of information that Nicole was not aware of. For instance, he is telling Nicole that Justice Jaden has a mistress and his wife ran away. He goes ahead and portrays Simo as a drug dealer whose wife is a drunkard and the son never stays away from rehab. Among others, for example, another example is he goes ahead and talks about Ted being a DJ and Ted's past. He brings to light Ted's past. And another one is about Ramdai. He portrays Ramdai as a con man who is giving people the same title deed for the same piece of land. In other words, he swindles people of their had earned money in order to give them some fake title deeds. We are still on betrayal, and it will be taking me to my last point on betrayal. The last point on betrayal, I'll be talking about the police. When you're looking at the police are supposed to be giving a service to all. But then instead of giving the service to all people equally, we look at the police, they are being used as an instrument to oppress. For example, we are looking at Inspector Bembe, the IG, the Inspector General of Police, Inspector Bembe. He is using that position to betray the same citizens he is supposed to protect. And he goes ahead and he is intimidating Nicole. At the same time, he even ensures that he takes her to spend some time in the cells. That is it about betrayal. I'll be now welcoming my colleague to also take us through yet another theme. Could you welcome Madam Emis as she's doing corruption?
Thank you, Teacher Risper, for that discussion on betrayal. Corruption can be defined as dishonest way of doing things by those in power in order to acquire illicit benefits. So if someone does something in a dishonest way so that they benefit themselves, then we can say that that person is corrupt. And corruption is mostly brought out by our leaders. So for this theme, I am going to break down the theme of corruption into 3 subheadings. All those fall under the umbrella of corruption. So the first one is bribery. We are going to see how people are paying money for them to obtain favors. The second one is nepotism. Favoring your own people or your relatives or your friends. And then the third one is flawed judicial system. So I am going to break corruption into 3 parts. So we start with bribery. What are the incidents of bribery do we see in this book, The Samaritan? I'll give you the page numbers so that later on you can go check for more details. So on page 22, we see Justice Jaden suggests that they should give reporters and editors boxes of chocolate. Of course, they don't mean like real chocolates. When they talk of boxes of chocolate, they mean that they should get money, go and bribe the media so that they can stop posting or publishing information about them or negative information about them. Remember, at this during this period, the Samaritan app was already in action. So there was a lot of information, negative information posted about the leaders. So the media houses would just pick that information from the Samaritan and then they would publish it. So on that meeting when Mayor Mosi ordered Mr. Avesta to buy all the newspapers, Justice Jaden suggests that they should pay the news reporters as well as the publishers so that they can stop publishing negative information about them. The second point we have on page 24 that is brought out by Honorable Seymour. So Honorable Seymour says that they should obtain money so that they can pay off the people who are publishing information about them in the Samaritan. It actually says that they need to identify those people who are actively posting information about them in the Samaritan, and then they can pay them off. It further continues on page 31 up to 33 to say that they should mobilize enough money from their own pockets so that they can pay them off. And when other honorables say that they don't have money because they have already invested their own money, it suggests that they should reallocate the budget, say that there is a lot of garbage and the sewer system is broken in the municipality, then get money and use part of that money to pay off the people who are actively posting negative information about them. So another person who shows corruption is actually Mosi, that is on page 61. So he attempts to bribe Nicole. So when he goes to visit Nicole the second time, when Teacher Risper is talking about betrayal, when he was telling Nicole all about all other honorables, whatever they have done. So at some point, he offers Nicole a bribe. He tells Nicole to mention her figure. How much do you want me to give you? Just mention your figure. How much do you want? So that you can filter negative information about me from the Samaritan. So Mosi wants Nicole because he believes that Nicole is the one who is in charge of the Samaritan and in charge of whatever is being posted in the Samaritan. She wants Nicole to read everything that is being posted, filter it, and only post what is good about him, and anything that actually puts like some mud or that on his name, then Nicole should delete it before it goes to the public. So that's another incident of corruption. Then we have Nicole on page 53. She's talking to the students, Alvita and Montano, when they go to talk about how they're afraid that the Samaritan app might land Nicole into trouble. Nicole tells them that actually the Samaritan is for their good. She even asks them, how do you think these leaders afford the luxurious lifestyle that they live? We all know how much we pay them as the municipality, but look at the houses they live in. Look at the cars that they drive. Look at their lifestyle. Clearly it shows that they are living above their salaries. So Nicole was trying to say that these leaders are embezzling public funds. These leaders are involved in corruption, and it's only through Samaritan that they'll be able to expose the rot in the municipality. But the next point on bribery is on page 66. So Moses says that Semo is in charge of the Municipal Department of Planning and Development, but it does not approve building plans until someone greases his palms or palm parts with some dollars. So it portrays Seymour as a corrupt leader. So he is supposed to approve, check the building plans, see that they follow the standard measures, and then approve them. But he does not even check them. The only way he approves building plans in the municipality is if someone parts with some dollars. So it shows that he takes bribes so that he can do his own work. Then we have also page 78. Ted says that some councillors and aldermen refused to join them in the support of vote of no confidence motion on Mosi until money changes hands. So Ted had been tasked to go and find out how many of these councillors, how many of these leaders are going to support the Ramdaya team in the vote of no confidence against Mayor Mosi. So when he was giving the categories of these people, he says there are some that are only looking at how they are going to benefit from the situation. And how are they going to benefit from the situation? They want to be bribed so that they can support Ramdaya's team in ousting Mosi out of office. So they don't even care if he's a good leader or not. The only thing they need is to get money from this situation. Yet they are the leaders that people are relying on to guide them. Then on page 108, our last point on bribery, when Basdeo and Ramdaya get to know about London Gate affair. The London Gate affair is that scandal about rodents by the by what was the Prime Orchard Limited. Prime Orchard Limited. So they got to know what Prime Orchard Limited was doing, that they were rearing their own rodents, then release them to the farm, and then now using a contract given to them by the municipality to clear the rodents, because they wanted to actually lower down the local production so that they can pave way for their own, which they're going to import into the country. So Ramjaye and Basdeo get to know about it, and they threaten to expose their own scandal. But what does Ivy do? Ivy is one of the mistresses of Justice Jaden. She goes and gives them money to keep quiet. She also gives them some shares into the Prime Orchard Limited company so that he can shut their mouth, so they don't expose what the company is doing. So that's another point on bribery. So remember, we said we are breaking corruption into 3 parts. The second one is nepotism. How are people favoring their own for their own benefit? Page 62, Moses says that Namdaye is in charge of the Department of Physical Infrastructure, and he uses his position to award tenders to his companies and those of his relatives. That is also discussed on page 69. So instead of going through the normal procedures of awarding tenders, what does he do? He uses his position to give those tenders to his friends and his relatives. Another point is on page 64. Tend is also said to give tenders when he was given the money or the funding to build a hospital in the municipality. Moses says that he hates the entire hospital. So Teacher Nicole asks him, how does he eat the entire hospital? So when he explains, Mayor Moses says that Honorable Ted gave tenders to members of his family as well as his friends. And then together, now they embezzled the money that was meant to build the hospital. So that is nepotism. Instead of giving companies that actually qualified for these tenders, he gave his friends and his relatives so that he can use those companies to embezzle the money that was meant for that project. Page 69, Justice Jaden has also so many, according to to Mayor Mosi, he has so many mistresses and relatives doing business in the municipal council. And we can use an example of Ivy. So Mosi explains that Ivy approached him and wanted to be given a tender to eliminate the pests and the rodents that were becoming a nuisance in the municipality. When Mosi says that there was no such a thing, she comes later to actually prove that it was a problem that was existing. And through Jaden, Moses says that he had to give the contract to Ivy because Jaden was actually his close friend or ally. So what does that tell you? That Justice Jaden uses his power to favor people close to him, his mistresses. Again, on page 106, that is another point I was talking about. Mosin decides to give Ivy a contract to kill London's just because she's Jaden's mistress. Now, the other one is a flawed judicial system, still under the umbrella of corruption. So how corrupt is the judicial system in this Maracas municipality? So on page 7, during the skit or the play within the play, Montano says that law enforcers and judges could only serve those who greased their palms. Montano was trying to explain to Alvita and Teacher Nicole why the crime rates in the Maracas municipality has gone up. And he says that the law enforcers were corrupt. You only had to grease their palms for them to serve you justice. That is page 7. Then page 69, Moses says that Jaden hawks justice like cabbage. What does that tell you? That he receives money for him to serve justice. Yes, or to do someone a favor in court. Page 107 also, Ivy's contract was rejected by the municipal council. The contract she was given by Mayor Mosi was rejected by the municipal council, and they say that they cannot just, people had to go through the process of bidding. But Justice Jaden advises Ivy to go to court. When she goes to court, the case lands on Justice Jaden's desk. And how does he rule? Remember, Ivy is his mistress. He says that it was a matter of urgency, so they cannot wait for the bidding process to take place. So this company should be given the tender. Let alone when it was discovered actually that the Prime Orchard Limited company was leasing the rodents, and the case still landed on Justice Jaden's desk. What does he say? He said that it was a natural occurrence and there is no way that they can peg it all or pin it on a certain company, because he compared it to the invasion of the locust that is in the Bible. So my last point on flawed judicial system is brought out by Justice Jaden when he favors Ivy in court. Remember, 2 cases involving Ivy, his mistress, landed on his desk. One is when the municipal leaders objected the contract given to Ivy by Mossy and say that it should go through the normal process of bidding, where they give the tender to the company that actually qualifies to get the tender. But Jaden lost the case in favor of Ivy, his mistress, and says that it was a matter of urgency and the rodents cannot wait until the bidding process completes. Still on page 108, later alone, the Prime Orchard Limited is also sued because it came to light that they were the people that were actually leasing the rodents into the grain farms. So when the case also landed on Justice Jaden's desk, he compared it to the invasion of the locust in the Bible, and he says that it was actually a natural occurrence and there is no way it can be pinned on a certain company. So he also rules it the case again in favor of his mistress, Ivy. So clearly we can see that the judicial system in this municipality was flawed or was full of corruption. So those are the 3 subsections of corruption that we have, our learners. And we move on to our third theme. And I'll ask Teacher Risper to take us through that theme.
Okay. As we continue with our themes, I'll be discussing the third theme that I'll be calling hypocrisy, and I will stroke it with falsehood. There is a way that falsehood intertwines with hypocrisy, therefore I'm discussing them together. My first point on hypocrisy, I'll be talking about Mayor Mossy and the way Mayor Mossy portrays himself as someone positive while he portrays the others as being very negative. A case in court, we shall be talking about Mayor Mossy comparing his activities to eating merely one slice of bread while the other people are eating a whole loaf as well as the wrappings. Still on Mayor Mossy portraying himself as better than others, that he's not bad while the other people are bad, we are going to talk about the way he accuses Simo as being one who is involved with outlawed gangs. He talks about Simo being involved with a gang of the Black Swan. But Mossy, we know as well that he is involved with the Red. He wanted to ensure that they get arrested first. And to ensure this, he was using an outlawed gang of the Red Eagle. The same kind of thing he has accused another one of doing with the Black Swan. That was the first point. Still on hypocrisy, you're talking about pretense. You're talking about portraying things using falsehood. Number 2 will become, Mossy pretends that why is he reluctant to bless the launching of the Samaritan? According to what he tells the people, according to what he wants people to see, is that the Samaritan will be used as an avenue for misinformation, lies, as well as witch hunting. That is the kind of story he gives outwardly. But in reality, to portray on the lie is that he is afraid because of the things he has been doing that they will be brought to light. That becomes the true reason, but he hides behind the guise of that he's protecting the people from misinformation, lies, as well as witch hunting. The third point on hypocrisy, I'll be talking about Inspector Bembe, and we say that hypocrisy and falsehood, there's a way that they are related. Inspector Bembe, once he wants to get rid of Nicole, he uses something where we can describe as falsehood. He goes ahead and he is accusing Nicole of stealing the school generator. And even when he wants to ensure Nicole is prosecuted for that crime, in reality, he has sent someone to acquire that generator. In other words, he was supposed to be the one behind the disappearance of that generator, and then later on falsely accuse Nicole for it. And in a way, he'll be dealing with his own enemy. Another point on hypocrisy, I'll be looking at Justice Jaden's mistress by the name of Ivy. Ivy wanted to acquire a tender from the municipality. Now, how does she go and acquire the tender? At first, she thought it would have been a walk in the park. She knew that she had the support of Justice Jaden, therefore she'll just simply go to Mayor Mosi, an ally of Justice Jaden, and then she'll be given that tender. But then, what are the details of that tender? She says that there are rodents that are wreaking havoc in the municipality. They're destroying the grains. But you know that is falsehood, in that there was no such thing. Later on, what does she do? She goes ahead and rears the same rodents and unleashes them into the population, therefore making her story to now make sense. Therefore, later on, she is given that tender, and even the way she has been given the tender was pegged on something that was non-existence, therefore it was pegged on a falsehood, and therefore a point on hypocrisy. We move ahead to yet another point on hypocrisy. Another point on hypocrisy that I'll be pegging at number 5, I'll be talking about Simo. Simo, as we have interacted with him, we've seen him as someone who is intimidating. He intimidates others in that he always tells them that using his low degree, he's going to put them in their place. But you're learning that the mentioning of him having a low degree is falsehood. He is being hypocritical. He is pretending. He has never stepped a day into a law school. He simply went to the back street and bought himself the qualifications. Therefore, we see hypocrisy that Simo does not own any law degree. In fact, we can call him something like a conman of a lawyer. He is not a real lawyer. And then to another point, at point number 6, we shall be looking at hypocrisy, and this hypocrisy shall be looking at the municipal officials as being hypocritical. And when you're looking at these municipal officials as being hypocritical, we look at the incident where they go to visit Nicole. And when they go to visit Nicole, it's after they've tried all the avenues of bringing down the Samaritan, and finally they decide the only way we can just go ahead and try to sway Nicole to be on our side. But when they go over there, they try and pretend that they have seen the way the Samaritan is of the greater good. Therefore, they owe Nicole an apology. They even go ahead and say it was nothing personal, but all in all, their agenda was to compromise Nicole. Therefore, no one will be holding them accountable. That is it that made them to go over there. And then you still see the last point on hypocrisy. The last hypocrisy will be pegged on Justice Jaden. Justice Jaden, he engages in a number of things that make us to judge him as being hypocritical. At first, we remember when he walked out of the meeting, it is like he was blemish-free. There's nothing about him that was dirty. But later on, we are learning that he was involved in the grain scandal. And also about Justice Jaden, first of all, you've known that he was involved in the grain scandal, and therefore him proclaiming that he is not someone who is corrupted, we see that he is portraying himself in false light. Still on Jaden, the way he rules in favor of Ivy, he just wanted to make sure that the agenda has been realized. But the excuse he gives is that it is a matter of urgency. You have to rule this one first because it is a matter of urgency. But then you know that there was something in it for him. Therefore, he had to rule in favor of that side and ensure Ivy had her way in all this. That brings to an end my discussion on hypocrisy. I'll be giving the cue back to my colleague to wind up.
Okay, thank you, Lanas, for viewing, and I hope you've learned from our session today. Stay tuned in for other sessions on other themes in the same play. Until next time, bye-bye.
Welcome to Top Notch TV, the paragon of excellence. With you today is teacher Risper, a teacher from PCA Kikuyu High School teaching English and literature. I'm an examiner as well as an author. I have the pleasure of being joined by my colleague, Madam Emis Njabani, a teacher from Alliance Girls High School. She's an examiner as well as an author. We continue today with further discussion of themes, and I'll be welcoming my colleague to take us through the next theme. Welcome, Madam Emis.
Hello viewers, welcome to our session. In our previous session, we looked at the first three major themes. Please go back and check it out and press that subscribe button. So today we are going to look at, during this session, we are going to look at three other themes. And I'll start us off with the theme of determination or resilience. So this theme is developed majorly by teacher Nicole throughout the play. She's the one who develops the theme of determination because she does not give up even on the face of intimidation coming from various channels and various avenues. She does not give up, and she believes in always fighting for what is right. So we begin with our first instance, that is on page 18. And during the launch, the first act, the first scene, during the launch of the Samaritan app, when Mayor Moss learns what the Samaritan app is about and that it's going to expose his weaknesses as the leader of the Maracas municipality is against the launching of the app. So what does he do? He tells Tuchaniko to write a letter to the ministry and express that she has doubts about the Samaritan, or rather discredit the app, so that the launch can officially stop. So he uses his power. He authoritatively talks to Nico and tells him, I have ordered you as the mayor of go write that letter, and I want to find a copy of that letter on my desk in 1 hour's time. But Nicole tells the mayor, remember this is the mayor, that I will do what is right. And then she walks out of the school hall. So the second point, so that point shows that Nicole is determined to focus on what is right, and she does not actually bow down to intimidation coming from the leader of the Maracas municipality. Page 49. The students, that is Alvita and Montano, express their fear because they tell teacher Nicole that they overheard what the leaders were saying to her, and they feel that it's going to put her into trouble. So they ask teacher Nicole that they drop the application to save her from getting into trouble with the leaders. But teacher Nicole tells them no, that if they actually push for the idea of the Samaritan, then they are pushing for the better tomorrow, and says that the best thing to do is make sure that they stand firm with what is right and not listen to the intimidation of the leader. So even when people like the students are supposed to give her the stamina to go on, express their fear, Nicole is there to actually encourage them and guide them and tell them, no, they are not going to listen to intimidation, they're not going to show fear, they are going to do what is right. So she's resilient there and does not bow to intimidation that is given by the leaders, just like the students were about to do. So the next point is page 56, 57, and also continues us on page 130. Principal Narine tells Nicole to drop the issue of the app. Remember, every time the leaders were coming to see Nicole, they would do so through Principal Narine. At some point, she's so agitated, she tells Nicole that she is not her maid. She is not her messenger. She is not a secretary to receive messages from the leaders that they are on their way to come see Nicole. She also tells Nicole that she has to choose her battles. She has been an administrator for long, and as someone old enough to be Nicole's mother, she advises Nicole to pick battles. Know the value of picking the battles that you are going to fight and the ones to drop. So according to her, you cannot fight with Mosimea, the one she compares to the elephant, and win. So she tells Nicole, you have to drop this. At some point on page 130, she even turns to threats. She tells Nicole, if I feel like the school is threatened, or myself, I will not even hesitate to hold you by your collar and drag you out of this school whenever an opening presents itself. Thank you for that. So it seems that she's intimidating and actually threatening Nicole that you have to drop the Samaritan issue, or else I am going to make you lose your job, or I'm going to throw you out of Sagranda Secondary School. But Nicole has do you want us to abandon a great innovation just to please some political leaders? So Nicole knows that this is a very great innovation and she cannot drop it so that she pleases what? The leaders. So despite the intimidation and the threat coming from her own boss, her own principal, she still does not bow to pressure. She decides to follow what is right. Our next point is on page 61 to page 73. Mosi visits Nicole to school and tries to bribe her. So when Nicole refuses to accept the bribe and actually threatens him by telling him that he can post whatever he's trying to do, bribing her on the Samaritan app, Mosi now realizes that Nicole is not going to do what he wants her to do. And that now he turns into threats and intimidation. That's the time that he throws his card at her and it hits her on the face, and also tells her that he's now talking as Mosi Otunya, the smoke that thunders, that she has to listen to him and she has to do exactly what he has told him to do. At this point, Mosi wanted Nicole to actually go through all the posts in the Samaritan, filter them, and only let what was positive be aired on the Samaritan. On the Samaritan, and what was negative to be deleted by Nicole. So it tells her that I hope by tomorrow I'll see you working on it. If not, then you'll know that I am the smoke that thunders. So Nicole is fearful at this point, but still she does not relent. She does not give in to pressure, to intimidation. She still follows what is right. Page 93 to 98, Bembe visits Nicole also at school. Intimidates her. He is there with 2 other police officers, and he even tells her, if you see me involved in an arrest personally, no, it is a very serious issue. So even heaps false accusations on Nicole to try and intimidate her into following what the leaders wanted of her. So Nicole does not even lend. She is even arrested. At the end of that scene, that is page 93, 98, she is arrested by Bembe on a Friday afternoon, and she is put behind bars the entire weekend and arraigned in court on Monday. But fortunately, the case is dismissed because of lack of evidence, but still that does not make her apprehensive. She does not fear. She still forges on and decides to follow this issue to the end, so that she can expose the rot in the society, as well as make sure that there is a better tomorrow for people in the municipality. Our last point is on page 131 to 136. We see 7 municipal leaders go to school to meet Nicole. Their presence alone is intimidating. You can imagine 7 leaders led by Mayor Mosi, all of them. Now that is after their meeting with Justice Jaden, and they all agree that the best thing to do is go offer Nicole a position so that she can join their team and save them from the Samaritan. So she's still not intimidated by their presence. She even goes ahead to actually talk or lecture them on morality. When they offer him a seat, he lectures them on morality, on what is good leadership and what the Maracas municipality needs, and which is on the contrary of what the leaders were offering. So she does not fear them. She is determined to do what is right. And at the end of it all, we see that determination wins, because the corrupt leaders are actually arrested, and we can see that a bright future, or a new dawn, is presenting itself for the Maracas municipality. So that marks the end of our first theme, the theme of determination or resilience. So Teacher Risper is going to take us through our next theme.
Thank you, Teacher Emis, for taking us through the theme of determination. I hope we have learned a lot. The second theme in our today's session, I'll be talking about misuse of power. Before we can pick the points as to which ones will fall under the theme of misuse of power, we need to understand what is misusing power. And misuse of power, I'll be discussing it alongside poor leadership. Whenever we have poor leadership, is the people that have been put in power, they are not doing as is expected of them. They end up misusing their power. Therefore, when you're looking at the theme of misuse of power, it is supposed to be coming from someone who holds a position that is in authority. Having said that, I'll be going to my first point. My first point, I'll be talking about Inspector Bembe. About Inspector Bembe, he has that power that has been given to him, and using that power, we see number one, he intimidates Nicole. He goes over to arrest Nicole, and the wordings that he's using, he says, when you see me coming to make an arrest, it means that the offense is quite serious. Still on Inspector Bembe and the way he deals with Nicole. He goes ahead and he wants to arrest her on trumped up charges that he has just made up. You have stolen a school generator, and the school generator that she is being accused of stealing, it is the same Inspector Bembe that has contracted some goons to go ahead and steal it. But lucky for Nicole, they never made it to go that far. I'm still on point number one on Inspector Bembe, but then another way that he misuses his power. We see that there's a time they wanted to intimidate Justice Jaden. And when they wanted to intimidate Justice Jaden, he goes ahead and tries to say, I'm recording that statement. In other words, he can use the power that he has to make sure that Justice Jaden also sees the inside of a police cell. And you see that at that point, Justice Jaden is reconsidering his position and he wants to join their side. Taking me to another illustration, point number 2. I'll be talking about misuse of power that I'll be pegging it on Justice Jaden. Justice Jaden has been given the authority that he holds a position within the law enforcement. He is actually a magistrate or a judge. And Justice Jaden, you are being told, he is hawking justice like cabbages. That is an avenue whereby he uses the power that has been vested in him to commit evil against the people who cannot pay the stipulated amount of money. We even see that he twists the law to favor his side, as in the case of ruling in favor of Ivy. Point number 3 on misuse of power. First of all, you need to see what power does that person hold before they can use it in the negative. On misuse of power, point number 3, I'll be talking about the Secretary for Health, someone by the name of Ted. Having that power, it fell under his docket that they needed to build a hospital. This can be found on page 64. And this hospital that he needed to build, the power that he has been given, he decides, I will give the contracts to build the hospital, I'll give them to my allies as well as my relatives' companies. They then conspired with the relatives and allies, and they embezzled the funds that were meant for constructing of the hospital. And later on, to make up for this, they had to put up some site offices that, according to Meamosi, they were resembling cow sheds. You can imagine someone has been given the authority. This one is under you, therefore build for us a hospital. He ends up embezzling the money. And then in place of the hospitals that were supposed to have been built, he puts up some kind of site offices, and the money he pockets, that was misuse of the power that he had been given. Taking me to point number 4, I'll be talking about the Ramdai Alliance, as I prefer to call it, the people that were allied to the side of Ramdai, and they had the power to hound the mayor out of office if he did not play ball with them. The way they put it, he needs to play ball. If he doesn't play ball, we are going to hound him out of office. And how do they intend to use the power that they have in their hands? They intend to use their power to pass a vote of no confidence in Mayor Mosi. And we are realizing that it is not even that they did not have the confidence in Mayor Mosi, but they wanted to prove a point to him. We are the ones who put you in office. We still have the same power. We can take you out of the same office. That was misuse of power on the side of the Ramdai Alliance. We're also looking at Ramdai on yet another point, and Ramdai is misusing the power that he has in that all the municipal projects he ensures that fall under his department, he ensures that he gives them to his family. And when the family is given, they do not do any meaningful work, but simply misappropriate the funds. This can be found on page 62. Further into the discussion of misuse of power, I'll look at yet another point, the point on Mayor Mosi. Mayor Mosi wants to make sure that people feel his authority as the mayor. And even at a certain time, he keeps reminding the people that he is dealing with that I am the mayor. For instance, he goes ahead and wants Nicole to portray him in the positive light, to filter the information that comes through the Samaritan. And when Nicole is reluctant to do as he tells her, he goes ahead and reminds her, you will know I am the mayor of this municipality. I am Mosi or Atunya, the smoke that thunders. You see that? He's trying to tell the teacher, I have the authority and I can use the authority against you. Imagine having the authority, instead of doing the good with the authority that you have, you want to use it to oppress another person. It becomes misuse of power. And within the same municipality that is being run by Mayor Mosi, we see that there is poor leadership, because how can people be eating a whole loaf, as it has been put in a metaphor, but how can people be eating a whole loaf, the wrapper as well as the vendor, under your watch? That should be a factor that speaks to the fact that under Mayor Mosi, there is poor leadership. He just allows the people to misuse the little power that he has extended to the people that are, to the subordinates, to the people that are working under him. And we still see another point that I had mentioned earlier on, but I was looking at it from Bembe's angle. We can still have the same point, but this time round, I'll be looking at it from Mosi's angle, whereby he invites Justice Jaden. And they want Justice Jaden to be the one to prosecute the people for a certain scandal. Now that Justice Jaden was reluctant, Mosi goes ahead and he says, with the authority that he has, he is now instructing Inspector Bembe to take down a statement, to write a statement that will be used to jail Justice Jaden. You see that? He wants to make sure that the power that he has is being used to intimidate and pull someone onto their side. After looking at this, that is it about the misuse of power, but among other points that you can find on misuse of power, as long as you look at someone in a position of power, someone with the influence, and then they're using their influence in the wrong way, it becomes misuse of power. I'll still invite my colleague back to discussing yet another theme.
Okay, thank you, Teacher Risper, for that explanation on another major theme, misuse of power. So we are going to do our theme number 6, technological advancement. So how has technology been brought out in this play, The Samaritan? So actually we can say it's also one of the main themes in this play, because the title itself helps to develop this theme, technological advancement. On page 18, we are actually told what the Samaritan app is. And the Samaritan app is a mobile application that has been developed by 2 students of Sagrada Secondary School, that is Alvita and Montano. And the purpose of this Samaritan Hub is to help to clean the municipality, Maracas municipality, by exposing the ills or the rot that is in the municipality for a better future or for a better tomorrow, or actually for better leadership. So the Samaritan, on page 18, the Samaritan Hub has been online for a month now, and it has taken over the National Information and Communication Technology. So the students go further to explain that the app is supposed to have things that they call the pigeonholes, whereby when you see something bad happen in the municipality as actually a citizen of that municipality, you just take a video, or you do a text, or you take a picture, and then you send it to the Samaritan using the right pigeonhole. Pigeonhole in this case is the departments that are involved in that area, and then the ills will be acted upon. So those in power, maybe the leaders or the judicial system, will act upon that ill, thus cleaning the municipality of the ills in the society. Innovation itself brings out how advanced this municipality is technological wise, and it's also brought out on page 10 up to page 11, when they explain that people share information about the rot in the municipality to the right department so that the officials can take action. So the second point is the 2 students mentioned about how technology will address the future in their play within the play. So when they were trying to explain to those present during the closing assembly and the launching of the Samaritan, they decided to stage a skit, to have a skit to explain better what will happen. So after Montano talks about how difficult life will be in the next 50 years and how bad the state will be, Alvita also says that she had also traveled into the future. So in her future, she sees a lot of technological advancement. So first of all, she says that she can see robots. She could see robots replacing the professionals like accountants, law enforcers, and so on. And where the robots who are running the municipality, people were out in space coming up with other innovations to make life easier for human beings. She could also see that there were drugs that were developed to fight or to regenerate the cells to fight old age, that people would live for 700 years looking young and beautiful. So she also says that they are going to come up with technology that is going to clean the air of carbon emissions to change the climate change so that it can rain whenever people wanted it to rain, thus ensuring there is enough food that is in the municipality. So she says that if people, the leaders, rule in the right way, governed by the Samaritan, then in the next 50 years, then the country will be run by technology and things are going to be better than they are right now. Then the last point we have on technological advancement is on page 27, that is brought out by Seymour. So we have said that technology is good, but Seymour says that technology also has its own negative effects. What does he say? He says that he talks about spy app that can be used to steal confidential information such as bank account details. He also says that people can use technology to commit cyber crimes such as cyberbullying and sharing of pornographic materials in schools. So he uses this to show that, yes, you're saying technology is good, but there is also the other side of technology which is bad. But was he saying it out of good heart, or was he doing it to cover up something or to hide something? Of course, he was trying to demean the Samaritan application, because by saying so, he's trying to say that let's not just focus on what is positive about the technology. Let's also see the negative effects of technology. So he's doing this to fight the Samaritans, so that the Samaritans does not expose them as leaders and bring out the ills or whatever they have, the skeletons they have hidden in their closets. So to save himself and other leaders from going to prison, he now tries to bring the bad side of technology. So those are 3 points that we see under technological advancement as a theme. And we are going to end our session here, our learners, and press that subscribe button. From me and Teacher Risper, it's a bye-bye until next time.
Thank you. Welcome to Top Notch TV. With you today is Teacher Risper, a teacher from PCA Kikuyu High School, teaching English and literature, an examiner as well as an author. I have the pleasure of having with me Teacher Emis Njabani, a teacher from Alliance Girls High School, teaching English and literature, an examiner as well as an author. We have been looking at themes in our 2 previous episodes, and we are to continue with themes in this particular episode, and I'll be welcoming Madam Emis to take us through the next theme. Welcome, Madam Emis.
Hello, viewers. Thank you, Teacher Risper. I'm going to start us off with the theme of fear, also stroked with self-preservation. I'll explain why I'm stroking the two. Self-preservation is whereby you find a character or a person doing anything possible to actually save themselves from the negative consequences of their actions or decisions. So they do anything possible to avoid facing the consequences. And most of these people do so because they are apprehensive, because they are fearful. For example, in our book, we are going to look at how the things that the leaders do or other characters do, for example, to avoid going to prison. At what length do they go to keep themselves away from prison? So the first point you're going to look at is on page 55 and 57. We are going to see Principal Narine as being brought out as apprehensive. So she's afraid that the leaders might actually act and it might affect her and the school. So what does she do to save herself from the wrath of the leaders? Because they feel that now Nicole being in charge of the Samaritan in one way or the other, it involves the school, Sagranda Secondary School, together with the students, and that indirectly affects her as the head of that institution. So what does she try to do to save herself and to save her school from the wrath of the leaders? She tries to intimidate and threaten Nicole. She calls Nicole, tries to talk to her at first, tell her that her ambition will be a downfall, tells her that she has to pick the battles that she will fight, and also at the end threatens her and telling her that if an opening presents itself, she's not going to hesitate to hold her by the collar and throw her out of Sagranda Secondary School in order to save herself and save the school as well as the students. So we can see she intimidates. She had actually said that Nicole is one of her best teachers. But when things try to look as if they are becoming difficult or tough, she now turns against Nicole, as if Nicole is a enemy, and tries intimidating her. Also, page 49 and 137, we see Alvita and Montano as being determined to give up on their innovation to save Nicole. So this is an innovation that these students worked on tirelessly until they became the first position nationwide. So it was, you can imagine the amount of time and dedication they gave to this innovation. But when they when the leaders got involved and they started using intimidation and threatening teacher Nicole, the students are willing to give up their own innovation to save their teacher. They are doing so because they are afraid. They are afraid not only for themselves, but also for their teacher Nicole. So they are willing to drop the Samaritan harp. They even approached teacher Nicole and tell her that they think that they should drop the Samaritan harp to save her from the wrath of the municipal leaders. Then we also see different leaders of the Maracas municipality go to great length to save themselves. For example, we see them holding meetings after meetings. Even after their first meeting, they'd actually disagree they end up splitting and becoming two rival groups, one led by Miamosi, another one led by Ramdaye. So later on, we also see this now subgroups meeting and coming up with strategies to fight the Samaritan. Why are they fighting the Samaritan? Because they want to save themselves from the judicial system, as well as from going to prison. So we see they go to actually great length. For example, we see them trying to intimidate the teacher in charge of innovation. They even try to bribe her. Mose tries to bribe her. Bembe also tries to arrest her, and Ips force accusations on her so that she can go to prison. We see them fighting each other. For example, just like Teacher Risper talked about betrayal in our previous session, where Mosi goes to Nicole, and we can see him talking ill of other leaders so that he can look like he is the good one. So they go to extra length to try and save themselves from prison. So that's what we have for self-preservation. But under leaders, you can actually, our learners read the book and find those specific instances where various groups come up with measures to fight the Samaritan that is still under self-preservation, and where individual leaders also try to fight the Samaritan to save themselves from going to jail. Look for those specific instances. I don't want to go into details because actually it's what we have already discussed under other themes. So Teacher Risper is going to take us through another minor theme in the play.
Okay. I'll be moving to yet another theme that we shall be calling formal education. By definition, when you talk about formal education, you're talking about education acquired in formal institutions such as maybe a college and even maybe a school. And when we shall be talking about formal education, we shall focus on the activities that are taking place within Sagrada Secondary School. It makes the basis of most of the points that will be falling under formal education. We are being told that the school is located on a hill in Maracas municipality. The school is located on a hill in Maracas municipality. And you're looking at, as the play unfolds, it is the end year closing day. Those are some of the things you're looking at when you are discussing about formal education. Think about the school, think about the teachers, the students, anything you can say about them, they'll be helping towards building up the theme of formal education. Now, when I look at this Sagrada Secondary School, I'll first of all be talking about the way it has been organized. First of all, there is administration that is being represented by Miss Narine, the principal, and you also have Miss Narine has a deputy by the name of Mr. Kamona. Those ones can make up for examples of the administration. Then after the administration, what comes after the administration? You have the teachers. The teachers have not been mentioned so much, but then you're going to talk about Miss Nicole as an example of a teacher. We are still proving the fact that you're talking about a school, formal education. And within a school setting, there are still some students. And you can use the examples of Montana and Alvita. Montano and Alvita. Away from that, the administration, we can still talk about the school relating with the greater community. For example, you see that within their closing day, we have they have invited their municipal leadership to preside over their closing day. At the same time, we see that they're relating with the locals. For example, Mr. Piro. Mr. Piro, who was the PTA chair?
Local board member.
Mr. Piro, who was the local board member. That is it about the school. But then there's some other things that we want to also talk about. We also see another scenario where a classroom setting has been portrayed with Miss Nicole coming in to teach her ethics lesson. And within the ethics lesson, before she starts, she talks about a disorderly classroom cannot allow for learning. Therefore, arrange the desks in the proper order. At the same time, pick a paper here, and then there is the teaching of a certain subject by the name of ethics. Then from formal education, the formal education focuses on the following. It focuses on number one, it encourages innovation. The formal education that has been presented in our book, The Samaritan, it encourages innovations, e.g., we see Alvita and Montano have won in the school's national innovation competition by inventing the Samaritan. Apart from the school, we are portraying some kind of education that is holistic. It encourages innovation. Number two, it encourages morality. Let's focus on the example of the lesson that was on ethics, where Madame Nicole was teaching them about the heart and talking about the good and the evil spirit. When you do what is with accordance to what the maker has told you to do, we are talking about the good spirit. But then when you do contrary to what the maker has stipulated, we see that they are talking about the evil spirit that they are calling the beast. We see that this kind of formal education is also supposed to inculcate morality through being given lessons such as a lesson on ethics. Number three, still judging on the formal education, what else is it supposed to achieve to make it holistic? It also encourages talents. It is, in other words, you can talk about it is art-centered. Art-centered in that the same students that look like they are endowed in the field of technology, they must be good, maybe scientists. But then at the same time, they are artistic in that they can come up with a skit. We see that Alvita and Montano, they engage in a skit in order to emphasize on the message that they are about to pass across. In other words, we look at the formal education that was offered at Sagrada Secondary School. It went beyond the classroom. And that is it, what you can say about formal education. I still welcome my colleague to take us through yet another theme.
Okay, thank you, Teacher Risper, for that discussion. So we are going to look at another minor theme. I'm calling it a minor theme because you can't compare it with the themes that we discussed in our previous sessions. So this is theme on optimism and hope and optimism. This is where people believe that good things are coming. You don't give up. You don't relent. So page 7 and 9, optimism is brought out in play within the play, where Alvita says that she was also able to see the future, but a future is different from the future that was presented by Montano. So in Montano's future, we see that things were bad, that there was no food, there was environmental degradation and all that. But Alvita's future held some sort of hope. There was hope that if things are done in the right way, then the future is going to be good. The future is going to be bright for everyone. She sees that technology and advanced. She sees people are living longer. The life span is now longer. People are living for 700 years. Now the air is cleaned of carbon emissions. And of course, climate change, there is no now effects of climate change, and there is enough rains to support human life, animal life, as well as plant life. So that skit where Alvita shows that there is a good future if only the leaders use the resources availed to them in the right way is a point on optimism or hope. The second point is page 19. Basdale is optimistic, and he says that he can smell a delicious new dawn. That is the end of Act 1, Scene 1, when now the students talk or actually present a skit on what the Samaritan is, and they say that the Samaritan is supposed to expose the ills and the rot in the municipality. So Basdale is the leader of the opposition. Yeah, he is the opposition leader, and so he feels that now the Samaritan is going to expose the rot in the current government. As a result, then it's going to bring a downfall for mayor and his leaders. So as the opposition leader, then it shows what? It's going to pave a way for him to get into office. So he is optimistic that through the Samaritan, then the corrupt government is going to be ousted, and then he will get into power. So he is optimistic. Then page 53, Nicole is also optimistic that through the app, things will get better in Maracas. She says that this app will help us and it must not be killed. Now, she is telling the students that the app is going to help us. The app is our like a roadmap to a better tomorrow. So we cannot kill it. If we kill it, then we are going to end up with a future that looks like the one that Montano described in his what? In his kit or in his visions. Page 138 and 139. Hope is also brought out at the end of the play when all corrupt leaders of the municipality are arrested by Inspector Tajo. There is hope for better leadership in the municipality. So when all the leaders had gone to Sagrada Secondary School to intimidate Nicole, during that time, that's when now the Investigation Bureau sends Inspector Tajo. He goes and arrests all of them and tells them that they are supposed to go to the headquarters for questioning. So that shows that there is hope for a better government in the municipality, that they're going to have better leadership where there is no corruption, where there is no poor leadership or misuse of power and all those ills. We can also say that the Samaritan app, to conclude on this theme, the Samaritan app is an innovation that is meant to change things for better in the Maracas municipality. So the Samaritan app can be actually described as a symbol of hope, that the Samaritan has come as a symbol of hope for these people even in the Maracas municipality. Before the app, they could see all the rot happening, but they had nowhere to report it. They had no channel to actually voice their concerns. But now the Samaritan, the innovation is a hope, a ray of hope for them to voice their concerns and have people in change take what? Action for a better tomorrow for the municipality. So that was our last point on hope and optimism. Back to Teacher Risper to take us through our last theme.
Yes, we have traveled a long journey. We are almost coming to the conclusion of that journey, therefore taking me to our last theme under discussion, and I will be talking about the role of the media. When you talk about media, we're supposed to think about things such as radio, supposed to think about things such as social media, things such as newspapers, among others. Anyway, as we shall be dealing with the book of the Samaritan, we are going to look at the role of the media maybe under maybe two different categories. Number one, I'll be talking about the print media in terms of maybe something to do with newspapers. As there's a certain part within the play where we see that Mayor Mosi had ordered for different newspapers to be bought. And among the newspapers that were being mentioned, you're seeing one example, Caribbean Watch. Another one goes by the name of the Sentinel. Therefore, we have the proof that there was print media in form of newspapers. Then to our main focus, the second type of media representation, we are going to talk about the Samaritan. The one that carries the title of our play, The Samaritan is an application. In your understanding of the Samaritan, you're supposed to know the following. For instance, how does the Samaritan work? First of all, the invention of the Samaritan was supposed to be for the purpose of whistleblowing on the ills that are ailing the Maracas municipality. And then, how does the Samaritan app operate? We are going to talk about it, focusing on page 12. First of all is that you download the application onto your computer or even onto your phone. You go ahead and then you create an account. After creating an account, you're able to now send files, pictures, documents. In other words, the way the Samaritan operates, it's very similar to how our social media operates. You first of all have to download that application, step number one. Step number two, you have to have an account before you can make use of that application. And then number 3, once you have you have the application on your phone or your computer, you have an account, a username, and then you can go ahead and make use of it. Send files, send documents, send pictures. It works in a similar way to our social media. And then still on how the Samaritan works, you're going to talk about how do people post this information. You are being told that people post anonymously. And you see that when the Maracas leadership is being told people post anonymously, we see that they tend to get jitters, they tend to get apprehensive. They're now saying, wouldn't it be used as an avenue to mislead people, misinformation and all? But then they're being told that to counter that, when you take them before a court of law, they can be the people who are the administrators of the Samaritan can be given a court order to unmask the identity of the people who are posting. That is, in case you have a complaint, in case you feel that they have accused you in false light. That is how the Samaritan works. Then, still on looking at the general way the Samaritan works, what has the Samaritan been able to achieve is another parameter of our discussion. What has the Samaritan achieved? Number 1, when it was being used on trial, when it was put on trial, first of all, it was for the purpose of preventing environmental pollution. And this information can be found on page 11. We learned that when the app was first put on trial, people took videos and pictures of degradation of the environment. And when these videos were being shared, these people were put to task. Next time they will be thinking twice before they can degrade the environment. Now, past the trial era, what became of the Samaritan? What else has it been able to achieve? Taking me to my point number 2. We see that the Samaritan has been able to achieve exposing the corruption within the Maracas municipality. We see the way the leadership is fighting the Samaritan because they feel that they are being exposed. As you're winding up, we're going to look at the role of the media generally, and the media can be described as the people's watchdog, whereby it is looking out to ensure no ills go beyond their scrutiny. They're supposed to be telling people, informing them before or about the ills that are being committed. And this brings to a close our discussion on themes. We are hoping that you have been able to understand. For any question, you can always engage us on Top Notch TV. Until next time, it is a goodbye.
Bye.
Welcome to Top Notch TV, a paragon of excellence. With you today is teacher Risper, a teacher from PCA Kikuyu High School, a teacher of English and Literature, an examiner, as well as an author. I have the pleasure of having with me today teacher Emis Njabani, a teacher from Alliance Girls High School, an examiner, as well as an author. As we continue into the discussion of the Samaritan, today we're going to focus on style or stylistic devices. When I'm talking about stylistic devices, I'm talking about the way an author chooses to color his language in a way that makes it memorable and even more interesting. We are talking about the aesthetic value of language. And without further ado, I'll be inviting my colleague to discuss one among the styles. Welcome, Teacher Emis.
Thank you, Teacher Risper. Hello, learners. Welcome to our session. I'm going to look at irony as our first stylistic device. And as you know, our learners, we have different kinds of irony. We have situational irony, where the opposite of what is expected happens. A situation happens where it's the opposite of what one had expected. We also have dramatic irony. Dramatic irony is whereby you as the reader know something that a character in the story does not know. So that's what we call dramatic irony. And for you to understand it better, it's very common in movies. For example, you're watching a movie, you find you know something that a character in that movie does not know. We also have verbal irony. Verbal irony is also what you could say that it's closer or similar to sarcasm. It's whereby someone says someone says the opposite of what they mean. We also have tragic irony. Tragic irony is very rare, but it's there, whereby in every story we don't expect the main character to die. But if a main character dies at the end of a story, then we say it is tragic irony. So out of the four types of irony that we have, the one that we have that is common in our play is situational irony, as well as verbal irony, which I'm going to discuss, and sarcasm later on. So irony, just like I said, is the opposite of what is expected, and I have picked just but a few examples. So what I'm going to discuss doesn't mean that those are all the instances of irony we have in this play. These are just examples to make you understand what irony is. So please, our learners, go back to the play, read it, and identify more instances of irony. So the first one is on page 18, and it is Mosi. It is ironical that Mosi says that he has an express mandate given to him by the people of Maracas municipality to protect their public interest. Yes, yet he is the person who is trying to block the Samaritan app, and it is the app that is meant for a better future for the Maracas people. So there's something I forgot to tell you, our learners, before I came to the instances. For irony to come out clearly or in the right way, the two parts. Irony always has two parts, especially situational irony. The two parts must be clearly explained, and you must use a contrast word. So you say what is expected and what happens, or you say what happens and what is expected, and use a contrast word to contrast the two situations. So for example, here we say Moses says that he has an express mandate given to him by the people of Maracas municipality to protect their public interests, yet he does now the opposite. So this is what we expect. What we expect is that he is supposed to protect the people of Maracas municipality. Yet he does what? The opposite. And what does he do? He fights the Samaritan app, which is an app or an innovation meant to make Maracas municipality what? A better place. So if he's making or fighting for the interest of Maracas municipality, he's supposed to join hands with the app, not fight it. So that's the irony. So always, our learners, make sure that the two parts of the irony come out and the contrast word is there for you to score. The second example is on page 29 to page 30, brought out by Judge Jaden. Jaden is a judge who is expected to maintain law and order in the municipality. So that is what we expect. Yet, he tells other leaders that what matters is not what one does, but how they do it. When they were talking about the skeletons in their closets, he is saying that he is an educated person. He has no skeletons. And if he has skeletons, then they're not going to be found, because he's educated and he was kind of careful when doing his things, not as compared to other leaders. So he tells them what matters is not what one does, but how they do it. He also advocates for corruption when he suggests that they use money to fight Samaritan. So in their first meeting, that is page 29 to 31, he says that they can use money to buy the people who are active in giving information in the Samaritan. So he is a judge expected to maintain law and order, yet he is a person who is advising other leaders on how to break the law. That's the second instance. The third one is on page 46 to 47. Moses says that Nicole is an enemy of progress of Maracas municipality. Yet, Nicole is fighting for a better future for the Maracas municipality. So at some point, Moses says that I have a feeling that Nicole is an enemy of progress. The irony is that between Mosi and Nicole, actually Mosi was the one who is an enemy of progress and not Nicole, because Nicole was fighting for what is right, for the right thing for the municipality. Then the fourth one is on page 48. I'll read in quotes. It says, "Let us put our best foot forward because I am protecting the public interest." That was Mayor Mosi saying that. He also continues on page 68 to repeat the same statement. He says, it is for the best interest of the municipality. Okay, I'm protecting the best interest of the public of the Maracas municipality. So how is that ironical? It is ironical because by this time, page 68, we have seen what Mosi is fighting for. He is fighting for his own protection because he knows the kind of things that he has done as the leader of Maracas municipality. He's trying to cover up the ills that he has committed as the mayor of the municipality. So when he says that he's putting his best foot forward to protect the public interest, it is ironical because he's doing actually the opposite. He's not protecting the public, but rather he's protecting himself and his own personal interests. Page 51. It is ironical that the leaders who are trusted by citizens to help them and act for their interests are the same people who neglect their needs for their selfish gains. So it's similar to the one that I've explained for Mosi, but it's not just Mosi. It's actually all the leaders of Maracas municipality. You name them: Mayor Mosi, Honorable Semo, Mr. Avesta, Justice Jordan, all that. They were appointed to protect the interest of the public, to help the citizens of Maracas municipality. But the moment they got into that office, they forgot all what they were appointed to do or what they were elected to do. But instead, they are now focused on fighting the citizens and fighting for their own personal interests. Then the last incident, as per my points, but remember I said we have more and more from this book, is on page 65 to 74. It is ironical that citizens elect leaders because of how they dress, their material wealth, and the bribes they give them instead of looking for leadership qualities. Yet they expect good leadership from such people. Actually, this came from Mosi when he had a meeting with teacher Nicole, and he's talking about how people like Honorable Ted got into office. So the people were carried away by the blings that they wore, the nice clothes that they wore, and the money that they gave them to bribe them. And they forgot that they're supposed to look for leadership qualities in the leaders that they elect to office. Yet, after electing people because of the bribes they get from these people, after electing leaders because of how they dressed, they still expect these people to give them good services. There is no way someone who has zero leadership qualities or skills can be a good leader to you. So it is ironical that people elected these people ignoring that they don't have leadership qualities, yet they expect good services from such kind of leaders. So back to our teacher, Risper, to take us through our next style.
Yes, I'll be taking you through yet another style, and the style I'll be taking you through is proverbs, or we can call them wise sayings. Whenever we are looking at proverbs, used within a speech. When someone is speaking about something, to emphasize on it, you put in a proverb. And about a proverb, we usually have the inner meaning and also the outer meaning. And when I'll be looking at proverbs, I'll be looking at the context within which they are used. And from the context they've been used, I'll be able to give meaning to the proverbs. The first proverb that comes our way, I'll talk about page 7. Page 7, the proverb is as quoted: "Lack of knowledge is darker than night." Lack of knowledge is darker than night. It has been said by Alvita to Montano to bring out her need to travel into time was fueled by the need of gaining knowledge. I need to gain knowledge so that I can get away from the darkness. That becomes our first proverb. We have yet another proverb that is or can be found on page 57. On page 57, it says, "An elephant that kills a rat is not a hero." An elephant that kills a rat is not a hero. This was said by Nicole to Principal Narine. This is after Principal Narine had cautioned her against fighting against Mayor Mosi. She compares Meamosi to an elephant that if you tend to fight against it, you will be trampled in a wrestling match. And in retaliation, Nicole tells her that an elephant that kills a rat is not a hero. In other words, this man has a lot of muscle behind him. He wields a lot of power. Therefore, if Mosi can put Nicole in her place, it is not a big achievement. It will have gone as expected. Then we look at another proverb as my number 3. I'll be talking about a proverb that comes from page 47. And on page 47, I'll always be reading, and then after reading, I'll put it in context. Page 47, the proverb goes as follows. If all you have is a hammer, you tend to think every problem is a nail. If all you have is a hammer, you tend to think that every problem is a nail. This has been said by Mayor Mosi to Inspector of Police Bembe. It was after Bembe had threatened to put Nicole in her place, and this proverb is usually used as a portrayal of familiarity of dealing with problems. Whenever a hammer encounters a nail, all it can do is hit the nail into position. Now, Inspector Bembe had threatened he will put Nicole in her place. But then, when Mayor Mosi tells him this, he's trying to caution him that not all problems are dealt with in the same way. There might be some variation in the way the problem has been presented. In other words, try other avenues of dealing with Nicole instead of brutality. You see the way the hammer hits the nail into position? He was talking about to deal with her in a brutal kind of manner. Taking me to yet another proverb, number 4. Number 4 proverb says, or before it says, it should be found on page 76. What will be, will be. This one is a translation from a proverb from Latin. What will be, and this has been said by someone by the name of Mr. Key. Mr. Key had been among the people that Ted had set out to influence so that they can vote, they can strengthen their vote of no confidence against Mayor Mosi. But this guy, the way he has been called Mr. Key, he has always been known as someone who sits on the fence. He can never make up his mind. Now when he's approached on which side he'll be voting for, he says, what will be, will be. In other words, you cannot fight against fate. If fate had it that Mayor Mosi will be ousted out of office, it will be like that. If fate had it that he will stay in office, it will be as so. This is someone who is not willing to commit himself. And then, similarly to that, taking me to my next proverb, still said by the same person, Mr. Key, he tells Ted that you don't cross the bridge until you get to it. On the same page, 76. Ted had already indicated that when he approached Mr. Key was not straight in his answers. He ended up replying using a lot of idioms, a lot of proverbs. In other words, he did not want to commit himself on whether he'll be voting for them. He says, we cannot cross that bridge until we get to it. In other words, we are not supposed to anticipate a problem before the problem presents itself. Taking me to yet another proverb. The proverbs are many. I'll only deal with about 10 examples. The rest of the examples, I'll ask the students to extract them from the text. Then another proverb should be found on page 101. On page 101, it says, when bad luck chooses you as a companion, even a ripe banana can knock off your teeth. And this has been said by Mayor Mosi to Inspector Bembe. After Inspector Bembe had outlined his predicaments, he's having a series of problems. He had sent people to steal the generator. The people failed to steal the generator. After that, he is having problems with his superiors. Therefore, when bad luck chooses you as a companion, even a ripe banana can knock off your teeth. In other words, now that the problems are presenting themselves one after another, one will catch up with Inspector Bembe, as said by Mayor Mosi using a proverb. We go to yet another proverb that says, there is always a winner even in a beauty contest of monkeys. This can be found on page 79, and the proverb comes out as something that carries some kind of contempt, a contemptuous kind of proverb, and it was said by someone by the name of Mr. Toch. Mr. Toch, when he was asked about the leadership quality of Ramdae and Mea Mosi, who is better between the two? And according to him, none is better. One of them will win, but it does not mean that any of them is better. In other words, even the monkeys, as much as they do not have their physical attractiveness, but one of them will always emerge better than the other. And then from this, we are seeing that it brings out Mr. Toch's lack of confidence in the leadership qualities of both Mayor Mosi as well as Deputy Ramdae. We are moving on to yet another proverb, and the proverb will stand at number 8. My number 8 proverb will be coming from page 120. From page 120, we are being told, never hit a snake if you haven't seen its head. You don't hit a snake until the head of the snake presents itself. This has been said by Justice Jaden. And now it was during that meeting that they're discussing on how to deal with the Samaritan as well as Teacher Nicole. But now he's cautioning them to proceed with caution. They've not yet known the depth of the problem until it fully presents itself. They might go over there and they might manage to compromise Nicole or not. Therefore, they should not deal with the problem until they have seen the full extent of the problem. That was it about my 8th proverb, taking me to the number 9 proverb to be found on page 122. Page 122, the proverb I've paraphrased from exactly the words of the book. It is a familiar proverb that says, those who live in glass houses should not throw stones. And this one is said by Simon towards Judge Jaden. Judge Jaden has been acting towards them like he is all self-righteous, like he does not have any skeletons in his closet. But then they're telling him, the way we know you, you are as corrupt as we are. And before you can now pronounce judgments against us, portraying us in the negative, be careful about throwing stones, yet you also live in a glass house. As you're throwing the stones, they might just land on your very same house. Finally, on another example of proverbs or wise sayings, we are going to the last one that I'll be reading from page 130. And on page 130, the proverb goes as follows. The bamboo that bends is stronger than the oak that resists. This one has been said by Principal Narine, and it has been said to Nicole. The implication or the significance of a proverb, we tend to explain the meaning of it in the context it is being used. And the bamboo that bends is stronger than the oak that resists. She's trying to tell Nicole, what word would I use? To comply. The word is to comply. She's trying to tell Nicole, just comply and do as the mayor and his people wish. After all, they are strong and they can cause a lot of damage to you. When the bamboo bends, it stays to live another day. It lives to fight another day. Therefore, she's now trying to tell Nicole, just comply. After you have complied, maybe you will live to fight another day. That is it about the proverbs for today. There are still others that I've left out, and it is up to you to do it as an assignment, find others, and if you encounter any problem, you can always consult our teachers. Yes, back to you, Teacher Emis.
Thank you, Teacher Risper, for that discussion. Now, our learners, we have come to the end of our first session. Please press that subscribe button and tune in for the continuation of the next session on stylistic devices. Bye. Hello, Nanas. Welcome back to Top Notch TV. With you today is me, teacher Emis Njabani, and with me is teacher Risper Okwisa, and this is a continuation of our session on stylistic devices. And without much ado, welcome, and I hope you learn from the session. So teacher Risper is going to take us through our first, actually it's our third stylistic device, because in our previous session, we looked at irony and wise sayings stroke proverbs. So our third style is satire, and teacher Risper is going to take us through that style. Welcome.
Thank you for joining us, learners. We continue into the discussion of our styles. Another style I'll be picking to discuss for today, making for our third style, should have followed the previous episodes. For the others, we are going to talk about satire. First of all, we need to define what is satire. Satire is a humorous way of attacking the ills that bedevil our society. You're talking about the wrongs that are happening in our society, but then you portray it in a humorous manner, in a way that makes the perpetrators of these evils to look ridiculous. And on to my first point under satire. The first point under satire, I'll be talking about what has been made fun of, what has been mocked. Number one, the cowardice or the fearful nature of the municipal officials has been satirized. They are making fun, they are mocking the cowardice of the municipal officials, and this can be found on page 136. We have been looking at these municipal officials. Maybe let me give an example of Mayor Mosi. Mayor Mosi has always been priding himself in being the smoke that thunders. He leaves smoke in his wake. But then you're seeing this man, as much as he portrays himself as someone who is threatening and all that, he is a coward. We are looking at the instances he imagines himself landing in Baneta Express Prison, and it causes him a lot of jitters. Even another one is Justice Jaden. Justice Jaden is also becoming apprehensive at the thought of he can be prosecuted. He's even talking about the way his ulcers has intensified because of what is the allegations that have been leveled against him currently. Still on the point about the cowardice nature of the municipal leaders being mocked, we are looking at the instance that Inspector Tajo came for them. When Inspector Tajo came for them, let's look at some of the reactions. Example, we are seeing that Inspector Bembe tries to run away and then he staggers and falls down. That is fueled by fear. Another person is Mayor Mosi. The same one who has been threatening Nicole, he is now hiding behind Nicole. You see the way, the mockery that is being brought out, the way they are cowards. And another one like Justice Jaden, he is hiding under a table. We are seeing that cowardice is being made fun of. We are moving on to yet another point. What has been mocked, what has been satirized, and evil in society. We are looking at indecisive nature of Mr. Key has been made fun of. Mr. Key, we are being told he was given that name because he can never actually make up his mind which door to open. He's always sitting on the fence, and when he's approached by Ted, instead of giving a direct answer, he goes around in circles, citing proverbs and idioms. At the same time now, to mock this man and his indecisive nature, what has been said? It has been said that he has a problem deciding what he will eat and how much he will eat. This can be found on page 77. The indecisive nature of Mr. Key has been mocked. Taking me to a third point under satire. Remember that you are mocking some things that are serious issues, things we don't like, but then we portray them in a humorous manner. Point number 3, religious hypocrisy has been mocked. And it has been mocked through Mr. Harvester, the CEO of the municipality. This man, he has been approached by Justice Jaden so that he can help Justice Jaden. And when Justice Jaden comes to him, he says, "You are a man of God." And this guy ends up saying, "I'm in no better position because I have also been accused of a number of mistakes and my family is now praying and fasting." You see, this man is like making fun of religion. He has been guilty of some evils, but then he is praying and fasting together with his family to try and to try and come out of the situation. And at the same time, we see that he defends himself by saying, I'm only following the biblical orders that we should obey the authority. That is religious hypocrisy that is being mocked through Mr. Harvester. To my fourth point, there's a mockery of the kind of leaders that run Maracas municipality. In our previous session, when my colleague was talking about irony, there's the way that these people have been portrayed in some kind of, they come out ridiculous. For example, I'll pick on an example like Ted King, the Secretary for Health. This Secretary for Health, look at the kind of way he dresses. Even when he's called for a serious meeting, he comes over there sporting a funny hairstyle, a fade cut, and at the same time, he is wearing ripped jeans. Who comes to a meeting wearing ripped jeans? And still on TED, the kind of leaders, they are mocking the kind of leaders these electorates choose. This guy has always had formerly been a DJ, and he used to be guilty of noise pollution. But then when he goes and stands for office, he is elected unanimously by the youth. What are they really looking for in a leader? Still on the mockery on the leaders, what kind of people are we choosing to lead us? I'll be talking about someone like Ramdae. Ramdae is a con man. We are being told there isn't a person he has not already conned, and he ends up giving people fake title deeds. And taking me to my fifth point on satire. We are mocking the evils in society in a humorous way, and the humorous way in which Mosi confesses to his corrupt nature. He is corrupt. It is an evil in society that you're trying to get rid of. This man is confessing to his corrupt nature, but how does he put it? He says, I'm not a bad person. Whenever I'm given a loaf of bread, I take maybe a slice, 2 slices, at most I'll take 3. But then these other people, they are very greedy to an extent that they will eat the whole loaf, the wrappings, and if necessary, if possible, they could have eaten the vendor as well. That is a humorous way of him accepting that he is a corrupt person. I go to yet another mockery of evil in society, the ills that bedevil our society, and I'll be looking at Justice Jaden and his unjust nature. Justice Jaden, he has been portrayed as someone who is not delivering the justice that is necessary. What does he do? This man always twists the information to fit the situation. For instance, when now he wants to award Ivy, his mistress, the tender, how does he fabricate the story to fit their interests? First of all, he's talking about it is a matter of urgency, that the grains are being consumed by some very bad-tempered rats, and they even have an attitude. Imagine someone talking about rats having an attitude and a bad temper, and in so doing, he twists the story and he rules in favor of Ivy. That is an example of the judicial system being made fun of. It is a mockery of the judicial system. Therefore, it is a point that fits under satire. I'll be welcoming back my colleague so that she can take us through yet another style. Welcome.
Thank you, Teacher Risper. So in our previous session, our learners, I talked about irony and the types of irony, actually 4 types of irony that we have. So one of them was verbal irony, and I said that it's closely related to sarcasm. So in our session today, right now, I'm going to talk about sarcasm. So sarcasm, just like I said, it's also referred to as verbal irony, where someone says the opposite of what they intend to mean. Sometimes, according to our textbooks, sarcasm is actually defined as a bitter wooden remark that is said ironically. A bitter wooden remark that is said ironically. That's why we say that it is what? Verbal irony. It is said ironically, but there is another aspect that is added to sarcasm, that in most cases it tends to wound or hurt the person being addressed. So it's not just plain, but it tends to hurt the person being addressed. So I'll give you a few examples of sarcasm. My first point on sarcasm is on page 9, and it's brought out by Montano when they were staging a skit to help the leaders of Maracas municipality to understand what the Samaritan app or innovation was about during the launch, when Mayor Mosi had actually come to school for the launch. So during that launch, Alvita talks about her visions, all the things that she saw in the future 50 years from now. So Montano tells Alvita they better discuss which side of the fence the bird will fly instead of wasting time discussing a future visions. So Montano is being sarcastic. He's trying to tell Alvita that the things that you're talking about will never come to pass. Those are just fantasies, and we are wasting our time listening to you. We would rather discuss less important things like which side of the fence will the bird fly to, instead of listening to things that will never happen. The things that you're talking about that will never happen in our municipality. So that's Montano being sarcastic. Then page 16, we have a second example. Moss says how he accidentally swallowed a whole toothpick. So this was actually, they're trying to discredit the Samaritan app. And he says that he once remembered how a rumor had been posted about himself, and he was so shocked that he accidentally swallowed a whole toothpick. So Ramdaya is sarcastic. Ramdaya answers him and he tells him he now understands the risk of the Samaritan. Because the Samaritan keeps on posting things about them, he now understands the risk. He says, I now understand the risk because they might spread another rumor about you, making you swallow another toothpick. So Ramdaya is being sarcastic, saying now at the rate that we are going in the Samaritan, you'll swallow so many what? Toothpicks. Yes. So page 76 takes us to our third point. Ted says, Honorable Ferreira, that is Mr. Key, can hardly ever commit to a side. He says this man has never seen a fence on which he can't sit. So this is when now Ted had been tasked to go and see if these members of the council can commit to voting for their side. Yes, for their side, because they were passing a vote of no confidence on Mosi. So he says that there are some people who can never decide, indecisive kind of people, and he talks about Mr. Key. So he sarcastically says that this man has never seen a fence on which he can't sit. It means that this person has never been in a position to make a decision. He does not know which side to take. So he is among the people who are indecisive. Then the next point is on page 79. Ted says, Mr. Torch reaction to who was better leader, that was actually mentioned by our teacher Risper, between Ramdaya and Mosi was, there is always a winner even in a beauty contest of Bankies. So when Ted was still doing the same kind of research on the people who are on their side to host Mayor Mosi, he encounters Mr. Torch, and Mr. Torch is said to be very intelligent and very independent-minded. He is not influenced by other people. So he asks, then who is going to take office? Is it Mr. Ramdaya? And when he gives his opinion regarding those two, he says between Mosi and Ramdaya, there is no better leader. So he sarcastically says, even in a beauty contest of monkeys, there is always a winner, meaning that none is better than the other when you come to those two and their leadership skills or qualities. Then the last point that I'm going to discuss here today on sarcasm is on page 125. Seymour tells Ted that he wished Ted could somehow grow some brain. So they were the last scene, second last scene of Act 4. they were discussing how they should go talk to Teacher Nicole and persuade her to take one of the leadership positions in Maracas municipality. They wanted to win her over to their side. And Ted is there talking about how beautiful Teacher Nicole is. Even says, have you seen her legs? And something like that. So Simo is kind of disgusted by Ted's comments about Teacher Nicole, and so he sarcastically tells Ted that I wish that you could somehow grow some brain. So he was trying to say that Ted was someone who was not intelligent. He was not intelligent. So it was some sort of an insult, but it was meant to hurt Ted, so we can say it is sarcasm. So our learners, remember we said that we have other examples. We have not exhausted all of them because of time. So those are just but a few samples or a few examples to help you understand what these styles are, and for you to be able to look for more examples on your own. So I'll pass the baton back to Teacher Risper to tell us about our last style for this session.
Thank you for yet another opportunity. And with each presentation, we are hoping that you are learning something new. For example, we have learned from Madam Emis that with sarcasm, it is intended to wound, it is intended to hurt from the remark that is given. I'm going to discuss yet another style, a style that you're calling rhetorical questions. By definition, rhetorical questions are questions that do not necessarily need an answer. Now, if they do not need an answer, then why are we asking them? The effectiveness of rhetorical questions is meant to make the person being addressed to think deeply about an issue. You want someone to ponder on an issue, whether they made maybe the right decision. You address it using a rhetorical question. I'll just be giving a few examples of the rhetorical questions that we encounter in the book, as much as they are many. The first example of rhetorical question I'll give, it should come from page 129. On page 129, we see that Principal Naren is asking Nicole, did you ever care to know the battles I'm fighting to ensure your safety and the school's position? Did you ever care to know the battles I'm fighting to ensure your safety and the school's position? Now, from that question, Principal Naren wants Nicole to think deeply about the position that she is putting the principal in. By fighting the mayor and his people, she's putting the principal at a difficult position. That is what the principal is trying to communicate to Nicole. You think deeply about what you are doing, and it is raised through a rhetorical question. Another example of a rhetorical question. Another rhetorical question can be found on page 108, page 108. And it is being asked by Bembe, Inspector Bembe asking, a whole judge in this kind of scandal. This was said by Inspector Bembe when they're trying to show or they're trying to intimidate Justice Jaden into joining their side. They now go ahead and they bring about the issue about the Rodent Gate scandal, the grain scandal, and now they want the judge to think about his position even as much as he's refusing to join their side. His position will be compromised. He'll be judged more harshly if he does not sweep this matter under the carpet. They're just trying to tell this to him to compromise him and put him and bring him to their side. I go to yet another example on rhetorical questions, and this one can be found on page 35. On page 35, we see that Mosi is asking Simo, how can you justify your current financial status? This was during the time that there seemed to be a disagreement between some two parties. Some wanted that the mayor allows for a supplementary budget from which they could misappropriate and embezzle funds. But then the mayor is trying to tell them the far he has taken them from by maybe having a position within the municipality. Otherwise, how could they justify their current financial status? It has not been acquired in the right way. He's trying to tell them, think deeply. Even the money that you are having, did you acquire it rightfully? That is it. About rhetorical questions, the examples are so many. Therefore, I just try to confine myself to a few so that our students get to understand. Yes, Teacher Emis, could you wind up?
Yes, thank you, Teacher Risper. Our learners, we have come to the end of our second session. Stay tuned in, press that subscribe button, and check for more episodes on the Samaritan, because we have tackled the entire book for a clear understanding of the play and in preparation for the exam. Until next time, bye-bye.
Bye. Welcome to Top Notch TV, a paragon of excellence. With you today is Teacher Risper, a teacher from PCEA Kikuyu High School, a teacher of English and Literature, an examiner as well as an author. I have the pleasure of being joined by my colleague, Teacher Emis Njabani, a teacher from Alliance Girls High School, an examiner as well as an author. We're still continuing with our sessions on styles, and we have covered a number of styles, and in today's episode, we are continuing further into the same. I'll welcome my colleague to take us through yet another style. Welcome, Teacher Emis.
Thank you, Teacher Risper. Hello, viewers. We are going to start, for this session, we are going to start with allusion. Now, allusion means reference to something. And we have two types of allusion in literature. We have biblical allusion, where a character refers to something that is in the Bible. And we have historical allusion, where a character refers to something that is in the history or is in the past. So mostly here we have biblical allusion. We don't have an example of historical allusion, but in an exam you can just write biblical allusion. But if you encounter historical allusion, it's still okay. So our first example is on page 13. Alvita says that they named the Samaritan app after the parable of the Good Samaritan narrated in the Good Book. Still on page 50 and 51, Nicole gives that story about the parable of the Good Samaritan while comparing it to the application. So if you go to those two pages, you'll see clearly how they explain in details why they named the Samaritan app after the Good Samaritan. So there is that story in the Bible, the parable of the Good Samaritan. So when they refer to that story in the Bible to explain the importance of the Samaritan app, then we say that is biblical allusion or biblical reference, but the style is called biblical allusion. The second example is on page 90. And during the lesson, the students name part of the 10 Commandments, and they mention things like do not worship other gods, do not kill one another. So these are 10 commandments that are mentioned in the Bible. So when they are talking about the evils, actually they talk about the spirit. Is it the spirit or the heart?
The heart that is divided into the spirit.
The heart divided into the spirit, the good spirit and
the evil
spirit. So when they're talking about the good spirit and the evil spirits, so Teacher Nicole asked them about some of the good things that they should do. So the students refer to the Bible and they say, do not worship other gods, do not kill one another. So this is reference to the Bible. So another instance of biblical allusion. Page 108 takes us to our third example. And Justice Jaden says that invasion of rodents in Maracas municipality is similar to invasion of locusts narrated in the good book, that is the Bible. So as he was ruling about when people complained about Prime Orchard Limited being involved in rearing the rodents and then releasing them into the farms, the case landed on Justice Jaden's desk. So in his ruling, he says that we can't rule against this farm because the attack of the rodents is similar to the invasion of the locusts, and it is what? A natural occurrence, and we can't punish anyone for that reason. Also, page 112, Jaden also compares himself to a foolish rich man in the good book, who prepared to retire and enjoy his wealth only for the maker to tell him, you fool. So this is at the end of the same scene, after he was threatened and blackmailed by Mayor Mosi and Inspector Bembe into joining their team. So after now he realized that the skeletons that he had thought he had well hidden in the closets have now been revealed. He is now crying in pain and in anguish and saying that he had thought that he's going to accumulate wealth for himself and then retire. So he compares himself to that story in the Bible that talks about a rich man who had prepared wealth for him to retire, only for God to tell him, you fool. So he is in a position where now he's being called what? A fool, because he's not going to retire and enjoy his wealth as he had thought. The last illustration is on page 136. Nicole says Maracas municipality resembles a valley of dry bones that we read about in the good book. So if you're keen, our learners, they keep on referring to the Bible as the good book in this play. It will be restored to life again and have life if they abandon their wayward ways and turn to the Creator. So the Bible says that if people abandon their evil ways and turn to the Creator, then their dry bones will be restored to life. So Nicole is trying to say also, if the leaders of the Maracas municipality abandon their evil ways and embrace what is right, like do away with corruption, do away with abuse of power, use public resources for the right way, then Maracas municipality will be saved. So that is our last example from what I prepared for you. So I take the button back to teacher Risper to take us through the next style.
Yes, I'll be taking you through the next style, which is flashback. And first of all, you need to understand what is flashback. Flashback is where we break away from the present events to bring to focus something that happened in the past, and that thing that happened in the past is also influencing the plot of the story. The first flashback that I'll be giving as my first example, I'll be talking about the Rodent Gate scandal that had taken place previously. We get to understand a lot of things from the Rodent Gate scandal, but what was the Rodent Gate scandal? The details are as follows: that Justice Jaden had sent his mistress Ivy to go and see Mayor Mosi to be given a tender to kill rodents within the municipality. But then Mayor Mosi had told Ivy they are not encountering such a menace, therefore he did not see the reason as to give out that tender. Later on, what did they do? They went and reared some rodents and later unleashed them into the population. We learned this one when they were now trying to threaten Justice Jaden to join their side. And from this flashback, we get to learn that there is nepotism or corruption in awarding of tenders. The way Mayor Mosi put it, he said he helped Ivy because she was the mistress of Ian Jaden. We are looking at nepotism. He sends her to someone that he knows will give them the tender. At the same time, we see that the way they are ruling that it was a natural occurrence, that it was not, they're the ones who reared the rodents and then unleashed them into the population. I go to yet another example of flashback, and we're looking at another example is we learn of Justice Jaden's unfair ruling. Once there was the menace of the rodents, they decided we need to give a company, but we cannot give to a company just like that. We need to have some bidding where the best company wins. But then we see that Justice Jaden, he is exposed as someone who is unjust, bending the law to fit the situation as he wishes. Now, what did he do? He went ahead and in his ruling, he said that it was a matter of urgency. And being a matter of urgency, it did not, and being a matter of urgency, it would not allow for bidding to take place as the rodents were wreaking havoc. They were destroying the grains of corn as well as rice within the municipality. Therefore, he rules in favor of Ivy. At the same time, he says that a lot of resources had already been used. Therefore, it was fair that Ivy be given the tender. From this flashback, we are learning that Justice Njabani is cunning. The way he bends the law, he comes out as someone who is cunning, crafty, or even scheming. We have yet another flashback, and another flashback is on the disruption of the intended meeting between the interruption of the intended meeting among the Ramdai Alliance. They had wanted to meet in order to strategize on how to pass a vote of no confidence against Mayor Mosi. But then we are learning that that meeting was disrupted with the burning of tires. You remember that? Inspector Bembe and Mayor Mosi, they had gone ahead and solicited the help of the policemen, as well as some outlawed gangs such as the Red Eagle and the Ghetto Boys, and they had burned some tires. The meeting was disrupted. And from that meeting, we are looking at Simo when he comments about it. He says that he didn't know Ramdai at his age could whiz past him at such a fast speed. From that flashback, we learn a number of things, among them that Mayor Mosi is vengeful. You cannot do something against him and then he doesn't get back to you. He is vengeful. That is one of the things we learn from that flashback. Number two, we learn that Ramdai is cowardly. The way he gained speed and zoomed past Simo brought out his fearful nature. I'll go to my last point on flashback. And the last point on flashback can be found on page 100, where we learn about Nicole's attempted prosecution. And what are the details surrounding this event? We are learning that through the Samaritan, people had been mobilized and they came in defense of teacher Nicole. These people had come from different walks of life. We are talking about hawkers, touts, women, and children, and they were now protesting and they wanted the release of teacher Nicole. Then the case had landed in the chambers. The case had landed in the chambers of the very same Justice Njabani who had set her free. From this flashback, we are learning that, number one, Nicole is popular. If people could be mobilized and they come to her defense, we are learning that Nicole is popular. Number two, we're also learning that Justice Njabani is wise. He knows when to play his cards, and at this instance, he knows that he did not have anything to hold Nicole on. Therefore, he sets her free. At the same time, number three, from this flashback, we're learning about the effectiveness of the Samaritan application. It is really being used to fight the evil, as it was able to mobilize the people to come in defense of teacher Nicole. That makes up for our second style for today. I'll be handing back to my colleague to also take us through yet another style, our third one for today. Teacher Emis.
Thank you, Teacher Risper. So a continuation on the styles. Now we are going to look at imagery. And imagery is a style that is meant to create a mental picture in the reader's mind. So you form a picture of the events that are being described or the situation that is being described in your mind. And it feels like actually you are watching a movie instead of reading a book. So imagery is actually an umbrella used for 4 styles. It's an umbrella that covers 4 styles, and they include similes, metaphors, symbolism, and personification. There are so many instances of all those styles in our play, The Samaritan, but I'll just point out a few for the sake of our examples during this session. So we start with similes. Simile is comparison. Simile and metaphors are meant for comparison. So simile is comparison, where you use words like and as. So if there is a presence of those 2 words, like and as, and 2 situations or 2 things are being compared, then we say that is simile. For example, on page 7, Montano says, crime was also too high with people being slaughtered like chicken. So this was during the skit, the play within a play, and Montano is talking about how bad the situation was in his visions 50 years from now, and he's talking about crime rate being so high that people were being slaughtered like chicken. So this simile is meant to make us understand how terrible the situation was, that it was not such a big deal for people to be murdered in that municipality 50 years from now. Then page 15 and 16, Moses says how the rumor about his death spread. He says that a text message was on social media was sent and displayed like wild bush fire. So he's comparing the speed at which the message about his death spread to the speed at which wild bush fire spreads. So he's trying to make us know that within a short period of time, so many people had gotten the message about his death. So on page 63, we have our last example of simile. Mosi also compares Lamjaya to an evil spirit. He says, you always find him leaning on street poles, gazing vacantly into empty spaces like an evil spirit. So this one is meant to actually heighten, his description on Lamjaya. This is when he was talking to Nicole during his visit to school or in school. So he was talking to Nicole and telling him how Ramjaya is corrupt, how bad he is as a leader. So he is comparing Ramjaya to an evil spirit to show the extent at which Ramjaya is evil, all corrupt, all actually all those evil things that he said about him. Remember we said we have 4 styles and the umbrella of imagery. The next one is metaphor. Metaphor now is a comparison without those words. For example, instead of saying they were slaughtered like chicken, you say they were chicken. Instead of saying she is as brave as a lion or lioness, you say she is a lioness. So that's what we mean by a metaphor. So page 19, Mosi compares Basdeo to a porcupine. He says these are delicacies for porcupines. That was at the end of the first scene, Act 1, when Basdeo is saying that he smells a delicious new dawn. So according to Basdeo, with now the Samaritan, then they're going to oust Mayor Mosi out of office, and now they will have new leadership in Maracas municipality, and of course, as the leader of the opposition, he is hoping that he will take the leadership mantle. So he's saying that he smells a new dawn. And then Mosi tells him sarcastically, of course, that those are delicacies for porcupines. So he's indirectly referring to a Basdeo, comparing Basdeo to a porcupine. Page 57. An elephant that kills a rat is not a hero. That's a wise saying. And in this wise saying, Nicole compares Mayor Mosi to an elephant, and she compares herself to a rat in terms of political strength or might, because Nicole has no power when it comes to Maracas municipality, and the mayor, of course, has all the power as the leader of the municipality. So there is no way the two of them can compete without Nicole being trampled on. So she's directly referring or comparing Mosi to an elephant and comparing herself to a rat. The last example we have on metaphor is on page 133. Basdeo compares municipality to a ship. He tells Nicole that the ship will sink unless they engineer the desired change. So that is at the end of the book, when now he is trying to persuade Nicole to join their team and take a leadership position in the municipality. So he says it's true. Our municipality is a ship, and unless we change our ways, then the ship is going to sink. So he says the same will happen to municipality. Unless they change their ways, then the municipality is going to crash or sink like the ship. So our third style under imagery is symbolism. Symbolism is whereby an object is used to represent a whole abstract idea. So for example, here page 136, they use the beast. Nicole refers to the beast And when she talks about the beast, it is meant to symbolize the evils in the society or the rot in the society, such as corruption, misuse of power, greed, and all other evils in the society. So he says we need to get rid of the beast from our municipality. He's trying to say we fight all these ills that are in our municipality. The last one is, of course, the Samaritan itself. The application is a symbol of hope. It symbolizes a better future for the municipality of Maracas. The last one, under the umbrella of imagery, is personification. This one, I'll just give you one example and look for others. Page 110, we are taught rodents have a sense of humor. So the rodents are being personified because we expect it's people who have senses of humor. So personification is whereby you give attributes associated to human beings to non-human objects or things. So the rodents here are being personified because a sense of humor belongs to human beings. So I am going to stop there and then we'll take a few more minutes to go through our last style. Back to you, Teacher Risper.
Yes, I'll be tackling a style that has not been dwelt on immensely. I'll be talking about foreshadowing. And when you're foreshadowing, it is a literary device that is giving an idea of events in plot that are about to take place in future. When you're looking at flashback, you're talking about things that already happened in the past. Foreshadowing now, we are being given a hint as to what will happen in the future. And some examples of foreshadowing as follows. The first one is the fall of the municipal officials is foreshadowed. These municipal officials, there are a number of times they are mentioning that they can smell Banetta Express prison. That is at the beginning when the Samaritan was being popularized. But that which they had predicted comes to pass. At the end of it, we see that the municipal officials actually fall when Inspector Tajo comes for them and he says they have some questions to answer at the office of at the headquarters of the
Investigation Bureau.
Yeah, at their headquarters. Mm-hmm. We are still moving on to yet another example of something that has been hinted and then it comes to happen. With foreshadowing, we need to see the activity actually happening. It should come to pass. It is like a prophecy, and then when it comes to pass, it becomes a foreshadow. Number 2, Montano reminds his teacher of the ultimatum given by the mayor and worries that it will land her in prison. That can be found on page 49. On page 49, we see that Montano expresses some kind of fear for the fate of their teacher, that the teacher might land in trouble. We later see it coming to pass when she is taken in, when she is
arrested.
She's arrested by Inspector Bembe.
Yeah.
On trumped up charges of stealing the school generator, and she is even facing prosecution. All this because of the Samaritan, which one among the students had foreseen coming. We are also looking at yet another example of foreshadowing that can be found on page 99, and this has been portrayed through Inspector Bembe. What does Inspector Bembe say on page 99? He says that those were his last days. He's starting to feel on page 99 that his last days are coming. And true to his word, he is faced with a number of problems. He's even required to answer to his superiors about the arresting of Nicole, yet he cannot prove what he is accusing her of. And at that point, you see that later on in the book, his last days are actually coming when Inspector Tajo comes for him and you see him trying to take cover and he falls down. That is it about foreshadowing. But that is not to say that those were the only styles that were present in the book. Could you enlighten us further, Teacher?
Okay, yes, thank you, Teacher Risper. So our learners, we have just looked at a few styles, but we have so many other styles that are brought out in the Samaritan. So I'll give you like a list of those styles. Please go through the play and look for examples of those styles. The first one is analogy. Then we have vivid description. We have hyperbole. We have idiomatic expressions, ellipsis, humor, onomatopoeia, indiophones, soliloquy, Yes, and soliloquy among others. So go through the play again and try to identify all the instances of the styles that we have discussed, because we have not looked at all the examples, as well as the styles that we have just listed that we couldn't cover because of the time factor. So from us is a goodbye, but do not forget to press that subscribe button. Bye. Hello viewers, welcome to Top Notch TV. With you today is teacher Emis Njabani, a teacher of English and Literature, an examiner as well as an author. With me is our lovely teacher Risper Okwisa, a teacher of English and Literature, an examiner and an author as well. So this session we are going to look at characters and character traits. Do not forget, our learners, that we have other sessions that are also looking at plot analysis, styles, as well as thematic concerns. So we are going to start with one of the major characters, Mr. Mosi, Mayor Mosi, and teacher Risper is going to take us through. Welcome.
Thank you for joining us, viewers. I'll be tackling Mayor Mosi. Mayor Mosi is the character, and then we want to look at his traits. Mayor Mosi is the mayor in charge of Maracas municipality. He is popularly calling himself Mosi or Atunya. In other words, the smoke that thunders whenever he is tempted to threaten an enemy. Among the traits of Mayor Mosi include, number one, he is calculative stroke scheming. And being calculative or scheming, we are looking at instances such as, number one, to prove that he is calculative, he plans on a way that he will arrest his opponents so that they will not be able to meet and pass the vote of no confidence in him. That is one instance that proves that he is calculative stroke scheming. That can be found on page 44. Another example that makes him scheming can be found on page 28. Mayor Mosi is planning on how they can hack the Samaritan to make it not function properly so that they can get away with the evils that they have been accused of. Example number 3 to show that Mayor Mosi is calculative stroke scheming. He is the one that suggests that they blackmail Justice Jaden in order to flip him to their side and therefore use him to jail his opponents. We go to yet another character trait of Mayor Mosi, and we shall be looking at Mayor Mosi as someone who is corrupt. He is corrupt through a number of illustrations. Number one, when they realized that Inspector Bembe had been given land that belonged to the university, he assures Inspector Bembe that he would allocate him another piece of land. Now we are wondering, where is this piece of land supposed to come to? All this is public property, therefore he comes out as corrupt. Another instance where Mosi is corrupt is through his self-confession that out of a loaf of bread, he usually eats a slice or two. He admits to being corrupt. Another thing on page 39 to prove that Mosi is corrupt, we are being told that he is being accused of municipal capture. What is municipal capture? It is whereby his interests are the ones that determine the way the municipality will be run. It makes him to be corrupt. I go to the third character trait of Mayor Mosi, and I'll be calling Mayor Mosi someone who is strategic, someone who knows how to go about things. And Mayor Mosi being strategic is when Simo fronts the idea that they go persuade the boy and the girl, the students, or even talk to Principal Narine, Mosi is quick to tell them that is not the way to go. If they go to the principal, it will look like they want to interfere with the running of the school. And if they go to the students, they cannot be dealing with kids. That brings him out as strategic. And he finally campaigns for them speaking to Teacher Nicole instead. That can be found on page 30. Meamosi also has another character trait, a character trait that we shall be calling abusive. His abusive nature will come out in page 35. On page 35, he is calling Ted and Simo. Once then they now want to force him to allocate a supplementary budget, he ends up calling them fools who were once jigger infested hoodlums. That brings him out as abusive fools, jigger infested hoodlums, as he refers to Ted and Simo. We move to yet another character trait of Meamosi. Meamosi is also someone you can call firm. Someone firm also stands by their decisions. Meamosi is firm in that when they try to push his hand into passing the supplementary budget, he refuses. And even after they threaten that they might hound him out of office, he does not relent and he looks for other avenues to deal with his enemies. But what he has said no to, that he will not be passing the supplementary budget, he does not do it at the end of it. Another character trait of Meamosi, we are looking at him as intimidating, or threatening. They all mean the same. One who instills in other people fear. And Meamosi is in the character of always reminding people he is the smoke that thunders. He leaves smoke in his wake. And an example can be found on page 46, where he is instructing Inspector Bembe as they're dealing with the opponents to avert the meeting that they had planned, that they constantly should shoot in the air, leaving behind smoke. He wants his opponents to get some kind of a scare tactic. He's using some scare tactic to instill fear in his opponents and to make them, to communicate to them indirectly, I'm the one behind this. We further move on to another wants to show off, and his being showy can be illustrated by the fact that every time he attends a meeting, look at the number of people will be calling him from all avenues, and when he gets into that meeting, we see him that he displays the three of them on the table. That brings him out as someone who is showy. To yet another trait of Mosi, we are looking at him as hypocritical. The first illustration on Mosi being hypocritical can be found on page 18. On page 18, he pretends that he is executioning his given mandate to protect public interest. He refuses to launch the Samaritan application, and according to him, he is protecting the interest of the people as he has been mandated. Because according to him, it will be used as an avenue to witch hunt and spread falsehood. But you know that in reality, he doesn't want it to come to light. The illustration to make him hypocritical, he wants to compromise Nicole and pull Nicole to his side. Once he comes over there to see Nicole, he pretends that he is sorry about their earlier disagreements, and he goes ahead and says it was nothing personal. Still on Mosi being hypocritical, we can 60, where we are saying he wants the negative information about him to be filtered. In other words, he wants to portray himself before the public as someone full of vices. We go to yet another character trait of Meamosi. He is someone who is fear. Illustration number 1, to portray Mosi as fearful, we are looking at the number of times he loses sleep over the fact whenever he thinks that he might. Example number 2 to show that Mosi is fearful, and he is hiding. I'll be going to the last illustration on Meamosi. Not that I have exhausted all of them. You can still find other examples to do with his character. The last one I'll be tackling is one that I'll be calling cruel. His cruel nature can be found on page 78 where we are being told that it is the suspicion of other people that Mayor Mosi had fed him on rat poison or some kind of insecticide. Feeding an opponent on insecticide because he might be the one to take your place brings him out as cruel. The second example on Mosi being cruel can be found on page 65. On page 65, when Mosi has been disgusted by the betrayal from Ted and Simo, he goes ahead describing Ted as someone who is sickly and he is hoping that Ted dies soon. Wishing death upon another person brings him cruel, and it can be found on page 65. As I am winding up on Mosi, I'll be talking about the role of Mosi contributes to plot development. There's a part he plays in the moving forward of the story. Number 2, he Nicole, you see that Nicole refuses. Number 3, he has been used to develop styles such when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. I've just paraphrased. And finally, the role of Mayor Mosi, we shall be looking at him as he helps in development of themes such as corruption and misuse of power. That is it about Mayor Mosi. I'll be inviting my colleague to take us through yet another character.
Thank you, Teacher Risper. So we are looking at the second character, Principal Narine. She's the principal of we are told that she has a strong personality. And again, on page 56, she tells Nicole that she's not going to allow any teacher to deviate from the course that the school is supposed to take. That is when she was telling Nicole to know the kind of battles that she is going to engage in and the kind of to allow anyone, even Nicole, to affect the smooth running of the school. And number 2, she's also brought out as fearful or apprehensive. That is page 55 and 57. She tells Nicole that she thinks that Nicole should quit the Samaritan and not engage in and which ones to avoid and which ones to deter. So she's afraid that the constant visits that they're getting from the leaders of the municipality might do some harm to herself as the principal, as well as to the running of the school, and it might affect even the students. So she's afraid and out as cautious, page 57. She says that she's a seasoned administrator and she knows the value of learning to pick battles. At some point, she tells the municipal leaders that she wants to separate the school from politics. And every time they come to see Nicole, she tells them that she's not part of the Samaritan app. The school has nothing to do with the Samaritan app. They have distanced themselves from the Samaritan app because if there are consequences that befalls anyone who is pushing for the Samaritan app, she wants to make sure that it does not befall all the school. So she is brought out as someone who is cautious. Number 4, she is temperamental or irritable. That is page 128. She tells and she is completely fed up. She also asks Nicole if she is a secretary or her maid, or if she with Nicole, and says that she can't always be receiving calls from the municipal leaders that they want to come to school to see Nicole. She is not Nicole. Like Nicole now needs to stop this. She can't keep on hosting the political leaders in school, yet she needs the school to run smoothly. The last one, she's sarcastic on page 129. She sarcastically asks Nicole if there is nothing that will be happening in school apart from leaders coming to see her. So she's asking leaders who are coming to see you. So she's brought out as being sarcastic on page 129. I'm just going to do those 5 traits. We have more others in the play for Miss Narine or Principal Narine, and she has also helped, that is now a role, in developing or propelling the story forward. Also, she has helped to develop styles such as sarcasm. Remember, I just said that she's sarcastic, as well as to bring out traits of other characters, such as Nicole, as being determined. Even with the intimidation coming from her boss, Principal Narine, does not give up. She still fights for what she believes is right. So she helps to bring out Nicole's trait as being determined. So we are moving on to the next, our third character. Also, Teacher Risper.
I'll be tackling the third character. I'll be settling on Ramdaye. Ramdaye is the deputy mayor, an old man. He is also the municipal secretary for physical infrastructure. You look at the number of times he's being blamed. Please. Among the traits of Ramdaye, number 1, he is corrupt, and I'll stroke it with dishonest. First illustration, page 62. He gives municipal tenders to his companies and those of his family, and from there they use it to embezzle. They use the position to embezzle funds. He is therefore dishonest. He is corrupt. Another second example of his corrupt nature, well, it is coming from page 63. We are being told that he's a con man, and there is not a person that he has not conned pieces of land. We are learning that he gives the same title deed to a number of people, but he collects the money from the different people. For instance, he has already sold the land belonging to the public, land belonging to a university, which is public land, and he sells to Inspector Bembe, where he builds the Madingo Golf Club. Of Ramdaye, number 2, I'll be calling him naive or ignorant. Someone who is naive, they lack the experience. Someone who is ignorant, they lack the knowledge. And his lack of knowledge has been portrayed when they're talking about the internet. Through the Samaritan, it is messing them up. This guy goes ahead and he is asking out of the server. This shows that he is not familiar when it comes to technology, therefore he is fearful. And the illustration can be found on page 75. His fearful nature comes out when Mayor Mosi tries to thwart the meeting of these municipal officials so that they will not pass the vote of no confidence in him. Ramdaye takes to his heel at such a fast rate, much to the shock of Simo. Simo later makes fun of him. We go to another trait of Ramdaye. Ramdaye is someone who is cruel. This can be found on page 79. There's a time that Ted is giving him information as to the analysis of Mr. Torch in terms of who is a better leader between Mosi and Ramdaye. And he hears that Mr. Torch had given his judgment that even in a beauty contest, there has to emerge a winner. When he hears that, he says, devil take his soul. When someone says, devil take your soul, it is like they are wishing death upon an enemy. That brings out Ramdaye as someone who is cruel. We still have other traits of Ramdaye that you can still find in the book. We are simply giving a guide. And then to the role He enhances styles such as humor. When he says, where is the server, so that you can extract the information out of it. We'll look at it. It brings out some kind of humor. It brings out some kind of satire, the mockery on his lack of knowledge. He also enhances themes such as corruption in his giving, tenders to his family and friends. Another role of Ramdae, he enhances plot development. It reaches a time they fall out with Meamosi and they also form their own alliance that contributes to plot development. Teacher Emis, could you continue further than that?
Thank you, Teacher Risper. So our learners, we have come to the end of our first session on character traits. Stay tuned for more explanation and illustrations on the rest of the characters. Do not forget to press that subscribe button. Until next time, bye-bye.
Welcome to Top Notch TV, a paragon of excellence. With you today is Teacher Risper, a teacher from PCEA Kikuyu High School, a teacher of English and Literature. I have the pleasure of being joined by Teacher Emis, a teacher from Alliance Girls High School, an examiner as well as an author. We further continue tackling characters and character traits, and I'll be welcoming my colleague to start us off for today. Welcome, Teacher Emis.
Thank you, Teacher Risper. Welcome, learners, to another session on character and characterization. So we are going to start with Inspector Bembe as our first character during this session. He is the Chief Inspector of Police, and first of all, is brought out as fearful and apprehensive. That is page 37 and 38. So at the beginning of that scene, he talks about his untimely death. He goes to Mosi and tells him that he can feel that his untimely death is coming because of all the negative things that have been posted on the Samaritan about him. He also says that he suspects that at some point, after seeing all the scandalous things that have been posted about him, he suspects that at some point he drifted into a coma. So he's afraid of going to prison. So as a result, he says that fear now is taking a toll on his health. So he's brought out as someone who is fearful. Number 2, he is corrupt. Page 38 as well as page 41. 38, he says that he's accused of corruption among other crimes. That is now when he's listing the crimes that he is being accused of in the Samaritan. Page 41, Harvester tells him that the newspapers claim that he has been using the police force to collect bribes from the motorists, and then he has used that money to build himself his own house as well as the Madingo Golf Club. So he is accused of corruption, extorting money from the motorists by using the police force and using it for his own personal gain. Then he's also brought out as scheming. Page 94, he schemes the arrest of Teacher Nicole by heaping false allegations against her. So he does so that he can prevent Nicole so that Nicole fears and does what they want her to do. So he goes to Nicole's school, Saganda Secondary School, and accuses her of so many things. Among them, that is not obeying the leaders, the signal of a phone was picked at a murder scene, all those things. So he schemes all that. They are actually false allegations to intimidate Nicole into giving in what they wanted her to do. He also suggests on page 48, that they should get something against Justice Jaden, so that they can be able to use him in their favor, to threaten him in future. Number 4 is brought out as naive or ignorant. So when he goes to Nicole's school and ransacks through her office, he's asking Nicole, where have you kept it? He's talking about the Samaritan. So he thinks that Samaritan is an object, something that is tangible, that can be hidden by Nicole in one of her drawers. So he goes through her drawers, everything on the table, and he keeps on asking Nicole, where have you hidden it? Take it out. And it even shocks teacher Nicole. And Nicole finally tells him, if you need the app, you have to go and download it. It's not something that is tangible that I can hide. Then number 5 is also brought out as irrational. He wants to go to school and summon Nicole and does not care about pleasantries. He also does not care about ruining the smooth running of the school. So he just wants at the end, actually Act 4 Scene 2, he just suggests, let us just go to school and talk to teacher Nicole. And someone had to suggest, no, we have to go through Principal Naren because we do not want our activities to affect the smooth running of the school. So it's someone who makes irrational decisions. And then the last one is vengeful. He wants to see the downfall of Honorable Ramdaye because he found out that Ramdaye had swindled him in the land deal that he engaged in. He sold him a parcel of land that belonged to the university. So upon finding out, he actually wants Ramdaye arrested and jailed. So he says that we should look for a way to have these people arrested, especially Honorable Ramdaye. So clearly, Inspector Bembe is brought out as someone who is vengeful. Now, those are just but a few traits for Inspector Bembe. There are others that you can find in the play. And among his roles, we have, he propels the story forward. Of course, he helps in the progression of the story. Then it develops themes such as corruption, abuse of power, and he also exposes styles such as satire and metaphors, and it brings out character traits of other characters such as Nicole as being determined and Mayor Mosi as being corrupt. So we move on to our second character for this session. Teacher Risper, please take over.
I'll be handling another character by the name of Ted King. And we need first of all to understand who is Ted King. Ted King, we are being told, is the Municipal Secretary for Health as well as Environment. This guy, we learned that he had previously been a DJ, and then the youth voted for him and he ended up being occupying a political office. Among the traits of Ted King, number 1, he is corrupt / dishonest. He is corrupt in that, number 1, he supports the idea of misappropriating funds by channeling the intended money to clean the municipality, and now they use it to fight the corruption cases that are being brought against them. And when Mayor Mosi is reluctant to agree, he threatens to hound Mayor Mosi out of office. He's the one who says, we are the ones who put you in office. It brings him out as corrupt, wanting that supplementary budget to be passed, and then they misappropriate the funds. And this can be found on page 33. We also go to page 78, still on his corrupt nature. And on page 78, we are looking at, he was the one who was given the duty to go and mobilize the aldermen so that they can be many and pass a vote of no confidence against Mayor Mosi. And to do that, as he was speaking to some of these people, they were asking how their palms will be greased. Will they be given money? And Ted had assured them that there'll be money. And that is when the alderman had said, once the money exchanges hands, that is when they will vote for their side. His attempt at bribery brings him out as corrupt. We are looking at also another illustration that makes him corrupt. There's an instance where Mr. Harvester suggests for restitution, that they come clean about their offenses and seek to make amends. And for this idea, we see that Ted readily opposes the idea. In other words, he is not willing to admit his mistake. Someone who's not ready to admit his mistakes, he's not ready to change. He is still willing to continue living that character of being corrupt. We are also looking at another instance where Ted is being attributed to having been the one who has eaten a whole hospital. They had been given money to put up a hospital, but in place, they put up site offices and pocketed the money. That is the height of corruption, and it brings him out as a corrupt person. On page 24, we find yet another trait that qualifies him as someone who's corrupt, where he's accused in the media for selling air. Selling air meaning for services not rendered, he is charging the municipality. A check will be signed, yet the service was not rendered. It brings out Ted as someone who's corrupt. Then on page 79, as we are winding up on the idea of him, on the trait of him being corrupt, on page 79, the idea of compromising Basdeo. He is the one who comes up with that idea. Let's bring him to our side so that no one will be holding us accountable. When the opposition and the ruling party are now eating from the same plate, that is corruption, and this idea was brought about by Ted King. We go to another trait of Secretary Ted. We shall call him fearful, and under fearful, it can be found on page 25. He is apprehensive about ending up in Baneta prison after he learns that the allegations leveled against him about supplying air to the municipality. We shall be looking at a third character trait of Ted. We shall be looking at him as sympathetic. And when you're looking at someone who's sympathetic, someone who feels sorry for the problems that other people are undergoing. To prove that Ted is sympathetic, the first one can be found on page 82. And they have finally joined alliances with Basdeo, the opposition leader. And when they have joined alliances, there's some kind of strategies that Basdeo is selling to them. For example, propagating lies, propaganda. And they'll be talking about, for example, Mayor Mosi is only funding the words that are of his own people. And at a certain point, you see that Ted is sympathetic about this. He says, but that is not good politics. He is warning Basdeo that is not good politics. He's, in other words, asking him to play fair on their enemy, who is Mosi. They already are not on the same side. That brings him out as sympathetic. We go to yet another illustration to show that he's sympathetic. There is a time that they talk about Mr. Developer. He might have been poisoned by Mayor Mosi on page 78. Upon that narrative being told, we see that Ted King wishes him a quick recovery from his terminal illness, as he cites that Mr. Developer is a kindly soul. He looks at Mr. Developer's kindness and he says, may this person recover. We go to another character trait of Ted King. We shall call him youthful. A youthful person, he behaves as if he is a youth. And among the illustrations to bring him out as youthful, number one, we are seeing that his appearance. And his appearance, first of all, you're being told he used to sport a certain kind of a youthful hairstyle, a fade haircut. He used to wear blings and at the same time ripped jeans. It brings him out as youthful. Another illustration that he is youthful, he used to be someone who was a DJ. You know, the kind of requirements of being a DJ. He is youthful, even though not a very strong point. I'll be going to the last trait of Ted King, and we shall call him a character that is covetous. A covetous person covets what belongs to another person, what is not theirs. And this illustration will be found on page 125. They're talking about serious matters. And as they're articulating the serious matters, what does he do? He is simply coveting Nicole. He says, have you ever seen how beautiful she is? What about her legs? And further on, he says, I can't wait to see her. That is already evidence that he is coveting Nicole. Therefore, he is covetous. This brings me to an end when I'm talking about the character traits of Ted King. I'll just rush through the role of Ted King. And among the traits, among the roles that Ted King plays, number one, plot development. He enhances plot development. Number two, he enhances the traits of others, e.g. Mayor Mosi as firm. As much as he threatens to oust him out of the office, Mayor Mosi remains put. Another one is, we see that he contributes to themes such as corruption. Back to you, Teacher Emis.
Thank you, Teacher Risper, for that deep analysis of Honorable Ted. So we are going to look at the next person or the next character, Honorable Seymour. So Seymour is the secretary in the Department of Planning and Development in the Maracas municipality. So how has he been brought out in this play? One is portrayed as a corrupt person. Page 24, he suggests that they obtain cash and pay off the people who are very active, who are most active in the Samaritan, so that they stop posting damaging information about them. He also says at some point that the mayor should request for a supplementary budget so that they can get money meant for the sewerage system in the municipality, and then they can use part of that money to fight the cases that they'll have as a result of what is being posted in the Samaritan. Number 2 is brought out as deceitful and scheming as well. He plans to lie about the application, saying that it is a spy app that can steal confidential information such as bank accounts. He also says that the application can be used for cyberbullying as well as share pornographic materials among the school-going children. But of course, that is a lie. It's something that is planning to say so that he can discredit the application and bring the downfall of the Samaritan. Or that is something that he schemes to bring the downfall of the Samaritan app. Seymour is also brought out as temperamental or short-tempered. That is page 35. He has some sort of a disagreement with Mayor Mosi after he suggests that Mayor Mosi should allow a supplementary budget so that they can use part of that money to fight corruption cases leveled against them in the Samaritan, and Mosi family says that he is not going to do that. So they had a fallout, which created a rift between all, actually formed 2 groups, the Seymour group and Mosi's group. So during that confrontation, we see him changing towards Mosi, and he actually wants to fight Mosi, and before he walks out of the meeting, he threatens Mosi and says that he is going to mobilize members of the council chamber against Mosi so that they can oust him out of office, or they can pass a vote of no confidence on Mosi. So that tells us that he is temperamental, he is short-tempered because Mosi did not agree to go his way. We can also say that he is also vengeful on the same illustration, where he wants to mobilize members to pass a vote of no confidence because Mosi did not agree to his ideas. He is also brought out as humorous on page 75. He makes fun of Ramdaye, and he says that now it's through flashback that they are giving us an account of what happened on the day they had planned to meet in the municipal headquarters and pass a vote of no confidence against Mosi. So through flashback, he says that, or he makes fun of Ramdaye and says that Ramdaye whizzed past him like an express train, and he never thought he would ever come to a stop. He says that, considering your age, I didn't know that you could outrun me. So that was after the attack by Mosi and Bembe's goon. So you can see that he's brought out as someone who is humorous. Number 5 is also rude or sarcastic. I am going to stroke those 2 because the illustration is the same on page 125. He tells Ted that he wished Ted could somehow grow some brains. I explained this when we were talking about sarcasm in our previous session when we were dealing with styles. He says that he wished that Ted would grow some brains because according to him, he thinks that Ted is someone who is not mature or someone who is not intelligent. That is after Ted talks about his admiration of or his physical attraction to teacher Nicole. And then the last one, I think I mentioned this one, that he's scheming. How he schemes the downfall of Mosi. So it's just a repetition of the second point that I mentioned. His role. So you need always ask yourself, which themes does this character help to develop? Always state the themes that they develop. For example, the theme of corruption. Remember, we have said that he is corrupt. The theme of betrayal. Remember that He betrays Mosi when he decides to move a vote of no confidence against him. He also helps to expose the traits of other characters. For example, Mosi as being corrupt as well as Mosi as being firm. And he also exposes styles such as sarcasm. So that's all we have for Honorable Semo. But remember, just like we keep on telling you, our learners, we are not discussing all the points because of the time factor. Go back to the play and look for other traits that can be used to describe each and every character we have in this play. Back to you, Teacher Risper.
Okay, as you're coming to a conclusion, we just remind our viewers, our students, that there are other episodes available. If you have missed out on any, you can always log on to YouTube and follow Top Notch TV. From us over here, it's a goodbye.
Bye. Hello viewers, welcome back. This is Top Notch TV. With you is Teacher Emis Njabani, and with me is Teacher Risper Okwisa. This is a continuation of our sessions on character and characterization. Please subscribe and to Top Notch TV and see the previous sessions that we did on characters. So this is our third session on characters, and we are going to look at 4 other characters during this session. We are going to start with Judge Jaden, and Teacher Risper is going to take us through.
Yes, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I'll be looking at Justice Jaden. He goes by the name Ian Jaden, and he is the principal judge at the Maracas municipality. About his life, you're being told he used to have a wife, but the wife left. Now he is left with mistresses. Among them, we are learning is Ivy. The traits of Justice Jaden include, number 1, he is fearful. Justice Jaden is fearful in that, example number 1, he has ulcers, but then his ulcers intensify once he knows that he can end up in prison because of some of the scandals that touch on him. A case in court is the grain scandal that can be found on page 115. He has ulcers, but then his ulcers are becoming worse because of fear. Example number 2, to prove that he is fearful, we see that he crouches under the boardroom table when Inspector Tajo comes in and he wants to make them answerable for their mistakes, hiding under a table. And the way he has been looking like he's so proud, it brings out the extent of fear. He is fearful. I'll move to yet another trait of Jaden, and Jaden comes out as corrupt / unjust. When we're looking at corruption as a theme, we also are able to discuss the corruption in the justice system. Therefore, we are getting some of the points over there where he is not fair in rendering his judgments. For example, illustration number 1 will be coming from page 115. On page 115, he is reluctant to prosecute the quartet as he is in bed with them. When I talk about he is in bed with them, he's asked to prosecute them for an offense that they were together in. He is in fact, from the judgment he had rendered, he was awarded by being made a shareholder of the same company that the municipal lawyers plan to take to court. That is page 115, the reluctance to prosecute. We are also looking at another illustration that brings him out as unjust. And we are looking at the example where he manipulates his knowledge of the law to favor his own side. For example, the ruling that he made in favor of Ivy, that it was a matter of urgency. It cannot allow for bidding to take place for the best company to be given the tender. Therefore, he gave it to Ivy on such a technicality. Then on page 22, the third illustration that portrays him as unjust or corrupt. On page 22, he advises that the journalist be given boxes of chocolate to look the other way. That advocating of bribery brings him out as corrupt. I'll be moving to another trait of Jaden. And character number 3 about Jaden shall be calling him knowledgeable. This guy is knowledgeable when it comes to matters to do with the law. An illustration in place can be found on page 29. On page 29, we are learning that he is well versed with the law, and a number of times they consult him before they can make a decision. For example, they want to know where they stand in a certain issue. They will always be consulting Judge Jaden. And we are seeing on page 29, he is giving them legal advice, warning them of malicious damage of private property. When they're talking about hacking, he tells them his stand, where he stands in terms of the law. He is knowledgeable about the law, making him a trait that we called knowledgeable. We go to trait number 4, and we want to describe him as patronizing or arrogant. A patronizing person is one who adopts a superior complex. He feels that he is better than other people. And a number of times, we see that Jaden is putting the others down, feeling that he's better than them, an arrogant person. Among the examples of his arrogance can be found on page 29, where he tells the others, I went to school. He says that him telling them that he went to school, what is he suggesting? That they never went to school? Or if they went to school, is he suggesting that maybe their schools were half-baked? But now he reminds them, I went to school, as if they never went to school. He's already putting himself above them, bringing him out as patronizing or arrogant. To further illustrate on arrogant, we are going to look at page 102. And on page 102, when Mosi attempts to blackmail him when they're together with Inspector Bembe, he tells Mosi that he had a good upbringing and a sound education. He tries to, when he tells someone, I had a good upbringing, I had a sound education, you're trying to tell someone, I am not of your class. Therefore, on page 102, he also comes out as patronizing. I'll be moving to the last illustration, to the last trait. I'll be moving to the last trait on Judge Ian Jaden, and I'll be calling him hypocritical / deceitful. He is deceitful on page 105, on page 104 to page 105, when at first they bring to his attention the knowledge that he is involved in the Rodent Gate and the grain scandals. He tries to downplay his involvement. He says, are you bringing to book Ivy or is it me? He tries to disassociate himself from Ivy, and he pretends to have nothing to do with it until they corner him and ask him later, aren't you a shareholder? But at first, he was trying to get away with it using lies, using deniability. Still on him being hypocritical, I'll give another illustration and I'll say, he is reluctant to prosecute the Ramdae alliance because he is guilty of the same offense they are being accused of. And all along when they are telling him they fight against the Samaritan, he has always been saying that he is mindful of his professional integrity. He has always been telling them that it's like he doesn't have any skeletons in his closet. And also when they ask him to prosecute the quartet, he says, I'm mindful of my professional integrity. Which professional integrity? That later on, it comes to be known that he is guilty as charged of the others. Therefore, that is why he is reluctant to prosecute them. A quick rush through the role of Justice Jaden. I'll be looking at, he enhances plot development. He propels the story forward. For example, after he has been cornered, that is when he says, I need to bring these two warring pacts to the table so that I'm also playing it safe. That is plot development. Number 2, themes. He enhances themes, develop themes such as hypocrisy. He is really pretending. And also enhances the character traits of others, e.g. Mosi as intimidative or threatening when Mosi blackmails him about spilling the beans about the Rodent Gate scandal. That is it about Ian Jaden. We are going to move further with the characters and Teacher Emis will give us another character.
Thank you, Teacher Risper. So we are going to look at the next character, Honorable Basdeo, and we are just going to look at a few of his traits, not all of them, just 4 or 5. So he is the opposition leader of the Maracas municipality. So he was the leader of the opposition party. So the first one is brought out as optimistic. Page 19, at the end of Act 1, Scene 1, it says that it smells a new delicious dawn. So it means that now that there is the invention of the Samaritan, and he has listened to the students talking about it, he feels like now things are going to change in Maracas municipality. The leaders who are new leadership. He is also optimistic that he might end up getting the seat of the mayor as the leader of the opposition. Number 2 is scheming or cunning, page 81. He comes up with the plans together with Ramdaye and Ted and Seymour. He comes up with plans to bring down the downfall of Morsi. For example, he says they can alienate him from his own people, incite people against Morsi, blame him for tribalism as well as misuse of power. They say that if they do so, then they are going to alienate Morsi from the public or his own supporters, and then it's going to be very easy to now pass a vote of no confidence on him. So that's someone who is scheming. Then he's also deceitful. He wants to lie to the public that all municipal funds are committed to developing wards that are occupied by Morsi's ethnic group. At some point, Honorable Ted tells him, but that is a lie. He admits. That is page 82. He says, yes, it is true. That is a lie. And indeed, he is fabricating lies. He says politics is not about truth. So he does not even hide the fact that he's lying. He says that in politics, you have to lie. It's a game full of lies. So when he's asked by Ted, you're telling lies, he says, yes, it is true. It is a lie, but politics is not about truth. Then he's also brought out as corrupt, page 125. He suggests that they should bribe Nicole by giving her a powerful position in the municipality so that she can join their team and agree to filter information that comes in the Samaritan app that damages their reputation or paints them as bad leaders. So he's also brought out as corrupt during the green scandal, because we are told that after the E and Ramdai threatened to expose the Rodengate, is that Rodengate, right? Rodengate scandal, as they called it, Nicole gave them some money as well as some shares in the Prime Orchard Limited, so he's brought out as corrupt. The last one is also fearful. When in the last scene of the book, when Inspector Tajo comes with other police officers and announces that he has come to arrest all of them because they are needed at the end quarters for cushioning, Basdeo together with the other leaders try to hide. Some even hide under the tables. Another one hides behind Nicole. So all of them at that point are brought out as a fearful lot. So we can say that Basdeo is also fearful. I am not going to go through his laws because they're the same as what we have been mentioning from the beginning. If you check our first session on characters, the laws for each character are actually, they're just repetitive. The only difference is that one develops a theme of corruption, another one will develop the theme of betrayal, but it's very easy to find out the theme that is being developed by a particular character. So we now move on to our second last character, that is
Nicole.
Teacher Nicole, and Teacher Risper is going to take us through.
Yes, I'll be discussing Teacher Nicole. And about Teacher Nicole, you can say that she is a teacher at Segrada Secondary School. She teaches them ethics as well as she is their innovations teacher. Traits of Nicole include the following. Number 1, she is moral, uncompromising, incorruptible. We are moving towards the same illustrations. And how is she incorruptible? When Morsi tries to compromise her by offering her money, She threatens to expose him through the Samaritan. Do you want me to give this information to the Samaritan that you're trying to bribe me? That is someone who is incorruptible and uncompromising. We are going to a second illustration, and we are talking about page 53. On page 53, when the students express some kind of fear on behalf of their teacher, they fear for their teacher, she goes ahead and she asks them to stand firm and make the leaders to do the right thing. She's uncompromising. Despite you pushing me to the wall, I'm asking these students still to stand firm, making the leaders to do the right thing. A third illustration on uncompromising can be found on page 3. According to the stage directions, Nicole is being described as an uncompromising moralist. The last illustration on her being uncompromising or incorruptible can be found on page 94. When Meamosi wants information to be filtered, she does not agree to that. We move to yet another trait of Nicole, and we shall be calling her brave, courageous, or bold. She is brave, courageous, or bold, as can be found on page 95. When she is being accused of stealing the school generator, we do not see her becoming a coward, but instead, she tells Inspector Bembe that if he keeps up with those allegations, it will be the darkest day of his career. You can imagine being faced by an Inspector General of Police and you're still also threatening back. That brings out a lot of boldness, a lot of courage. On page 57, she faces her superior Principal Narin, suggesting her unwillingness to abandon the ingenious innovation. She is telling her superior, you can imagine telling your boss, are we supposed to abandon the ingenious innovation? In other words, she is not willing to do it, even if the order is coming from her superior Principal Narin. And then on page 66, we still have another illustration bringing her out as courageous. She is asking Mosi to his face why he won't have his allies prosecuted. She faces him and asks him the question. The third character trait of Nicole, she is orderly or neat. This can be found on page 87. When she comes in for her ethics class, she asks one of the students to pick a piece of paper and asks the others to arrange their desks in an orderly manner because disorder cannot allow for learning. We also look at another trait of Nicole. We shall call her diplomatic. A diplomatic person chooses peace in solving issues. On page 132, she comes out as diplomatic when she accepts the apology from the municipal officials. When they come and say it was nothing personal, we were just doing our job. If I could just paraphrase, she goes ahead and says, I accept your apology. The other trait of Nicole, the last one, I'll be calling her lawful or just. She is just in that she is accepting the full extent of the law to be used. When Meamosi says that it will be used to spread falsehood, she goes ahead and tells him, you can take it up with the court. In other words, even if it is Mosi who has been offended, she will be supporting the side of Mosi to take it up to the court where the identities of the people who are posting, they'll have to be unmasked and they'll have to answer to these charges. As my colleague had said, the role remains the same. As I'm going to the role, we can always be talking about plot development, enhancing the themes of others. But at this point, I only want to add one more role of Nicole. I'll be saying, among the common ones you've learned, we can add another one that will say, she is the protagonist in the story or the heroine in the story, therefore voices the concerns of the author. Through the protagonist, we're able to see what direction is the author taking us. What is the author preaching about? That is it about Nicole. I'll be handing it back to Teacher Emis. Could you finish up?
Yeah, thank you. So we are winding up with our two students, Alvita and Montano, the two students of Sagrada Secondary School who came up with the winning innovation, the Samaritan. So how have they been portrayed in this play? The first one, they are also brought out as fearful, as apprehensive, because they are afraid that the Samaritan app may cause trouble, especially for Teacher Nicole. And at some point, they approach her and they suggest that actually they give it up. They are afraid that it might lead to the arrest of Teacher Nicole, and they want to give it up instead of fighting with the municipal leaders. That is page 49 and 50. They are also brought out as concerned and caring. They are concerned about the welfare and safety of their teacher, Teacher Nicole, that is page 50, and they are willing to give up something they have worked so hard for, the Samaritan Hub, for the safety of their teacher. Then they're also brought out as knowledgeable, creative, and wise. They came up with the best innovation that actually we are told that it was the winning innovation in the national competition. And it was even purposed to be launched by the president himself come the beginning of the following academic year. That is page 3. So them coming up with that innovation alone shows that they are knowledgeable, they are wise, as well as creative. Number 4, the 2 students are brought out as optimistic or hopeful. They believe that the municipal can have a better future through the Samaritan and a better use of public resources by the leaders, page 10 and page 12. This is clearly brought out in Alvita's visions for the future. Is at the end of it all, she says that my visions can be achieved if the Samaritan gets into use and people use the Samaritan to expose the ills in our society, and then do the Samaritan, people or the leaders are forced to use the public resources for what they were meant for in such a way that we can have a better future. So there are students that are optimistic that the municipality is going to be changed for better by their application. Then the last one, they are brought out as obedient. The 2 would listen. They believed, actually trusted and listened to the Teacher Nicole, and whatever she told them, they believed in it and they obeyed it. So they are brought out as obedient. So the laws, we said you're not going to repeat them. The themes that they bring up or they help to develop, how they bring out the traits of Teacher Nicole and other characters in the story, as well as develop the style of play within a play among other styles. So that's it for the students that we have. And we have come to the end of our sessions on characters and characterization. But our learners, just like Teacher Risper told you, please go to YouTube, search Top Notch TV, press that subscribe button, and to see all the education materials that are on that site. Until next time, it's a bye-bye.